Grace and peace, everybody. I'm trying to set up here. We have our guest coming on at 10, but I said I'm going to jump on a couple of minutes. Second Exodus, Shalom. What's good with you? Hill, how's everything? Give me 1 second. I'm coming right back. I just want to, hold on. I'm trying to figure out how we're going to do this. Genesis 49. I'm going to put the link in here. I'm going to send it. Give me 1 second. All right, grace and peace, brother. Come to the microphone. I'm trying to just set the thing up. You can hear me, right? Let me turn these headphones up here.
Sorry about that. I had both mics on. Can you say that one more time?
No. I wanted to know if you could hear me. I thought I had to turn my headphones up.
Oh, yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
So, all right, I got you coming out the speakers. Them brothers should be jumping on in a couple of seconds, but we're gonna try to just get this thing going. I'm not gonna. Well, all right. Matter of fact, go ahead. Just give give everybody a recap as people are coming in. Give them a recap on what was going on yesterday and what your thoughts are. I'm gonna mute myself whilst I'm working on this.
Yeah. So just to summarize everything from last night's video, me and Yeshub or Genesis 49ers talked about DNA with LaRon, or what is his name, Kevin G and G Con, and so that's basically what happened. And for tonight, by the way, let me just go ahead and say what I'm debating on. For me, I'm debating on the fact that Haplogroup E is Proto-Semitic, is the ancestors of Semites, whereas Haplogroup J is not the ancestor of Semites, and that it adopted Semitic languages. So yes, there are Haplogroup J people that are Semitic speakers, but Haplogroup J men are not Semites in origin. Haplogroup E people are Semites in origin.
Okay, all right, because we need to clear up a couple of things, but they wanted to, they were. I'm not sure. You're not presenting any slides or anything, are you?
Yes.
Oh, most definitely.
Yes.
Most definitely.
Always.
All right.
That should be the standard, the golden standard. People love to run their mouth, but you got to prove it. Like, where are you getting this information from? Hey, we live by that. So,
yes.
What happened yesterday was just a complete slaughter, and today really is not even about them. Actually, they already, they passed. I don't know what else to say. Man. But yeah, like the brother said, we're going to be discussing Haplogroup E, and we're going to be discussing Haplogroup J again, and we're going to just show the people where they come from, talk about their language, their culture. Has nothing to do with the Western Semitic, has nothing to do with Abraham, has nothing to do with the biblical peoples. The stars of the roles, if you say, if you will, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, has nothing to do with them, and we can prove that without a shadow of doubt.
Yeah, we're going to talk about different various ancient civilizations of the ancient Near East, such as the Mitanni Empire, the ancient ethnic groups like the Kassites, the Hurrians. We're going to talk about ancient, just various ancient civilizations that resided around the people of Israel, because it's very important to know who all lived in the ancient worlds. The world wasn't just the Israelites. There was so many other ethnic groups within the Middle East back then that it's interesting, and it's a beautiful history.
All right, go ahead. Put your slide up. Y'all can go ahead and start. And I'm looking for these guys right here. Y'all go ahead and let's go a little slow. I'm putting the link out for them. I'm not really putting the link out for anybody else to jump on. I want these brothers to present, and the other brothers want to come on and cross-examine. And a lot was going on yesterday, and I seen one person, somebody making a comment about they was in the green room and all of this, and this is the second time I'm having problems with that. So I think I'm gonna switch it up. I'm not gonna be bringing people on and throwing the link out there and all of that. If people crying about the green room and if we just do it a little bit different over here. And then the brother wanted to bring up, I forget what he's saying. He wanted to bring up something about they boycotting over here. Man, I don't even want to get into that. I want to deal with that information, but if you want to remind them why y'all supposed to be boycotting, not you brothers, but why folks supposed to be boycotting Berea TV, y'all, we're gonna have to start getting back into that. We don't want to do that here today. We got some brothers that got some information, and we want to talk about this information. Now, I hope y'all ain't ran my man and them off, but y'all go ahead.
We probably did. Hey, Berea.
That's what I'm starting to think. I hope not, but Keith, I want y'all to go ahead and start, and then I'm gonna see if they jump on in here. Yesterday, well, I'm sorry, we all settled the time yesterday. Did we not?
We did. We said 10 Eastern Standard Time.
Yes.
All right.
Yes,
all right. Y'all want to pull the thing up, and then we're gonna we gonna get it in, and y'all can just go ahead and start. Let me see if they hit me on my other page.
Hey, before they come in, can you let my brother James come in too as well?
James?
Yeah, until they get here, you know what I'm saying?
All right.
Yeah.
No, go ahead, pull up. I'm gonna click off of this page, but I want to see if you're gonna put a screen up there.
Yeah, I can.
I'll pull one up while I'll just pull up a screen.
It don't have to be what y'all. If y'all don't want to pull up what you're presenting, if y'all want to just go ahead and hold on.
No, I'm just pulling up a random screen so I can already have it ready. I'm not gonna actually
go ahead. Go ahead. I'm gonna mute myself and go to this Gmail.
Yeah.
All right, so great. I can hear you in the headphones, but I'm coming off the screen.
All right, so should we begin with the origins of Semites, or should we begin with the origin of Haplogroup J, or the ancient civilizations in the Near East, like the Mitanni and the Hurrians, or what?
We were stuck with that Shemite thing. There was a little confusion with that yesterday. Grace and peace, Pastor D.
Yeah, but
it was confusion with G-Con because he don't study.
But yeah, I'm trying to get him right now. But y'all, this is the screen. But once I got this up, you could jump from screen to screen, right? Or I got to come back every time.
Yes, I can. As long as I don't click out, I should be.
All right. But I can hear y'all in the headphones. I'm just leaving this page right here. I'm gonna mute myself.
All right. So where should we begin?
Whatever y'all want to.
Let's go over the Shemite origins and what time period this was, and how we come to our conclusion on who the descendants of these Shemites would be. Exactly, Curtis Lee, Haplogroup DE. So let's start there, and we'll build the case there. And if these brothers don't show up, then I get to go to sleep tonight.
Yeah,
and
I got homework to do.
I'm happy. I get to go to sleep.
Yeah. All right. So what we are, I guess, debating or discussing about while we wait for the other two gentlemen is the origins of Semites. And we're not talking about Israelites yet or tonight. We're only going to talk about, at least for me, I'm only going to talk about why I believe Haplogroup E has the best chance of being the ancestors of the Israelites and trickling down into them. We have to understand and know that when it comes to the Israelites, they are a Semitic people. So understanding the origins of Semites is important for our studies. So we have to go back to the people before Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, which would be Shem, according to their scriptures, Shem being the father of Semitic people. So what are the various theories when it comes to the origins of Semites? Let's get into that. So I have a lot of different sources when it comes to the origins of Semites, but I'm just going to get to one that pretty much sums everything up, all the different ones, because there's quite a few. So give me a moment while I find that. And then we'll get into Haplogroup DE once I'm done reading this source. So give me a second.
Yeah, pull that up and then bring, you establish our premise and show the people where we're coming from and what gives our model veracity and makes it valid. And, when we're talking about degrees of plausibility, which one has the greater claim when it comes to who are the Shemites and why?
Mm-hmm.
If you can't find it, start with the slide that talks about Haplogroup E and it denounces J. We can start there and then we'll build from there.
The one that denounces E. Actually, here it is. I think I have it here. When it comes to that, it was actually all the way at the bottom. All right, so actually, let's find a different one. I think it'll be here. All right. So actually, yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I just want to say something real quick. To let people know, we tying this in with Genesis chapter 10, right? The table of nations, right? When we understand that according to Genesis chapter 10, all nations on the planet come from 3 sons of Noah, right? We look at these as eponymous ancestors. If you're looking at it from a secular standpoint, eponymous ancestors that existed and brought forth all these groups, but they have to have their own lineages, right? So we are showing right now what lineages would be Shem according to the areas that they were designated in Genesis chapter 10.
Yes. And so when it comes to the origins of Semites, there are basic origins of Semites and Afroasiatics. There's technically 6 different origins, but the main ones are 4 various origins for their locality. So for instance, you have a North African origin for the origins of Semitic people. You have a Nile Valley origin. You have an Ethiopian origin, and you have a Natufian origin. And we, of course, go with the Natufian origin, puts it literally in the Middle East. So let's just quickly read this. The Semitic family is a member of the larger Afroasiatic family, all of whose other 5 or more branches have their origin in North Africa or the Maghreb. Largely for this reason, the ancestors of Proto-Semitic speakers were originally believed by some to have first arrived in the Middle East from North Africa, possibly as part of the operation of the Saharan pump around the late Neolithic. And one thing to keep in mind when it comes to the origins of Afroasiatics and Semites, it's always placed in around the Neolithic time period. So Dinkoff sees, and this, by the way, in red, is dealing with the North African origin of Semites during the Green Sahara period. Now, the green right here that I'm about to read says Dinkoff sees Semites originating between the Nile Delta and Canaan as the northmost branch of Afroasiatic. So Dinkoff sees, Semites originating around the area of Northeast Africa specifically. Now, in blue right here, Bench even wonders whether the high divergent Gareg languages indicate an origin in Ethiopia, with the rest of Ethiopic Semitic a later back migration. So Bench believes that Semites could have came out of Ethiopia, which is interesting. And then last in here in yellow, which is what me and Yeshub and James subscribes to, the Natufians being the origins of Semites. It says, according to Christy G. Turner II, there is an archaeological and physical anthropological reason for a relationship between the modern Semitic speaking populations of the Levant and the Natufians. So as you can see, most linguists and scientists, geneticists believe Semites could have originated in Africa or in the Levant with the Natufians. There truly is a strong African presence when it comes to Semites. As a matter of fact, you do have linguists that say that Semites were just a few migrating Africans. Let me show you that before we get deeper. Right here. This is a conversation with Christopher Ehret, who is a famous linguist, and he says, after all, the early Semites were just a few Africans arriving to find a lot of other people already in the area. And this, of course, fits quite well with our understanding of J people adopting the Semitic language from E people. Let me just pull up that, and I'll let either Yeshub or James read
I got
this.
you. I got you.
Let me find it.
Hey, Abu had a question. You know what I'm saying? The brother Abu, you want me to read this first?
Yeah, read that first, and then we'll do the question.
Okay, this is A.G. Boyce, Institute of Biological Anthropology in St. John's College, Oxford University. It says, it can be postulated that selected M35 carrier speakers from Africa of a stage of ancestral Semitic, pre-Proto-Semitic entered the Near East, where indigenous peoples adopted it, and via ongoing language shift and population growth eventually became numerically greater.
Numerically greater than the original speakers of the ancestor. I can't see
the entire document because the comment is in the way.
Yeah, so we're going to answer what's his name, Abu's question with the source, but I'm going to verbally answer it and then provide my source. So let me just flip back and see what is his question. Can you bring the question back, please? I didn't get a chance to read it.
Well, he basically said, doesn't Egyptian being Afro-Asiatic, it's very silly, but I'm going to repeat it. Doesn't Egyptian being Afro-Asiatic go against our model with Ham being A and B?
Actually, it doesn't. So let's explain the Hamite question, because I'm assuming that this is all right. So is this the same question?
No, that's a different question.
Oh, that's a different question. All right. So, for example, for the image was Egyptian was not Afroasiatic. This really explaining this. Actually, let's get into the Hamite question, because I'm assuming this is a question on the Hamites. You know, who are Hamitic people and stuff of that nature. So, when it comes to haplogroup A and B, I do believe that this would be quote unquote Hamites, in the sense that by the time the Israelites ran up into these Hamitic individuals, they would have been carrying A markers and B markers. And so basically, to explain why, a paper has come out that deals with people, indigenous people of Africa that were A and B. I'll let you Shub read this.
Yes, sir. It says a new study, Cole et al. 2020, currently under peer reviewing, concluded that there was a massive migration of non-African Eurasians back into Africa about 70,000 years ago, spreading the Eurasian haplogroups such as E and its parent DE within Africa before additional waves of Eurasian admixture. Modern Africans thus are descended of Paleo-Africans and Afroasians, which merged in Africa between 70,000 to 40,000 years ago.
Yes. And so going even further, when it comes to old samples that we find throughout Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, you typically find the A and the B haplogroups. Here's a closer image. Typically among Nilots, Pygmies, Khoisanes, and ethnic groups like that. There's a paper, The Deep Paternal Genetic Root in Africa, from Scosery at 2014 study that shows that in old North African groups were A1A, A1B, A3B2, and possibly B. So there were even North Africans with these A markers that once lived in areas of North Africa, Northwest Africa, even Northeast Africa, that don't exist today. There's also a paper dealing with West Africans, ancient West African foragers in the context of African population history. And some of the oldest remains we find in West Africa are the A00 and the B haplogroups with a lot of mitochondrial L0 and L1C. But
let's explain to them why this is important, because once you are one of these paternal haplogroups, that means you share a common male ancestor. Yes. And if we're overlaying this with the biblical model, we're saying that you will have to have 3 nodes or 3 sons to represent all male groups on the earth.
Yes.
So A and B would represent Ham.
Right. And here's a map with the distribution of the various branches of A. There's actually a lot, just like any other haplogroup. A has various branches with high diversity within certain regions. So here's A and here's B. As you can see, E is not the only haplogroup in Africa. You have to look at the other haplogroups that reside in this continent. And so you do have good percentages of A and B. Furthermore, when it comes to people migrating into Africa, these lineages would have came from the Middle East. So I'll read this. It says, frequency of Y DNA haplogroup E in modern populations and hypothetical migration route from its ancestor clade DE in Southwest Asia or the Middle East. Haplogroup E arrived in Africa about 77,000 years ago and diversified in the Horn of Africa. It arrived together with specific West Eurasian NLs and later also diffused into various Paleo-African populations, as well as among the ancient North Africans, which were a population indigenous to North.
Hold on real quick. Let's not speed through this. Let's take our time.
Okay, my bad. I'll let you read.
No, I just want to touch on this one point. It arrived together with specific West Eurasian alleles. So the original haplogroup E markers would have had Western Eurasian alleles, DNA from Western Eurasia. That's important to notate. It says, and later also diffused into various Paleo-African populations. Your Paleo-African populations are what we're calling Ham. That would be your pygmies, your Khoisans. We don't share the same paternal ancestors as them. Again, if we're looking at it from a biblical standpoint, 3 men are responsible for all male groups on the planet Earth from a biblical standpoint, because the Bible says after the flood, Noah's 3 sons repopulated the earth. So these Paleo-Africans will have to have one of those sons. And which son fits the best evidence? Ham. Which sons fits the best evidence for the West Eurasian alleles that we find in haplogroup E? Shem. So this is how we're building our model. Okay. All right. Finish reading that, bro.
All right. So beginning right here, it says haplogroup E and DE have a Middle Eastern origin, which is, of course, what you should subscribe to. And this is by Kabira at 2018 study. Now, haplogroup E migrated into Africa as part of a massive migration of basal Eurasians, ancestral West Eurasians. And I believe these would be your early, pre-Proto-Semites. Anyways, and then diffused and diversified within Africa, especially in the Horn of Africa, Northeast Africa. Haplogroup DE next to CF were the basal Eurasian lineages, which expanded from the Middle East. The common ancestral lineage, Y DNA Adam, is suggested to have originated somewhere in the Middle East or the Iranian plateau. Massive Eurasian migration and following admixture created the many different African populations of today and are the reason for high genetic diversity observed in sub-Saharan Africa.
Stop there. Stop there real quick. Stop there.
Yeah.
The brother wants to know what's the date of the article. May 20th, 2021. So this is up to date. Well, as he's showing that DE, which is the ancestor of majority of African-American males and sub-Saharan Africans, has a Western Eurasian origin, according to this paper.
Yeah. In other words, modern Africans, sub-Saharan Africans, formed an indigenous Paleo-African groups and intrusive Afroasians, basal Eurasians, and ancient North Africans. Finally, there is the fact why haplogroup E is dominated among non-hunter-gatherers in Africa, because haplogroup E brought in pastoralism and agriculture, things of that nature. And it is within the Eurasian clade DE, while indigenous, keep this in mind, indigenous African hunter-gatherers belong to haplogroup A, A00, and B. These will be your Hamites. This was in 2021 and 2020. So I believe, this is why I believe the indigenous Africans, the true Africans, are your Hamites with the haplogroup A and B. And there are various maps that show you that basically E came into Africa and pushed A and B southwards, because as we read earlier, A and B was in North Africa and Northeast Africa, but E pushed it southward. And most, when you look at a lot of maps, E is considered Afro-Mediterranean, while A is considered African. A and B, sorry, is considered African. So that's why I believe Hamites are A and B carriers. When the Israelites met up with them, these guys would have been speaking, you know, proto-Nilotic languages, proto-Nilo-Saharan languages, click languages, and whatever language the Pygmy spoke.
Right. And I also want to add, because a brother had a question about, I know he said a statement, or he said, I know these guys are not going to say the Egyptians are not Hamites, but you guys have to understand with ancient Egypt was a hodgepodge of peoples.
It was very diverse, like America.
You had a lot of Eurasians in ancient Egypt coming from the north. So you had, like, for instance, King Tut was haplogroup R. That's a Western Eurasian haplogroup. You know, many Western Europeans have haplogroup R to this day. You had haplogroup T in ancient Egypt. So and we're talking about the aristocrats. We're talking about the ruling class. You know, they had these haplogroups. So to say, oh, I know these guys aren't saying Egypt is not Ham, you don't know the population admixture within ancient Egypt. Now, you can argue that it did start with AM13, which I do believe it did initially start with AM13. A geneticist named Nathaniel Jensen believes that as well. He believes the people that are related to the Khoisan were the early dynastic Egyptians.
Yeah.
So those will be AM13 carriers, haplogroup A, and BM60 haplogroup B, like your Pygmies and stuff of that nature, and early Nilotes. They could have been the early Egyptians. And we do find their DNA in northern Sudan. We find a large frequency during the Mesolithic in northern Sudan. And we know that that's where Kush was. So if we can identify Kush as haplogroup A and we overlay it with the biblical model, then we can ascertain what the Hamites would have been.
Want to go into that? Want to go into A being Kush?
You got the paper?
I have a bunch of slides that can go into that.
Yeah.
All right.
We can bring it out. We're basically having a free-flowing discussion since the other brothers haven't came, and if brothers got questions, we're here to answer them.
Yeah,
actually,
I'm going back and forth. I'm trying to get in touch with them. I'm feeling some type of way right now. I done hit Garfield. I done hit a Boo. I done hit you dudes. This is y'all got the phone. This is your last time coming back on here, because now y'all are clearing my block up. I'm gonna go back and try to stay in this Gmail and see what happened. But I'm going back and forth. I try to click questions if they got them on the screen. Keep going.
All right.
So let's just go into why, as an example, Kush being haplogroup A. And I can actually go super deep. I'm going to try to be brief. I'm going to read all these slides. I'm going to try to be brief. So let's just sort of go back to the beginning of everything. So when it comes to Kush in the Hebrew, Kush is a Hebrew name that is possibly derived from Cash, the Egyptian name of Lower Egypt, and later of the Nubian kingdom of Nepat, known as the Kingdom of Kush. The form Kush appears in Egyptian records as early as the reign of Manetho II, 21st century BC, in an inscription detailing his campaigns against the Nubian region. The Nubian kingdom was centered at Meroe in the modern day nation of Sudan. And that's important to know. A lot of people say, oh, Kush is the Ethiopians. No, ancient Kush would be Sudan, not the Ethiopians. Ethiopians are really mixed people when you think about it. But anyways, so Kush. Kush was the name of the ancient kingdom in Northeast Africa. The portion of the Nile Valley between the first and sixth cataracts was called Kush by the pharaonic Egyptians through Western nations preferred the Greek application Nubia. One of the earliest mentions of the name Kush is found on an inscription of the early Middle Kingdom, 1970 BCE, during the second millennium BCE. Kush was absorbed into the Egyptian Empire first as far as the Second Cataract under the Middle Kingdom rulers, and then as far as the sixth by the New Kingdom pharaohs. It was probably the Kushite king Shabako 707 through 696 who encountered Hezekiah of Judah to resist the Assyrians under Sennacherib, and sent the relief army that the Assyrians crushed at the Battle of Elakek in 701 BCE. Since Taharka mentioned in 2 Kings chapter 19 verse 9 and Isaiah chapter 37 verse 9 had not yet come to the throne. And that kind of goes deeper into it as some more. So when it comes to Kush, again, we're dealing with the area of Sudan. We're talking about ancient Kush, who the Hebrews would have called Kushites. We're dealing with the southern Nile Valley. And now if we deal with the kingdom of Kush, the kingdom of Kush was the ancient kingdom in Nubia, centered along the Nile River in what is now the northern Sudan and southern Egypt. And the kingdom of Kush, also known as Upper Nubia. And so dealing a little bit deeper with Kush, Kush was a kingdom in northern Africa in the region corresponding to modern day Sudan. Keep that in mind. The larger region around Kush, later referred to as Nubia, was inhabited 8,000 BCE, but the kingdom of Kush rose much later. The Karma culture was named after the city of Karma in the region, is attested as early as 2500 BCE, and archaeological evidence from Sudan and Egypt show that Egyptians and the people of Kush region were in conflict from the early dynastic period in Egypt, which was around contact from the early dynastic period in Egypt, which is around 3150 through 2613 BCE onwards. And here's just another source dealing with Kush being Nubia. I'm going to sort of go through this. I have various sources on Kush being the Nubians and Nubia region of Sudan. Y'all get the picture because I can keep reading sources. And here's just an image showing Kush and Nubia, and we'll go into why this is important. So the ancient language of the Nubians is likely a Nilo-Saharan language, and I believe that the ancient Kushites spoke a Nilo-Saharan language. The Nilo-Saharan languages are a composed family of African languages spoken by some 50 through 60 million people, mainly in the upper parts of the Chari and Nile rivers, including historic Nubia, north of where the two tributaries of the Nile meet. And so here are the subdivisions of the Nilo-Saharan language, but we're going to focus specifically on the Eastern Sudanic languages, which is spoken in southern Egypt all the way to northern Tanzania. So it's quite widespread. So the reason why we're focusing on Eastern Sudanic languages is because under this sub-branch, you get the Northern Sudanic, Northeast Sudanic languages, which includes Nubian. As you can see right here, Northern Eastern Sudanic, the subdivision will be the Nubians. And then when you get to the Nubian languages, which is part of the Nilo-Saharan phylum, you get the Nile Nubian and Western Nubian. And here are just various maps that show, language maps that show the breakdown of the Nubian going back to the Sudanic. So Nubians were basically a Nilo-Saharan Sudanic people. And so why is this important? we get through all these language maps. So the reason why this is important is because the Nubian Nilo-Saharan languages is connected to Nilotic languages as well, because Nilotic also descends from Eastern Sudanic. And the reason this is important is because the whole region of northeastern Africa was once heavily populated by Proto-Nilo-Saharans or Proto-Nilots. There's a source on this. I can really let Yeshub read it.
All right. You want me to start at the top?
Yes, these would be your biblical Cushites in my model.
Okay, so a proto-Nilotic unity separate from an earlier undifferentiated Eastern Sudanic unity is assumed to have emerged by the 3rd millennium BC. The Eastern Sudanic unity must have been considerably earlier still, perhaps around 5th millennium BC. The original locus of the early Nilotic speakers was presumably east of the Nile in what is now South Sudan. The Proto-Nilotes of the 3rd millennium BC were pastoralists, while their neighbors, the Proto-Central Sudanic peoples, were mostly agriculturalists. Nilotic people practice a mixed economy of cattle, pastoralism, fishing, and seed cultivation. Genetic and linguistic studies have demonstrated that Nubian people in northern Sudan and southern Egypt are an admixed group that started off as a population closely related to Nilotic people.
Mm-hmm.
Nubians are considered to be descendants of the early inhabitants of the Nile Valley who later formed the Kingdom of Cush, which included Kerma and Meroe, and the medieval Christian kingdom, Makuria, Nobatia, and Alodia. These studies suggest that populations closely related to Nilotic people long inhabited the Nile Valley as far as southern Egypt in antiquity.
These will be your Cushites. E in my model is not Cushites. These will be your Cushites, these proto-Nilots. These would have been the people that the Israelites would have ran into.
Real quick, do you have the University of Khartoum where they give you all of the ancient samples?
I do have I do have a DNA that I was about to pull up.
Oh, okay. I was just making sure.
Yeah. So the reason why this is important, because we're talking about Cush and the Hamites, with proto-Nilotic people having proto-Nilotic people being Cushites, this is important because when it comes to haplogroup A and B, it is concentrated with Khoisan populations and Nilotic populations towards the northeast in the Nile Valley. Again, these would have been the people that the Israelites would have called Cushites. When it comes to the upper Nile, southern Sudanese people have 53% of this specific branch, A3B2, and there's many other branches. And the Dinka Sudanese have 61.5. And this paper right here goes into all the different Nilotic groups that have haplogroup A. I think this is specifically doing A and B. And it says a study by Hansen at 2008 analyzed the Y-DNA of populations in the Sudan region with various local Nilotic groups included for comparison. The researchers found the signature Nilotic A and B clades to be the most common paternal lineage among the Nilo-Saharan speakers, except those inhabiting Western Sudan. There a prominent North African influence was noted. Haplogroup A was observed amongst 62% of Dinka, 53.3% of Shelakli, 46.4% of the Nuba, 33.3% of the Nuer, 31.3% of the Fur, and 18.8% of the Masalet. And so here's a map showing all the highest percentages of A in Africa. And here are the references. Again, it is these Nilotic Khoisan groups. And surprisingly, even Ethiopian Jews have like 41% of haplogroup A, which could prove a conversion. And this could prove the time period when Taharqa helped the Judeans and probably adopted Judaism. And again, here's just the maps of haplogroup A in Africa. And here is haplogroup A high in the region of Sudan, but also in South Africa as well. So who are the Hamites? I say it's A and B. just using the Cushites as an example. And if you want to know, when it comes to the Cushite phenotype, it will be your Nilotic phenotype, like the Nilo-Hamitic, or the pre-Nilotic, or the Nilod, or the South Nilotic, and the East Sudanic, and the Dinkid, and the Seleucid. Would be those groups. Those would be your Hamites. My mom.
Real quick before we continue, because the brother asked the name of the source of the initial one that you brought up about the
which one?
The Nilotes, the early Nilotes, where it talks about the early Nilotes and connecting them to the Nile Valley. He wants the name of that source.
Here it is, right here.
Linguistically Nilotic. Where is that?
Right here.
Yeah, but he wants where's the name of the source?
Oh, I didn't screenshot that, but I'll make sure to have it next time.
Yeah.
But I do have other books that deal with it, by the way. Don't fret. You can read the book Ancient Nubia, which also deals with this information. The book The Nubian Past, the book The Nubians, and various articles, but specifically those books. And I have more books as well that I could probably dig out. But those 3 books should be good enough on your research for the Nubians. And next time I'll have those sources ready. Sorry about that. I have more specific ones.
Yeah, and if you guys go to the Khartoum University and look at Muntaza's work, he actually exhumed early Nubians, early Cushites, or pre-Kerma people, as they call them, and all of their DNA was AM13. I can show that when he gets finished, but so we can see who those people were in ancient times.
Yes, that's why I have no problem saying that Haplogroup A and B is Hamitic, because by the time the Israelites ran into these Cushites, these
I got the source.
Okay.
The name of the source is Restructuring the Prehistory of Africa on sale.com. That's the source you read from.
Oh, you did? You got it?
Yeah, all James sent it to me, yeah.
So if people have problems with Haplogroup A and B being Ham, I mean, there really isn't an issue when you look at the population of the people and the ancient culture. The kingdom of Cush was founded by Nilotes. They would have been A, therefore Hamites.
Yeah, unless the way the biblical Genesis 10 lays out populations is not concrete, but we believe that the table of nations would actually be an actual reflection of human history, an actual record of human history. So that's how we look at it. So I know certain people have different, views, but that's our paradigm.
Yes.
He said, can you share where this source is taken from? We just told you the restructuring of the prehistory of Africa from Sale.
Can James put it in the chat? So
yeah, I'll do it. I'll type it in the chat so people can have it. And
also, there's these books as well that y'all can read. The Ancient Nubia by P.L. Shani or Shini. The Nubian Past and Archaeology of Sudan by David N. Edwards, and Daily Life of the Nubians by Robert Stephen Birinch. And there's other books I have that I did not use, or that are in other presentations that I have to pull up.
Yeah, it was by P. Skoglund, 2017. And you guys can get it on sale, or you can get it on PMC. Let me type it in the chat. But yeah, you wanted to go in on that point? Can you show the people?
On the Nubians?
Yeah. It was a second part. It was another part to his question about, since the Egyptians speak Afroasiatic language, doesn't that contradict our position?
Oh, yeah, no, that doesn't contradict at all, because we know that as far back as the early dynastic period, you had Asiatics mixing and mingling with, you know, Hamites in the region of Egypt. There's a what's it called? The Namur tablet. The Namur tablet shows two ethnic groups fighting. These are Asiatics and you know, the people south of Egypt battling each other. And so, as far back as the early dynastic period in Egypt, you had Asiatics and I guess you can say proto-Egyptians fighting each other.
Let me address this comment, because why would they ask them for something they wouldn't get? You know, that's just like asking a pauper for money. He doesn't have any. Like, you gonna ask G Kun and Kevin G for sources? They don't have this. Don't have any sources. Why would you ask them for something?
He said, "You guys never asked G Con and Kevin G." We did. Every time they made a statement, we said,
"No. I don't think they're talking about us. I think they're talking about the audience here."
Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
My bad, guy. My bad.
We're gonna give you all our information. We have, like, we do this all the time on Genesis 49ers, and you guys can also subscribe to the Hebrew of Israel's channel. He's going to begin to start, you know, disseminating information and bringing more presentations there as well. And we show all our sources and all our information in our books. And yeah. So on the Afroasiatic thing, do you have the paper by Muntaser about the progenitors and who would have been the progenitors of Afroasiatic?
Are you talking about the pastoral E-M2 being?
Yeah, let's cover that real quick, because, you know.
And then we can get into the Hurrians, or just go.
Yeah. We can get to that, but Abu is posing a question as if it's going to be a contradiction.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Let me find that real quick.
What up, my fine people?
All right, I'm sorry. What's good, Kevin G? I'm sorry. I'm going to go back. Somebody said there were some questions that I missed in the comment section, some important questions. I heard the brothers talking, so I thought they were addressing some of those. I'll try to go back.
Want to still read that source, YouTube, or get ready to the talk?
Yeah, go ahead.
G-Con, I'm putting the link in there right now.
Right,
they in here talking all reckless like y'all ain't finna show up.
It's getting late.
He said it's getting late. But you ain't got but you worked all day today though. But all right. We'll see if we can just, you know, we trying to do okay, man. What was the list? Let me see.
Remember what we discussed. If we're gonna have a debate or discussion, it's gonna be 10 minutes each.
We good with that. You good with that, right, Kevin?
Well, hold on. What debate y'all talking about?
Well, not a discussion, lively discussion. You know, we don't really use the word debate on this channel, but a lively discussion.
I mean, yeah, I'm down for it. I came here, you know, I could talk for a couple minutes.
Okay. Do you remember? Tell me if you remember where we left off yesterday.
Well, where we left off yesterday was we were talking about the paper that was used as a part of the evidence. And I believe in that paper, what it was expressing was that there was a 3 to 5% admixture within mixed in within Levantines and Jewish populations at certain time periods.
And you said y'all dealt with that paper years ago.
Well, yeah. So hold on. I'm just gonna calmly talk about it because I'll make sure everybody hear everything.
Can you let my brother James in as well? He's been in the back for like 20 minutes.
Oh yeah, James here. Word. Yeah. So so what the paper was used, I'm sounding like Barine. No. So what the paper was used for was to bring about information in regards to, okay, since there was admixture there, then it must means that there hadn't been ancestry or an entangled ancestry or common ancestry among all these people. But when you carefully read the article, after you read the data and all the tables that they go through, if you read from pages 6, 7, and 8, what they will highlight is their explanations on their simple explanations as to how these admixtures might have taken place. and they started from the more recent ones, which would have been in the Greco-Roman world, as of, I would say, in the AD period. And they even went further back, talking about how they mixed in not only with Jewish populations, but with other non-Jewish populations, such as the Druids and everything else. So what the paper is concluding is that there were unique groups of Jews who had admixture with them due to possible trade, either slavery or other interactions, just like the other non-Jewish groups in the area had interactions with these people. So what I was discussing the paper on, my point on the paper in bringing it out, or bringing out those last 3 pages, was to show that the article is not at all arguing that the West African admixture was because the West Africans were considered Jews. What the paper was pointing out is that there were times where these Jewish groups and these Levantines interacted with these West African groups at certain periods of time, and that we see admixture in within those populations at those times. So that's basically what I'm bringing out. And I think when I was an Israelite, I actually used this paper heavily, and I was refuted by a lot of people about how I was reading it incorrectly and it's not what it's saying. And then after going through it several times, to say, okay, I have to admit, this is not talking about West Africans being Jews. What this is talking about is where did the admixture come from, and why were they admixed with these people in the first place?
All right. So again, back to the paper. 3,400 years ago, there was no slave trade. There was no proof of acquiring West African slaves. When you actually read it, this is page 6, and we did read this the other day. He was like, go to page 6. This is actually page 6. That's what you're calling page 6, right? Again, if you actually read it like we read last time, a parsimonious explanation. Parsimonious, again, does not mean stingy. It does not mean small, like you said yesterday. It means, the best explanation. Parsimonious explanation for these observations is that they reflect a history in which many of the Jewish groups descend, meaning they are descendants of, from a common ancestral population, which was itself admixed with Africans prior to the beginning of the Jewish diaspora that occurred in 8th to 6th century BC. So this is before they got pushed out by the Assyrians and spread and scattered with the Babylonians and so on and so forth. They already had this African element and component within them. We use that data.
Well, bro.
Kevin, I'm talking, bro. I didn't say anything while you were talking.
The only way this is going to work. About things I didn't mention, but if you can keep
Kevin, I was not talking while you were speaking. All right. So, Ivry, explain the Iranian Jew, Iraqi Jew timeline right there.
All right. So when it comes to the oldest Jewish populations with this sub-Saharan African DNA, specifically West African, is 153 generations ago. And for the Iraqi, and for the Iranian, is 129 generations ago. This will be about, as they say, 3,400 years ago, long before any Arab, trans-Saharan, or Islamic slave trade. Way too old. 3,400 years ago. That is actually the late to early Bronze Age. So it's really old. And again, showing this table, the Iranian Jews is the stars, and the Iraqi Jews is the blocks, the blue blocks, and it shows that these are the 2 oldest admixtures, and then the other Jewish populations start going back a little bit further. But again, the oldest is the Iraqi Jews and the Iranian Jews, which interestingly enough, most people consider these to be like the purest Jewish types.
Right. And we also have to keep in mind these Jewish groups will have E markers. See, our argument is not just for sub-Saharan Africans. Our argument is not just for a particular group of Africans. Our argument is for E markers. Jewish people have E markers. Many of these people they tested, these 8 known ethnic Jewish groups would have E markers. All right.
Yeah, remember, Iraqi Jews first, then Iranian Jews, then Syrian Jews. Oops. And then after that, let me go to my next one. Actually, it's up here. So first, Iraqi Jews, then Iranian Jews. All this is the Middle East. Then Syrian Jews. And this Syrian Jews was 99 generations ago. And then after that is your Sephardic Greek Jews, your Sephardic Turkey Jews, and then your Italian Jews. And this is all around like about 1,600 years ago. So all this is taking place in the Middle East, and all this is dealing with, the oldest is dealing with ancient Jewish populations that are considered the purest Jews.
Right, and this is something we expect to see because we will have a genetic continuity because we know E markers were there in southern Levantine populations going back to the Natufian Neolithic times and staying there all the way to the Chalcolithic Bronze Age, and then we see into the Iron Age period, we still see these E markers there because these Jews descend from a population that would have consisted of these E markers. That's why we brought this data point up.
Okay, Kevin, would you like to address something you heard so far since you've been in here?
Yeah, no problem. I think that it was a total misrepresentation of what I just said. And it looks like they still decided to go back and pick on some of the little words and things that were going on yesterday. And they're still not grasping what this article is talking about. No one's denying when the admixtures took place. And no one says that they were exclusively by slavery. That's why I asked you if you can keep reading what is said there in that pages 6, 7, and 8. I keep repeating myself and saying that. But you guys still want to focus on 6. Now, I read through this several times myself just to make sure I'm not making a mistake. And sure enough, when you read it, it gives you several explanations, as I said, from the most recent to the most earliest. But none of those claims in this paper ever associated the African ancestry to be part of the Jewish ancestry. They said that we see that there was frequencies or times in which these people linked up and mixed in, because guess what? On that same paper, it tells you that they mixed in with non-Jewish groups at the same frequencies. For example, let's look at the paper that's right before our eyes. It says a parsimonious explanation for these observations is that they reflect a history in which many of the Jewish groups descend from a common ancestral population which is self-admixed with what? Africans. It's not saying that they have a common ancestry with Africans. It says that those Jews descend from a common ancestral population, which itself was admixed with Africans prior to the beginning of the Jewish diaspora that occurred in the 8th and 6th century. But look what it says. The dates emerge from our roll-off analysis of the non-Israeli Jews could also reflect events in the Greek and Roman periods when there were large communities of Jews in North Africa, particularly Alexandria. We detect a similar African mixture proportion of non-Jewish Druids, although it is a date that's more recent to 54 plus or minus 7 generations and 44 plus or minus 7 generations after the bias correction. Algorithms such as the PCA and structure show that the various Jewish populations clustered with the Druids, which were coupled with the similarly in mixture proportions, is consistent with the descent from a common ancestral population. Again, it's not talking about the Africans, it's talking about those Jews. Whoa, what happened to the screen? Did somebody take that off the screen? If so, I mean,
Yeah,
if you
someone
want
took
to,
it off because I had it there, but I don't know who took it off.
okay, yeah, I'm not sure who removed it. Is it going to be returned or?
It's there on my screen.
Okay, no problem. Hold on.
You
Just had to
stopped
cough
off.
there.
You stopped off right
Yeah,
here.
I see. Yeah, I see where it's at. I say consistent with the descent of a common ancestral population. Importantly, other Levantine populations, such as Bedouins and Palestinians, do not share this similarity in African mixture pattern with Jews and Druids, making them distinct in their admixture history. So what they're saying here essentially is that these Jewish people and these Druids people who are non-Jews, they share a uniqueness with the admixture with Africans. It is not saying that these Africans were of the same common ancestry of these Jews. It is not saying that. Else, why then would they say the history of gene flow from Africans into these Southern Europeans, Levantines, and Jews? This is what the paper is seeking out to do. So that's why, like I said, it's been dealt with years ago. This paper is not talking about Africans being Jews. What this paper is saying, I'm going to say it once again, this paper is talking about how African DNA flowed into these populations, what times they flowed into these populations, not just by slavery, because that will be the other explanation as the more recent one. But as you can see here, they're clearly saying that these happened what? During Greek and Roman periods, when there were large communities of Jews in where? North Africa. It says it right there. So it's giving you an explanation why these groups man came up. And that's why they said parsimonious. Sure, we could play around with the word if we like to, but if you like to infer that it's saying a simple explanation, I'm for that. But guess what? That's what it's saying. It's a simple explanation is that they admix around these times. That's what it's saying. I mean, that's just case closed. Now, the other thing I want to pull up, if you don't mind, brothers.
No, I want to
guys,
stay here. I want to stay here and respond to that point that you just made.
I also want to make a response too.
Hey, Berean, bring James back up here too, if you can.
Well, so I thought he was up there. What happened?
I'll quickly make my response because it's just verbal. It's not me having to show anything. But I did not bring this source up to prove that Africans are Jews. I never said that. I never said that this source proves that Africans are Jews. That is a straw man. Never said that. I don't know where you got that from.
Right, and that's why I brought up earlier about the genetic continuity that we were already here. We would have been the progenitors. Our ancestors would have been the progenitors of these the Israelite cluster that we're reading about. And again, it's very simple. A parsimonious explanation for these observations that they reflect the history in which many of the Jewish groups descend. Can't just gloss over that. It says descend. What does descend mean? They come from these people, from a common ancestral population, which was itself admixed with Africans. Now, we mentioned earlier that the Haplogroup E is amongst modern Jewish groups. Haplogroup E is an African genetic marker. So Ashkenazis, Mizrahi, Sephardi, they have African ancestry. And what this paper is doing is bearing witness to that.
And also there are linguists. And also there are linguists that literally say, that Semites were just a few migrating Africans. That early Semites were Africans. There are literally scientists that say this.
Right. So here's what's not being explained, and what you guys say is correct, but you're not being thorough with what's being said here. Here's some clues on this. There are 4 major male haplogroups that exist in Africa. Okay. There's A, there's B, there's E1B1B and E1B1A. Okay.
There's more than that.
Everybody out there.
There's also T and R.
Well, hold on. We'll get into that, but we know T and R came in by gene flow as well from the Levant. So I'm not going to go there yet about what's presently there. I'm talking about the major groups. So now, when we look at these 4 haplogroups there, we can't really count A or B included in this. And the reason why is because A and B belong to, and they're matched up with their linguistic traces, which is Khoisan or your click-speaking African language. You will find this either in your Congo area, and you're going to find this down in the south. I want everybody to pay attention. A and B are normally grouped together, and their languages is either Khoisan or click-type languages that you find in Africa. Now, here's the difference that we find when it comes to E1B1A and E1B1B. Now, they're right. E is involved in the Middle East, but E1B1B is very significant and different because it comes from a different trace that goes all the way back to P2 or P3. I could be incorrect on that, but it's one of the P groups. Now, here's the fact with that. E1B1B actually goes back a further long way and is not really a part of E1B1A. How do we know this? By the categorization of the haplogroup itself. When we say E1, that means 1 deviation over. E1B, 1, and just another deviation down, A. So the definition of the haplogroup has a long trace down. When you follow E1B1B, it has a totally different branch. That's why these people are phenotypically different, vastly. And I will show that in a little bit. Now, here's the thing you're going to find. E1B1B is associated with, guess what? It's associated with languages that exist in what? The Afroasiatic language family. That means your languages that's mixed with those that come from a northern type African language mixed in with those what? Semitic languages that are spoken from the Levant going all the way across up into Syria, Iraq, and Babylon, and those areas there. Just like the brother showing in the chart there. Now, here's the problem with that. Your E1B1A comes from a totally different branch. And guess what a language association is that's associated with? That's associated with your Bantu expansion languages. Your Bantu expansion languages does not collide or is mixed in culturally with anything going on in the north. In fact, what I like to do, Bareen, if you could bring up your screen, and if you could pull up for me E1B1B, because what I like to do now, I like to source the website that they were reading from as far as the history of these people. Then we're going to use that same site to show the people who these people really are. So if you don't mind, brother, because I'm on my phone outside, if you can you go ahead and pull up a browser for me? And I feel I can guide you through this very easily, that we can arrive to the point very quickly. If you just simply look up E1B1B, not pictures, but if you just take out pictures there, just put an E1B1B, and you're gonna find a site that they've been sourcing and using called Europedia. Now,
give me 1 second.
Now, what you got? All right, what you got to understand as Bareen pulled this up is that the page that they were reading this from is called Europedia. Now, the reason why Europedia, and I could be wrong with how I'm pronouncing the name, I have to see the name to actually get familiar with what it actually says, but guess why it's called that? Because that site only deals with haplogroups that are part of what? The Asian expansion up into Europe on down into what we call the Levant or Central Asia. It does not deal with Africa or what we know as sub-Saharan Africans at all. That's why the haplogroup is listed there on the page. So, hold on, let's do this. So, do you have it pulled up, Bareen?
Hold on a second. Give me 1 second right here.
Hey, and brother Bareen, if you can get the clock out too.
All right, yeah. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that on the phone. I'll pull that up as soon as you get the reading. Did you see the screen?
Not yet. I don't see anything yet.
All right, I got hit share.
All right. Okay, I see your YouTube page there. But if you could just bring up another browser and if you just type in E1B1B, I can guide you straight through it. It's very easy to navigate.
All right, 1 second. All right, this look like it right here.
Yeah. So you see that where it says Europedia right there, the second link.
The second one.
Europedia. Yep.
Yeah,
right
correct,
there.
yeah.
Europedia. Yep. Click on that. Now, what you're gonna recognize immediately that this is the site that they're reading from. You could tell because in their snapshot, this is where they got it from. Now, what they're not telling you guys is the long trace that E1B1B had. It is not closely related to E1B1A. It is vastly drastic from E1B1A. You know why? Because of the E1B1B. That means that is that many levels away from E, which E1B1A drifts from. So just because it's E1B1 doesn't mean that from there A and B split off from there. That's not what it means. They split off all the way back from P2 or P3. Like I said, it could be incorrect, but they split off from a much further branch up ahead. Now, if you go down on that page, what you're going to realize is that this is the page that they cited as far as them talking about the origins of these people and the distribution of this stuff. Notice the distribution is EV13. E1B1A, we know as a fact, is a distribution of EV38, which is the highlands of Ethiopia. Now, Bareen, what I like for you to do, these people here do fantastic work when they trace down all of these haplogroups. And if you notice on the left, they explain more haplogroups going all the way down, as well as the ones down below for the female. If you could scroll all the way down on that page, guess what this site also does? It notes notable historical figures who have the haplogroup of E1B1B. And what you're going to find is not what, okay, let's stop right there. Let's go up a little bit. So if you notice here on this page here, notice that it's talking about E1B1B and E1B1A going back to a much further group. If you go up a little bit, see they go back to this earlier type. So they're not that well connected together. They're actually drifted very far apart. But let's go down here, all the way down to the bottom, and we're going to get to some of the notable historical figures that have this haplogroup. And audience, I want y'all to brace yourselves because this is what they're trying to say and claiming that is you. And I admit, this haplogroup does belong to Ashkenazi Jews, but not these people here. As you can see on the page there, these are famous individuals who have the EV13 branch. As you can see, it's Scottish man Clan Calhoun. There's Gillespie Gabari. There's the Wright brothers who invented the pain in North Carolina. There's Lyndon B. Johnson, who's the 36th president of the United States. There's even my man Larry Page, one of the co-founders of Google. If you go down, you'll find other notable figures of the EM34 branch, which includes one of your most famous Ashkenazi Jews, which is Albert Einstein. Now, we're going to read Albert Einstein's bio here off this page that they source, and we're going to see what this says. He says, the acclaimed theoretical physicist Albert Einstein is presumed to have belonged to the Y haplogroup EZ830 based on the results from the patrilineal descendant of Natalie Hurrian Einstein. Albert Einstein's great-grandfather, approximately 20% of the Ashkenazi Jews, belong to what? E1B1B. Now notice here, they don't not look like West Africans. You know why? Because they're not explaining to you how vast this branch is. And the vastness of this branch goes to show you that Europeans, many of them, or Asiatic, actually have the E1B1B haplogroup. It's proof right here. Now, when you go back to their slides, they're citing this page. So here's what I'm surprised. They even got your man Nicolas Cage there, the actor. Now here's what I'm surprised at. If they're using this page here to say that these people were Africans, why aren't they sourcing the historical figures who have this haplogroup? And the main question you should be asking yourself is, why don't these people look like you? And I rest my case.
Oh,
All
man,
right,
that can easily be explained.
Hold on real quick, Ebert. If you guys go to Genesis 49ers and go to my video, phenotype does not matter. I cover all this.
Exactly.
We accept these people as our brothers. We
You
don't
accept these people?
Yes.
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 I say over and over again that Albert Einstein has E1B1B. I mean, this isn't new.
Yeah. This was your juggler shot. Like, come on, bro.
Yeah,
we talk about this. We talk about this all the time. Phenotype does not determine ancestry. Someone could look completely different than you and be related to you. And we know we're related to these people because we go back to EP2.
African Americans should be the last people to be shocked that someone can look completely different from you. I mean, don't we have mixed and mulatto looking family members? I mean, come on now. Of course, we're going to have people that look different from us. Even within the whole African American community as a whole. Will Smith doesn't look like Wesley Snipes, you know, and we both know them as African Americans. And if you have Creole people in your family, like in Louisiana, we know that we don't look exactly alike, but we know that's still our family. So let's actually go to EP2 and deal with that real quick. If you don't mind your shoe, I'm going to quickly do that. So EP2 is the father of E1B1B and E1B1A. He says that it's like another branch and another branch. No, EP2, E1B1 is the father of E1B1B and E1B1A. As you can see right here, under this chart, that P2 right here is E1B1. And then EV38 is E1B1A. Now, M215 is E1B1B. I mean, you can see right here, E1B1B. They are both brothers. Their father is EP2. And EP2 is the father of Proto-Afroasiatic, which will include your EV38. It's likely that EV38 people who today speak Bantu languages actually spoke a Proto-Afroasiatic language. Let's go into that. By the way, here's another source that deals with it. Haplogroup E1B1 now contains two basal branches, EV38, E1B1A, and E-M215, E1B1B. So he was wrong about that point. They are both brothers. Their ancestor is E1B1, also known as EP2. They are both related. They're not a branch off, or they're not a branch way down the line from here and there. They are both going back to E1B1. All right. And
we looking at real quick, I'm gonna let you finish. And then we looking at it from a biblical model. I believe Kevin G looks at it from a biblical model. Then we would know that they would have to come from one of the three sons of Noah. And we say Shem. All of them would be Shem. E1B1A would be Shem. E1B1B would be Shem.
Yeah. And so let's just quickly go into the language thing. Do you want to go into the language thing or the phenotype thing? I can
go into breaking down what you're going to bring out about the language.
right.
You know what? Before you do that, I want to add this caveat in there. You do know that Ramsey III was E1B1A B38. He would have spoken Afroasiatic tongue.
That's true. That's true.
Go ahead, brother.
So here's dealing with the language. So it says that Lasio Berbers continue instead to occupy the original language area of the speakers of Afroasiatic. The African origins may even be confirmed by a relationship of Afroasiatic with Bantu languages, which form the central group of the larger Niger-Congo family and whose homeland lies in the Niger-Congo and the Niger-Cameroon area. So there is a connection with Bantu languages and Afroasiatic languages, specifically with Lasio Berber. And what's interesting about that is that Lasio Berber is considered closest to the Semitic branch of languages. So it's likely that the Bantu languages could have been at one point closer to this Berber Semitic Lasio language group. But now dealing with phenotype.
Yeah.
So when it comes to phenotype, I don't really have a slide specifically dealing with phenotype, but let me just put it this way. Obviously, we're all going to look different. We're living in different parts of the world. Let's take the Greeks as an example. Greeks have EV13. When these EV13 men started mixing with, Greek women, obviously the descendants are going to look Greek. That's no surprise. We have to think about the women that we're mixing with. You can't just think about the Y DNA. Greek men with EV13 look Greek. Men with EM81, which is Berber, look Berber because of the women that they're mixing with. Men with E-M123, which is seen in the Samaritan Jews, look like other Samaritan Jews because of the women that they're mixing with. E-M2, E-M2, which is seen in Niger-Congo people, we're going to look like people in Western Africa because when we went into that land, we mixed with Paleo-Africans, Pygmies, Nilots, Khoisanes, etc. So we're going to look different. We're all going to look different because we are in different locations on the entire planet of the Mediterranean, West Asia, and Africa. Of course,
right. Right. You know what exemplifies that the most? The Japanese. You have the Ainu with Haplogroup D, and they're related directly to the Andamanese Islanders. Now, the Andamanese Islanders, they look sub-Saharan African, and the people of Ainu, they look East Asian, but they are directly related to each other. But like the brother said, you travel, you migrate, you start mixing with foreign women, and you pick up their alleles, their genes. Your children are going to change their morphology. It's just going to happen. If Kevin packs up today and go to Japan, and his children marry Japanese women, and then their children marry Japanese women, they're not going to look African or Negroid, if you will. They're going to look East Asian because they're picking up those alleles and those frequencies that's going to give them that look. Now, check this out. Those are still Kevin's descendants. Those are still Kevin's relatives, no matter how they look.
All right. So I appreciate y'all response, but it seems like y'all still miss what's being said.
But we wasn't
now the
finished,
reason. Well, I heard.
Yeah, you should have one quick thing.
Y'all went on about the same amount of time I went. So,
Brian, are you keeping the time?
Yeah.
Brian, are you keeping
I'm gonna hit it right now, Kevin. I'm gonna hit it right now, and I'm gonna tell you when you get to 8 minutes.
Well, I probably won't take that long.
Or you want to go? Or you want to do 5? Because 2 of them, however you want to do it.
All right. So here's when after I presented what was presented. Now it's this thing of, well, if they admix, they're going to look a certain way in the future. That's not the claim being made here. Now we understand why some of those Jews have E1B1B because they mixed in with some of those North Africans there. That's how it got introduced and admixed in there. But what you guys are implying was that E1B1B is the original that actually started off the Jewish groups, and there's no proof of that. So when we look at those Jewish groups, guess what they are? They're Ashkenazi. They're Sephardic. They're all these different groups. And then now what we have here, we have a split on this decision based on politics, and I guess what people want to favor is going to be evidence. For example, I would say about a month or so ago, nobody in this chat actually agreed that any Jews whatsoever, they were fake Jews and they were not white. But now that information comes out that at least gives them some hope that they're Jews. Now they want to say, well, yeah, they could look white and they could look like those other Jews. So I don't see a consistency in the information. So let's keep it consistent. So at first, there was no, it's not my skin doctrine, bro. It will be y'all's. Because think about it. Before it was black business. Before it was the Jews are black. The thing was Deuteronomy 28 pointed out what? The African Americans over here in the West. But now as we get into DNA and see how it complicates the whole thing, now your politics actually is a mile away from the evidence being presented. And here's what you guys aren't taking into account. If you look at the admixtures of E1B1B, why is that the case? Because those Jewish groups in particular were mixing in with those people in different times of history. We just read that in the scientific paper. And when you look at what these people look like and what they are autosomally, guess what? You're not going to see a lot of African DNA. You're going to see a lot of Asian and European DNA. That's why those Ashkenazi groups do have E1B1B at about 20%, but a majority of them have R1B, they have J1, they have J2, they have a bunch of other stuff. But guess where they find the Cohen markers in? Those J1, J2, those R1B groups, and also in some T. This is where they find these Cohen model haplotypes. In fact, if you look at a recent paper, the Limba actually been discounted as being Jews. And guess what? They don't have E1B1B. They don't have they have E1B1A from their Bantu expansion people, but guess what they have in accordance with their Semitic types? They have J2, they have J, and they also have R1B, and they also have T. But guess what? None of those haplogroups have any of the Cohen model haplotype 6 matchings on them, and you're not going to find them. So then when we go back to this argument about E1B1B, then how do y'all know that's African descent? It's not. Because you see the actual majority group that admix with these people to include it in there. We just read it from that paper. So I don't see how we get this whole thing that E1B1A Bantu expansion had anything to do with Shemitic people. There's no trace of it at all. The only Shemitic groups you have in language and in culture has been introduced during the Moorish periods, the Mohammedans, and also during the times of Christianity, and also during the times when some Jews actually settled down in West Africa, but then maybe left or got absorbed in some way or another into some other group. But this is not West African derived. This is not Bantu speaking peoples. They're not related to Israel whatsoever. That is a fact.
All right, that's 3 minutes and 40. That's almost 4 minutes and 45 seconds. Let me ask you a question, Kevin. You say, so you're trying, because I'm slow. You're trying to say that they're actually showing Albert Einstein and that E1B1B, they're actually building a case for the European Jews in Israel right now?
Correct, because Albert Einstein, he's actually not E1B1B. Albert Einstein is EZ38, I believe it said. They're finding out his parental match probably goes back to E1B1B, but he's connected to a European offshoot of Jews that come from Asia. If you look at any geneticist paper on this, their explanation is that I'm gonna be real with this, and people could say show source and everything. There's a lot of geneticists say this. Let me pull up this one guy here. Let me pull up one name. I want to pull up this name because I actually want people to have a source to look at. So let me do this. Let me go to let's do this. All right, let me sign in here, and I'm gonna pull up this doctor's name. In fact, you know what? I'm gonna pull him up on. I'm gonna pull his name up, and I'm gonna share this video with you guys. And this guy does an excellent job actually explaining this. If you go to Ken Ham's channel on YouTube, he has a geneticist who's doing I believe a 25-part video on all of this information. And I'm gonna show that source shortly, guys. I'm not gonna come up here and just lie and just say stuff for me. Trust me, I'm not a liar. I'm just not come up here and lie about anything. So if we go here to the source, you're gonna have a man by the name of, pulling it up now. All right, here we go.
His name is Nathaniel Jensen.
Yeah, Dr. Nathaniel Jensen.
Okay.
Yeah, Dr. Nathaniel Jensen. I actually use his source too.
And what he does in each one of his videos, he breaks down all of the haplogroups and where they came from. And when he breaks down E1B1B and E1B1A, you're going to be severely shocked about what he says. So from there, Barine, since I see that you're on the channel now, if you go up, and if you go up and you go to actually if you do Kenham, right, where you did the search there at the top, go Kenham, and then next to his name put Dr. Go ahead and put Dr. Nathaniel.
Nathaniel,
I-E
that's him.
I-E
Aniel, right?
Yep, I-E-L, yep. Jason.
What's last
His
name?
last name is Jeason. All right, there it is, right? There it is, right? Yep, there it is right there. And this is the guy where I got all my information from, by the way. In case y'all wonder. So there it is. That's the history of the human race, right? He's an actual geneticist, he's a PhD. All right. Now he does two significant videos here. The one video he did was episode 19. So if you were to scroll down on playlist down on episode 19, you're gonna find out he's gonna go into a couple of interesting things. He's gonna talk about, 18. If you go to 18, he's gonna point out some things about J. There are some realizations about J that we need to understand, that not all of J is actually Jews. And there's a reason for this, because he talks about a Turkish root in regards to the Jews that were there. And he explains that in this video thoroughly. Now, when you go into video part 19, where he says what happened to the ancient Egyptians, he goes in depth about E1B1A and E1B1B. It is not what these brothers are saying at all. Now, if you can call me a liar all you want, listen to this PhD. He will lay it all out for you. So, I mean, that's my source.
That's time.
Go ahead, y'all got the floor.
All right.
All right. Oh, go
I'm
ahead.
going to make a quick statement.
Go ahead.
I don't have to really show anything. Well, I could show something, but I'm going to make my statement first. So what he did again is use astrology. He has never spoken to me. He has never asked me, what do I think ancient Israelites look like? Or if modern day descendants of Israelites could be black or white. He has never spoken to me behind the scenes or in public about this issue. So saying that, oh, y'all are changing the goalposts by using DNA. Dude, you don't know what my position is. For all you know, I could have Ashkenazi Jewish family members or Sephardic Jewish family members. You don't know me. So trying to use this as a example, or I might have Jewish ancestry myself, but trying to use this as an example that, oh, y'all are moving the goalposts by saying, using DNA instead of Deuteronomy 28. I never liked Deuteronomy 28. I make that public. I don't use those verses because it's personal interpretation by the Black Hebrew Israelites. I use genetics to prove who we are. But really,
let me ask you one question. On your mind, I'm sorry to interrupt you. So you don't believe in the term fake Jews?
No, I do not believe in the term fake Jews. That's sort of anti-Semitic. But
the my comments weren't towards you then, brother.
Yeah, we don't discount. But you're discussing it with us. I understand that. We don't discount people from their ancestry based on their skin color. That's racism. We don't tolerate racism.
All right, maybe y'all will come back on. Keep going.
Yeah. I know Yeshub is not a racist. I know he don't do that. What I'm talking about is I'm really getting at the audience, to be real with you. But here's what we can do. Barine, if you have time, would you mind playing?
No. We got to do our response. We can do that.
Go ahead. Yeah, that's fine. That's cool.
I'll play the video tomorrow. I'll play that video. Definitely. I'll save that and play that.
Yeah, we watched all of it. He also said the early Egyptians would have been the Khoisan people, just like we presented earlier, prior to you coming on. So I'm going to share my screen real quick and just show you the haplogroups that were found in these Jewish clusters, right? So I'm going to share my screen, Brian.
You ready? You want to start your time too? Go ahead.
Yeah.
From Nathaniel Jensen's video? Or
No. I'm going to share my screen. I want to show this.
Oh, it's not this one?
No, not this one. This one.
Oh, my bad.
This is Iberian Jewish haplogroups.
Oh, that one.
Yeah. So you see this right here, Sephardic, ECTS 12227, EM96. That's a basal branch of E. More EM96. I want to get to the juice, the meat and potatoes of this. E1B1B, which is our brothers. We don't discount none of these people. EM34, EM35. We look at them as authentic people as well. But you see this right here? That's E1B1A. That's what EM2 is. Ashkenazi. So when they make these statements, you do understand our DNA is within these people as well. And this is from an individual that lives was ancestors from Hungary or Portugal.
Yeah, and I actually have a family. I mean, not a family. Let me take that back. I actually have a friend who's a Lithuanian Jew, and he has E1B1A, and his family survived the Holocaust and came to America. So,
right,
you can keep going. You should.
And here's another one from Italy, EU174. That's a downstream mutation of EM2. We also find that amongst the Jews as well. So our DNA is there. You can see other accounts of E1B1A as well, even EL117. So this is within the Jewish cluster. It's something that's not being highlighted, but we highlight it for this reason and to give people an understanding that E1B1A is amongst modern Jews in Austria. You have some in Portugal. You have some in the Sephardi, and also some in the Ashkenazis as well. So you have to notate that as well. What else the brother said? The brother brought up Nathaniel Jensen. We like Nathaniel Jensen's work. In that same video, he says that the Arab expansion
Turkey.
No, not the Turkey. I'm talking about the one he brought up with E1B1A and E1B1B.
I'm sorry, you're right.
Arab expansion would have started with E1B1B. That's actually the Arabic expansion. So if you want to use Nathaniel Jensen,
he said it's one of the major ones that was in it. He said it didn't start it.
Well, we can go to the video, but the point is he's saying that those are Arab males.
Also, he said that the J marker is Turkic.
Yeah. So
when you look at the term Arab, the term Arab actually means mixed, correct?
No. That's not how he's using it. He's using it as the Arabs, the actual Arabs that spread Islam throughout Africa.
Yeah.
Right. That's the point. So this is admixture.
Arabians.
This is not descent.
No. It is descent. He's saying the reason, and his argument is this is what I told you the other day, is that the trans-Saharan slave trade was sex biased towards women because they would castrate the males. So they didn't have any descendants. So many of those, his argument is many of those E1B1B markers would be the actual Arabs that are proliferating Africa and doing the Muslim expansion.
As a matter of fact, that would make sense.
I get that. But here's what you're not. But how about we're talking about those converts. There are those that converted to Islam, right? Those were black males. Those were North African and sub-Saharan African.
He didn't say that. He didn't say that in that video.
Yeah, he didn't talk about
right. He didn't say it in that video, but he is talking about where these people came from. So I mean, what I like to get to, I know everybody want to shout out this and I just want Breen to play that video because it's got some heavy.
But it's our part, Kevin, and I'm letting you break in right now. But we want to establish our points.
Let's put it this way: if he plays the video about E1B, I'll play the section about J, and they'll be.
Y'all only at 4 minutes and 27 seconds. If you want, you can. Kevin kind of asked y'all a question in the midst of that. But if y'all want to stop it and then play the video. That'll be his 10, and then we'll just go back to you said you'll play a 10-minute video too?
Yes, it'll be about 10 minutes. Yeah, it'll be about 10 minutes. So yeah, we can let him play first, and then I'll play.
So right now with me talking to you coming up on 5 minutes now, y'all good or y'all want to go? Y'all still got 5 minutes.
This is what you do. Give me
well I don't think those videos are 10 minutes though, y'all. Those videos
I was just gonna play a clip of the part because I already know what part I want.
Give me my remaining 5 minutes after. So I'm gonna get what's our time? What's our time? What was you doing?
You're exactly. I stopped at you exactly at 5. But you remember Kevin came in and y'all started talking about some. He started questioning y'all a little bit.
If he's gonna play that video, give me my 5 minutes on top of my next the next time.
You want to run for a straight 15 on the next one?
Yes.
The video stop.
Yep.
Kevin, did you know where you want to go to on this video exactly with Ham?
I wanted to play the whole video, but the whole video is too long.
But yeah, and that's the point. The point is that we shouldn't do no sound biting, because what sound biting does, and I hate that. I actually spent hours watching this and also reading papers. And my thing is that you're not gonna get information by hearing this one quote that, oh, they were here, and then you have this whole explanation, because that's what we've been doing these past couple of days. Here's my thing. The reason I'm not worried right now, because I'm telling y'all I'm comfortable, because I looked at everything. And I'm telling you, we can't be saying what we say.
Right.
We really trying to grab for this.
We're not gonna do a 40-minute video, bro. I'm not gonna be on here all night.
Yeah.
This is why we give you the juicy stuff. If y'all want to go read the whole thing, go read it. I'm not gonna read the whole 3,000 articles to you. We give the points of contention and we go from there.
Well, listen, let's play the video.
All right.
We're not playing. You're not going to play 40 minutes. We'll give you 10 minutes.
Even if you spend 10 minutes,
I tell you what. Let me choose a spot then.
I already know my spot.
You want him to play his video, or you want him to, because his 5 minutes is still here.
Kevin can go first. Kevin can go first, and then I'll play mine next. I already have this timestamps ready.
All right, so let's do if we can, let's do from 20 minutes in the video. And let's play up to
trace their ancestry to India.
Let's play up to 30. Let's play up to 30. 34 minutes is about good. So from 20 minutes to 34 minutes, that's like what, a good 15 minutes or so?
Yes, it is.
And let's just play it. Hey, and let's watch and see what this says, man. And we're gonna see what the data is here and what he says. You guys say y'all respect his scholarship, right?
Yeah, we like his work. That doesn't mean we agree with every one of his points.
That's cool. That's fine, bro. But you know what? I follow a PhD. I'm a following expert. So if you can bring from 20 minutes, and then we're gonna allow it to play to 34, and you're on video 19. So if you go to the right, where it says what happened to the ancient Egyptians, video 19 on the right. Yeah, you're on video 18. If you can go to video 19, if you see the playlist list on the right, you'll see right underneath 18 is what happened to the ancient Egyptians, part 19.
All right, that's what I'm saying. You don't want to play this video here.
No, not 18, 19.
19 at 19 at what minute mark?
20-minute mark.
All right, 19 at the 20-minute mark. All right, hold on 1 second.
Somebody said PhDs can be biased. I said so is people who's borrowing information from PhDs can be biased. I mean, that doesn't make a difference.
In the Middle East.
All right, let's go ahead.
So let's focus now and turn our attention to the human timeline, the human history, and especially African history, so that we can get at the question of ancient Egypt. So we're going to go back to this tree with Noah back here. And so just to wrap up what I just said, the strong implication of what I just showed you is that these particular Africans perhaps have their clock ticking a little bit faster. Now, someone has asked me, doesn't that add some uncertainty or error to what I'm doing? In theory, yes. In practice, no. That's been accounted for. I just haven't said so. It's in the papers that I published. That's been accounted for from the start and has very little effect on what we're doing. I accounted for that fact, and it changes very little of what we've discussed. So let's turn our attention to these African lineages. We've talked about in previous episodes that the major divisions in the global Y chromosome family tree are assigned labels in a systematic manner. These are some of the major African branches. It ain't pretty. Science isn't well known for coming up with aesthetically pleasing and nice looking names. It's pretty ugly, but it's functional. There's a system to doing all this that isn't pretty, but it helps you know where you are in the tree. We talked about how if you go back to the beginning, the several initial early major divisions.
We can't hear it. Did you pause it, or did you? You got to bring it back a little bit. Hey, bring it back a little bit, Marine.
These branches themselves branch again later in history. They're assigned a number. Human history, and especially African history, so that we can get at the question of ancient Egypt. So we're going to go back to this tree with Noah back here. And so just to wrap up what I just said, the strong implication of what I just showed you is that these particular Africans perhaps have their clock ticking a little bit faster. Now, someone has asked me, doesn't that add some uncertainty or error to what I'm doing? In theory, yes. In practice, no. That's been accounted for. I just haven't said so. It's in the papers that I published. That's been accounted for from the start and has very little effect on what we're doing. I accounted for that fact, and it changes very little of what we've discussed. So let's turn our attention to these African lineages. We've talked about in previous episodes that the major divisions in the global Y chromosome family tree are assigned labels in a systematic manner. These are some of the major African branches. It ain't pretty. Science isn't well known for coming up with aesthetically pleasing and nice looking names. It's pretty ugly, but it's functional. There's a system to doing all this that isn't pretty, but it helps you know where you are in the tree. We talked about how if you go back to the beginning, the several initial early major divisions in the family tree are assigned an arbitrary letter of the alphabet, A, B, C, D, E, R, S, so forth. If some of those deep branches themselves branch again later in history, they're assigned a number, E1, E2. If those subsequent branches then divide again, you get another letter, E1A, E1B. And every time you keep branching, as you go on through history, another letter, another number, E1B, E1A. That's how you get these very ugly labels like right here. What this means is it's the deep branch E, first division, divided again, divided again, divided again. Ugly, but that's the way it works, helps you know what's going on. So there's 6 major branches in these studies that we've been discussing. I'm going to remove 2 of them. The first one, I'm going to remove E2 because it's only about 4% of the African lineages that we see today. I'm also going to remove E1 just to keep the discussion simple because it's only it averages about 5% in sub-Saharan Africa. The ones that are of most interest for our discussion today are these 4 lineages right here, A, B, and then 2 subdivisions within E1, E1B1A, mouthful, E1B1B. And I'm mentioning these and using these ugly labels just because some of you watching may have taken a genetic test and may be in some of these groups. We'll talk about why that may be the case in a moment. To keep it easier to follow which branch we're talking about, I'm going to assign them separate colors. And I'm going to do that because we're going to look at the geography of each of these lineages in Africa. And the geography has some shocking implications for history that I wouldn't have predicted. So let's start with A. A is found in 2 major regions of Africa that may not seem like it has much significance up here, sort of North Central Africa and Southwest Africa. Well, the peoples who have A tend to be the Click-speaking peoples of Southwest Africa. They're the Khoisan or the Bushmen. These are the rock stars of evolution because they have some of these longest branches, which they say then are the key to looking at African history. We've just seen the evidence for that not being the case. But there's still a fascinating people group, as well as the people up here, which are the Sudanese ones, including the Dinka. I say they're very interesting because of their features. Africa has some of the greatest diversity in physical features on the planet. You've got people in Sudan who have some of the darkest skin on the planet, and some of the tallest people on the globe, and they have an Asian look to their eyes. Some of the click speakers, they actually have clicks that I can't even do myself as part of their language. They have very light skin, light brown. These are very, very dark brown. These are very light brown. They also have Asian looking eyes. And so this raises all sorts of questions as to what is their history. B has a fairly similar distribution. Down here, up here, and a little bit in between. There's pygmy peoples, very short stature peoples in Central Africa who also have some of this. There's also, I think, some click speakers in East Africa who share this lineage. That's A and B. The dominant group within Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, is this E1B1A. You can see it's most of West Africa. And again, the size of these circles, I failed to mention this, I apologize. The size of these circles is a reflection of the relative concentration. What percentage of peoples in this region have this lineage? Well, big circles, lots of people, small circles, a little bit. So Sudan, lots of A and B, very little E1B1A. But in West Africa, Central Africa, and down into Southern Africa, lots of this E1B1A.
Want to know how to stop and even reverse vision loss for good? Then you must see this. Top medical doctor.
You might recall from episode 4, we discussed the transatlantic slave trade, the sad history of 12 million sub-Saharan Africans forced against their will across the Atlantic, over 1 million failing to make it, 10.7 million arriving, heavily in South America, also in the Caribbean, and surprising to me, very few directly into North America, and just a tiny fraction into Europe. Well, given their origins, what might we expect their lineages to be? This slave trade drew heavily on Western Africa, and as well as the western coast of Central Africa, some of Southwest Africa. And so, unsurprisingly, perhaps, 62% of African Americans are in this E1B1A lineage, the echo of the slave trade. The last group I want to discuss is this E1B1B. Again, a mouthful, but it's basically the North and East African lineage that we'll return to momentarily. If you look at these all together, it might just look like a big jumbled mess with little meaning. But there's some explosive clues in these patterns that'll unravel some of the mysteries of ancient Africa. Recall from previous episodes, we discussed languages. And rightly, creationists have pointed to the Genesis 11 dispersion at the Tower of Babel as the impetus for the formation of the major ethno-linguistic groups today. Genesis 10 listed out 70 men. And if you look at the number of languages today, you see there's a much bigger number of living languages compared to Genesis 10. And the answer to this comes from looking at the relationships among languages we speak today, for example. You can see looking at English and German words, there's a lot of similarities in words everyone needs to use. Father, mother, being born, life, so forth. There's more similarities between English and German than between English and Spanish. But Spanish and Latin have a lot more similarities to each other than either has to English. It's almost as if these similarities and differences imply historical relationships. This isn't evolution. This is language diversification following God's initial confusing of the tongues at Babel. And we saw that a general rule of thumb for identifying what these original language groupings were is this group we call family. Now, there's a little bit more than twice as many families as numbers of men in Genesis 10. We talked about in previous episodes how there's been an unusual multiplication of families, and multiplication I mean by in terms of the people classifying languages in the Americas. And even mainstream folks are talking about how that's likely going to be reduced to a very small number, and that'll bring the total number of families in much closer alignment with the Genesis 10 family number. So there's a very intriguing correlation here. So it looks like God separated these groups into their families, and within each family you have multiplication. Sort of like if you're familiar with our work on species, it's similar to the concept of God creating kinds, and then within a kind you get multiplication, but not conversion from one kind to another. What about Africa? This is where we can bring our discussion to bear and see some profound correlations I didn't expect to find, and you may not have expected to find, given everything we said about Europe. Notice how in Europe, there's basically two language families. This light green, Indo-European, so the Germanic languages, the Romance languages, English, Spanish, French, German, Norwegian, all that. And this even extends into India. There's Sanskrit and other languages that are part of the same family. And there's one other family here, this dark green one, Uralic or Finno-Ugric, that's Hungarian, Finnish, and then some of the ones that stretch into modern Russia. Yet we saw at the genetic level, Europe is a hodgepodge of Central Asian origin lineages. There's different ones for Western versus Eastern Europe. There's a couple different ones for Eastern Europe. Looks like there's an indigenous European, there's a whole mix. and it doesn't necessarily reflect the language groupings. Well, in Africa, there's about 5 language families. There's the Indo-European down here, which
That's
I
10
don't
minutes.
think should even count because that's just due to the
Hold
Hold on,
migration
he said he's gonna go
of
35.
Europeans.
No, that's 10 minutes, bro.
Age of exploration.
Hold on.
I even
I thought y'all agreed. I thought y'all agreed. Hold on, I thought y'all agreed to what do you say? How many
10-minute clips. Just a 10-minute clip. I don't want to watch 40 minutes, bro.
No. We're not playing 40 minutes. We're playing up to the point.
I thought you said 15 minutes.
That's only 15 minutes.
No. I said I would stop my time at 5 minutes and then just add that to my next round when I go again. So I'll get 15 minutes.
Yeah, but don't you think that the information and the point being made is more essential than saying,
Kevin, it's not my fault you didn't get a clip that was
no,
you know,
I
Yeah.
already said it's gonna be 15
Yeah, because my
minutes.
time is the clip that I'm going to find is only the clip I have is only 9 minutes.
bro.
No, brother.
I stopped in the middle of my Kevin. Do you realize I stopped in the middle of me talking to let you do this?
You
I
stopped
said
at 4 minutes. Yeah, you stopped at 4 minutes and
Marine,
7
hold on,
seconds.
bro, Yeshua, let's not argue about it. Marine said
Okay, so we're gonna move on. Ibri's gonna play his clip, and when it's your turn again, you can finish playing this.
No, because it's gonna cut in the middle of it, bro.
Well, bro, you cut in the middle. What I was saying to do
we
this.
We already set new rules.
Kevin, bro,
Kevin,
show some
just let
equity,
the
bro.
rest play out, bro. And
Bro, Brian, he got 10 minutes. Let's move on, bro. We're not gonna do 40-minute clips.
Man, but we already agreed, and we already said
no, we agreed. I said 10 minutes, bro.
I don't think he agreed on the 15 minutes for the video. We already said we was going to do the whole 40, but
no. We did not.
I said 10 minutes, man.
40. No, you said 40 minutes was too long. I said okay.
And you said from 19 minutes to you should start it in video 19 from
video 19 from 20 minutes to 35. That's what we agreed.
No, I said, listen, when you said 40 minutes, I said, no, bro, that's too long. 10 minutes.
So we're not doing 40 minutes.
We're doing 10, 20. Bro. Like 10, you can come back to this.
No, bro, let's just finish where we at.
No, bro, I didn't agree to that.
Why didn't you just skip to the part that you wanted? Why didn't you just skip?
It's too late for it, Berean. It's Avery finna play his clip, then I'm gonna get my 15 minutes to disseminate information.
Now your 15 minutes will be in your 15. Go ahead, Kevin.
No, I'm just saying. I thought we agreed that we was gonna play this video clip from.
No, we did not. I'm telling you, we didn't. I said 10 minutes, bro.
So who set the rules? You or Berean?
Well, I gotta agree to it because you cut me off.
Added on. It was supposed to be 10, but it was added on. However, whatever y'all, I'm gonna let y'all, whatever y'all decide. Is your clip in the 15 minutes, the 5 minutes that you got cut? Yes.
My clip is only 9 minutes. My clip is 9 minutes. It's not even 10.
Is your 9 minute? This is my thing. Is your 9 minute clip part of that 15 minutes? Just 15 minutes you roll?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I don't mind being fair with that, but he cut me in the middle of mine so he can play his clip. I let him do it. He got 10 minutes.
All right, we'll come back to the video.
Come on, man. How are we gonna cut the video in the middle?
Bro, you cut me in the middle of me talking about E1B1A amongst modern Jewish populations.
So I'm gonna play the right. Relax. I'm gonna play the video for Kevin. I'm gonna finish playing the video.
Is there a part that you can skip to though?
After we get no. After we get done, because we're not doing that, bro. You're not gonna cut me off. Then I see to that and say 10 minutes, and then you want to go over the time limit. No, we're not doing that, bro.
Bro, when I mark,
no, Kevin, we're not doing it. I'm not standing for it, bro. I seated my time so you can play a clip.
Bro. When we marked out the times earlier,
I said 10 minutes.
No, bro.
No, we agreed to 10 minutes, man. We moving on, bro.
You said 10 minutes.
Brian, can you play the brother's video? Then we'll get back to his clip, man, because I'm not going to allow him to go over the arrangement that we agreed to. 10 minutes.
I clearly gave the markers earlier, man. I said it's nothing but a 15. You said we're not going to watch the whole 40. Yeah. I said, okay, is this going to be a 15-minute clip? So I said, Berean, can you do from 20 to 35? That's exactly what I said. That's going to be 15 minutes. Nobody said anything.
Listen, Kevin, I said 10 minutes. But for the sake of the conversation, Kevin, hold on, stop. Yes, I did. I said 10 minutes.
No, bro, no, man.
Kevin, bro, listen to what I'm finna say.
Bro, we spent.
You're gonna get an additional. Hey, if you get an additional 5 minutes, hold on, bro. I'm gonna let you get this.
Video by
I'll give you the additional 5 minutes, but that means we get 10 extra minutes now.
How you get 10 extra minutes from 15?
Because you got an additional 5 minutes on top of the 10-minute clip. I want 5 more minutes.
No, bro, it's 15 minutes. How you get 20 minutes from that?
Listen, you
How
cut
you
me
get a
off in the
10-minute
middle.
clip
Hold
from
on,
the
I'm going to
additional-
explain to you because we're going to lose the audience like this. No, I'm just explaining this very fast. You cut me off in the middle of my build. Fine. So go ahead, play your clip, get 10 minutes. Now you're saying 15 minutes. So I already have 5 more minutes left over. And now you're going to get 5 more additional minutes. So we want 5 more minutes. That's 10 extra minutes on our round. That's it.
Okay, so wait a minute. So how many minutes do you get?
When we go, it's going to be 20 minutes total because we're supposed to be getting 10 minutes each to speak. Right?
All right, so I get 15 minutes and y'all get 10 minutes apiece.
Because you cut me off you cut me off in the middle of my speech. And I said, okay, if he's going to do that, fine, I'll cede this. And you're going to give me that 5 extra minutes on my following round. Did I not say that, Brian?
You did. You should have never let him even cut you off in the middle of your 10 when you was flowing.
That's what I'm saying.
Go ahead. You get
Hold on, but then that's the problem. When we established the time the video was going to be played, I told Barine, hey,
why are we still arguing, bro? Just play the video. I'm going to let you get the extra 5 minutes, but it's going to cost you. That's what I'm telling you.
Indigenous languages, if we can use that term. There's this one, Madagascar. It's part of the Austronesian. Episode 16, we talked about history of the Pacific and the connections between Indonesia and Madagascar. In terms of mainland Africa, there's this large Niger-Congo family in green. In lime green, there's the Khoisan, the Click-speaking peoples. Nilo-Saharan is this peach-colored one, which includes the very tall Dinka of Sudan, as well as the Maasai of Kenya. And then North Africa is dominated by these orange Afroasiatic languages like Arabic. Let's zoom in on Africa, change the colors slightly.
This is exactly why we chose leaf filters. Before leaf filter, our gutters would get so clogged.
Tree limbs, bird nests.
I used to have to climb up on that roof.
Our house is 2 stories tall. Getting up to these gutters is very dangerous.
We always hired somebody to clean these, and that was very expensive and not exactly convenient.
Leaf filter was a lifesaver.
We first heard about leaf filter through our home inspector.
When the salesman came over and showed us how they work, gave us interest-free financing, and the price was right, it was a no-brainer.
The leaf.
Yeah, I think you can skip. Yeah.
And then compare it to the genetics we've just seen. Again, Madagascar is sort of the outlier here because it's connected to the east, to the Pacific. You've got the Indo-Europeans due to recent immigration from Europe, and then what I'm going to call the African.
Barine, could you go ahead and just pause it right there?
The 2 divisions of Niger-Congo and Sheikh.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to do since I'm going to give it to the rest of them for their time. I'm going to come back to this video and I'm going to give y'all a new timestamp. The reason why I had this played is to show the correlation between where these haplogroups are and the languages there. Please take note of the language that you see on the map there. Now, I'm going to go ahead and let the brothers get in there for their 20, and then I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to put out a new timestamp on that same video to show y'all his conclusion about where these people are and where they came from.
All right, Avery, you wanted to show your clips?
Yeah, I'm ready. Tell me if y'all can hear, because I don't know how it'll go through the thing, the computer.
Go ahead.
Just tell me if you can hear it.
Here, that's related to the Jews.
Yes.
Surprisingly, one of the keys to understanding the history of this lineage comes from a study that didn't even sample the Middle East. This first study we looked at early on in these episodes, the 1,000 Genomes Project, the one that sampled the major locations of where the people are, didn't even have lineages in the Middle East. Yet it did have members of Group J. And this was historically in my own study of the Y chromosome, one of the first studies I examined and one of the first puzzles I had trouble solving. Group J in this study is heavily populated by, if you can just see the colors here, gold and green, Europeans and peoples of South Asia. We'll zoom in here just momentarily so you can see them. Yes, you have peoples in the Americas, but again, I think this is carryover from Europe. Sadly, most Latin Americans have European ancestry, not indigenous American, because they die off with these peoples after the arrival of Columbus. So even though they're gray here, Native American, so-called Latin American, actually this should be gray as well, this Colombian. but for that matter, that we could color them all likely gold as well because they're of European descent. So you have this European/American group here. You can see Colombians, Italians from Tuscany, Finnish peoples. Then you have some of the South Asians, Pakistanis, Gujaratis who were living in Houston but trace their ancestry to India, Punjabis, Bengalis from Bangladesh, Indian Telugus, so forth. That's the major groups here in this group J, because these are the people that were sampled. British person here as well, Sri Lankans. That's what you find here in group J. And I want to zoom back out so that you can see part of the big picture pattern here, and a pattern that really stumped me when I first saw it. So this may be small at the screen you're looking at, but if you try to squint and see the colors, you'll see that there's a general grouping of gold/gray, and I'm going to lump the gray in with the gold, basically a European subgroup here, and then an Indian, South Asian subgroup here, and then another European subgroup here, and an Indian. They kind of alternate. They're not all intertwined. It's like there was a group that went off this direction and then off this direction. They share a common ancestor back here, but it's like whatever population they came from went their separate ways and stayed in Europe or stayed in South Asia thereafter. These clusters have common ancestors in the 700s to 1100s. And early on in my study of the Y chromosome, I thought, what in the world is this? Is this now evidence against the Y chromosome clock? I can't think of anything that connects these sections of the world together.
So going to the next part, and he just talked about how you got the European and South Asian clusters of J. That's only linked to them. So now let's get to the next part right here.
Now what? How do you explain this? What's the history of group J? How do you connect Europe and India? In fact, it turns out that this Europe-India connection was one of the keys to unraveling the surprising explanation for group J, and by extension, a good chunk of the Jewish population in the world today. Let's go back to India, because this is where one of the keys to understanding it emerges. And let's work through the history of India from the present, working backwards. So the modern Indian state traces its origins to the 20th century, where they throw off British rule. So you step back from the modern Indian state and you run into the British Raj, which rules on from the 1800s onwards. They're here because the East India Company arrives in the 1600s. They arrive not to a British Raj, obviously, but to the Mughal Empire. And we discussed in previous episodes that the Mughal Empire comes from the Persian word for Mongol, because this is of Mongol origin. Well, that's intriguing. However, neither of these historical events seems to be a good explanation for the connection between India and Europe. For one, hardly any British peoples are in this J grouping, so that doesn't seem to fit. And the Mongols, even though we've already seen connections between Europe and South Asia due to the Mongols, the dates seem to be too late. Well, who precedes the Mughals? Mughals are preceded, at least in North India, by the Delhi Sultanate. By the name, you might start to think some sort of Muslim-Islamic connection. Ethnically, though, if you look at the history books, this is not Arab Muslim in origin. It's, if anything, led by an Iranian-type people. But the history books will talk about the Turkish invasion of India, because many of the members of these armies, as well as some of the Arab armies, were manned by slaves. In Egypt especially, there were slaves who were being enlisted in the Muslim armies. And in the Iranian leadership, leading to the Delhi Sultanate, there were massive numbers of Turks as part of this army. And so history books will talk about the Turkish invasion of India that gave rise to the Delhi Sultanate. Well, 1200s, this is now much closer to the dates that are relevant. And what's even more intriguing is it's the Turks that are responsible for pushing the Arab Muslims back towards the Middle East. It's the Seljuk Turks who in the 1000s AD are overrunning the Middle East. Now, if you're like me, you hear Turks and you think modern day Turkey. Their origins are actually here in Central Asia, and this history is part of the explanation for how they got to Turkey. This is 1000s AD, And again, a different group of Turks is now coming down into India 100 or so years later. So the split between these eventual Turkish peoples and those who come into India happens right around 1100 AD. Turks don't stay in the Middle East, though. They're overrun within a century or two by world's greatest empire, the Mongols. Notice, though, that even though the Mongols skirt India and essentially cut off this part of the world from India, and of course conquer much of Central Asia, get into Eastern Europe, get into the Middle East, they don't quite conquer all of Turkey, and the Turkish peoples persist in Western Turkey. And in fact, they throw off the Mongols and begin to reconquer again and last for several hundred years under the Ottoman Empire, the Ottoman Turkish Empire, which rules, notice here, parts of Europe, the Balkan Peninsula, they're in the Middle East, parts of North Africa, and they're in both Middle East and in Europe for several hundred years. They're in one or the other for longer than this. Of course, they're in Turkey in the 1300s. Notice, though, that they're in the Middle East into the 1900s. Think back to history that might be more familiar. World War I, they're one of the World War I powers. The Ottoman Empire down here. You can see some of the other, perhaps more familiar entities during World War I up on this map. My point is the highlight here, Turkish people here right into the modern era, and they're connecting Europe down here. And the connection of the Turkish people to India goes back to the split between the Seljuks and whoever these other Turkish people were going back in the Delhi Sultanate back in the 1100s. So notice how the realm of the Ottoman Empire, getting down into the Middle East, and again, this is eventually cut off. Go back to the previous slide here. You can see how much it's decreased by the 1900s, but it's still extending down here to the Middle East. This has a very intriguing geographic echo in the concentration of Group J in the Middle East and elsewhere today. The Ottoman Empire seems to explain the concentration today, and the history of the Turks seems to explain why we can have connections here and here, and the lack of a heavy Turkish presence in either of these places in recent history might explain why it's such a low concentration there. It fits the timing of the splits in these clusters, and here's how, just to make it clearer why. Why would there be a Turkish connection to Europe in the 700s? Because I said there's some clusters here that separate in the 700s. Well, recall from previous episodes that there's a steady stream of Central Asian peoples into Europe from the 500s, 700s, and one of the 700s peoples is a Turkish group. The Oghuz peoples moving from Central Asia into Europe are Turkish peoples. They're not the only Turkish peoples. There are Turkish people who stuck around Central Asia and became then part of the Turkish armies that came into India. These are not the only Turkish people. There was a split between whoever these people were and the Seljuk Turks in the thousands. So that would explain the 1100 split as they go this way. These other Seljuk Turks go this way. And these two groups are separated by the arrival of the Mongols, and those who persist in modern-day geographic Turkey expand after the arrival and throw off the Mongol yoke and have this empire that persists in the Middle East up until the modern time. So let's watch this history again with one map to make it even clearer, because the Turkish peoples, in my view, are the best explanation at present for this Group J, not Arab Muslims. So these people for this Group J, not Arab Muslims. So these peoples, even though I think Turkey as Turkish peoples is here. Yet history, their origin is not there. It's in Central Asia in the 600s. Turkish people arise in Central Asia in the 600s. Some of these people begin migrating to Europe in the 700s, which is why I think we see some of the echo and the splits between Europeans and Indian people.
All right, so stopping right there, going to my last part. So Haplogroup J is Turkic. Interesting. Very fascinating. I'm glad you brought up Nathaniel Jensen. Anyways.
Future episodes to find out this is the new history of the human race. New windows.
Oops. Let me start back. Sorry about that. Let me start the 17-second mark.
Africa. But could there still be an ancient Jewish lineage that we haven't yet discussed or haven't yet discovered? Could we find the Mosaic lineage, going back to Moses and Aaron, David, Solomon? Hope you join us in future episodes to find out this is the new history of the human race.
Oops, sorry, it's right here.
Who are modern day Jewish people. Jew, Iraq, Saudi Arabia emerged today. This history of the Turks seems to find a very strong echo, the geographic extent of Group J today. So who are the Jews? Who are modern day Jewish people? Well, it seems that the section, I should say, a subsection of modern Jews, along with many other Middle Eastern peoples, and some Europeans, like Greeks and other Balkan and folks, and Italians, even some Spaniards at a low percentage, and even some Indians, all share a common Turkish heritage. They trace some of their origins to Central Asia.
Iranian Turks, according to Nathaniel Jansen, are the J markers. Thank you for bringing up Nathaniel Jansen. I thought I was going to have to in this debate, but I guess I didn't have to.
Hey, go in.
Right, brothers. Who's turn is it now?
We got 9 more minutes. Got 9 more minutes.
Go ahead, bro. Take your time. Take your time, brothers.
All right, Avery, go ahead and just break down J, man, and go on to J. And
all right.
Mouse back to E, we will later. You got it. Go ahead and take all the 9 minutes.
So you want me to break down haplogroup J from its origin all the way down to today?
Whatever angle you want to take it, the Hurrians, Near Eastern, whatever. You know.
Got it. All right. So when it comes to haplogroup J, the first, or should I say the oldest haplogroup? Oh wait, I don't see my screen. Okay. So when it comes to the oldest haplogroup J, we found it in the Sat-Serbia cave in Georgia, modern day Georgia, in the Upper Paleolithic. And what's interesting about this is that when it comes to the populations with the highest amount of haplogroup J, it's actually Caucasus populations. So let's quickly go into that. There's a study that actually deals with this. Now, when it comes to the Caucasus, Caucasians, what we have to understand is that not all Caucasians are not white people as in Western Europeans. Caucasians is their own genetic and linguistic group. So it says in this study, parallel evolution of genes and languages in the Caucasus region. It says, again, haplogroup J2A4B-M67 comprise 51 through 79% of the Y chromosomes in the English and 3 Chechenian populations. Northeast Caucasus NAC linguistic group. The NAC linguistic group is a Caucasian linguistic group, not Semitic, and they have some of the highest portions of J. Finally, haplogroup J1 *M267 comprise 44 through 99%, nearly 100% of the Avar, Dargians, the Kadites, the Kulbachi, and the Zubians. Southeast Caucasus Dagestan linguistic group. So here, let me show you. J1 is at nearly 100% in the Caucasus. J2 is at nearly 90% in the English Chechen populations in the Caucasus. Now, what's fascinating about this is that these Caucasian peoples claim to descend from Togarma. They have an ancient tradition that they go back to a man named Caucus who descends from Togarma, the son of Gomer, the son of Japheth. According to Letonvi Mevaroni, the 11th century Georgian chronicler, the word Caucasian is derived from the Nak peoples, ancestors of Caucasus. And there's actually more books on this that I can read at another time when I get to it. But basically, Armenian Georgian traditions claim to descend from Togarma. Another Togarma, this one being the son of both Tyrus and Gomer, is mentioned by Armenian Moses of Caron and Georgian Letoni Mevaroni, who regarded Togarma as the father of their nation, along with other Caucasian peoples. According to Moses of Caron's History of Armenia and to Letoni Mevaroni's History Georgian Chronicles, Togarma was thought to have lived in Babylon before he received the land between the two seas and two mountains, i.e. the Caucasus, in his possession. He then settled near Mount Ararat and divided his land among his sons. And also, there's belief that Togarma is also the ancestors of Turkic peoples. Togarma in Jewish tradition is linked to Turkic peoples.
Hey, hold on real quick. Hold on, Ivry. That's not, don't just skim over that, brother.
I can get more from that as well.
Yeah, I know. But I just want, because you just played a clip from Nathaniel Jesus, a PhD geneticist, that said that the radiation or like these high frequencies of J2 markers and J1 markers come from the Turkish invasions of the Near East. And we also see, even before that, we see the J markers being related to these ancient Turkans and Anatolians as well. So I just wanted to notate that we know who these people are. They have nothing to do with Proto-Semites, early Israelites, none of that. They don't have anything to do with the real, authentic Shemites. Go ahead, brother.
Right. And there's various was that when it comes to the origins of the Turkic peoples, we had 20 minutes.
Y'all coming up on 17 minutes.
How much?
Coming up on 17 minutes.
All right. And so when it comes to Haplogroup J being linked to Togarma, the descendants of Chechnyan, English, Turkic peoples being linked to Togarma, Haplogroup J being seen highest in these Caucasian populations. What's actually fascinating about this is that when it comes to the DNA of all these groups, that they are all closely genetically related to each other. The Turks, Kurds, and other ethnic groups. I'm trying to pull up real quick. I have so many slides. Here, let me just go over here. All right. So what's interesting about this is, dang. All right, here it is. Here's the slide. All right. So when it comes to these Turkic, Kurdish groups and things like that, this paper actually shows that Turkish and Kurdish HLA profiles are studied for the first time. Actually, I'll let you read this because he can go faster than me and kind of break it down.
Turkish and Kurdish HLA profiles are studied for the first time. The comparative study of their allele frequencies, characteristics, haplotypes, genetic distance with other Mediterraneans is complemented by neighbor joining dendrograms and correspondence analysis. Turk, Kurds, Armenians, Iranians, Jews, Lebanese, and other Eastern and Western Mediterranean groups seem to share a common ancestry. The older Mediterranean substratum, Anatolian, Hittite, and Hurrian groups older than 2000 BC. These may have given rise to the present-day Kurdish, Armenian, and Turkish populations.
And all these groups are very closely related ethnically. This paper goes into that.
Right there. Y'all want to, you have 1 minute.
All right. Do you want to go use this minute, Yeshub, or what?
Go ahead. Bring it out.
All right, here.
Bring it out. All right, so plain genetic distance show that the Iraq Kurds' closest genetic distance are the following: Near East populations, Iran Kurds, Palestinians, Fars Parsi, Georgia Kurds, and Ashkenazi Jews. Eastern Mediterranean populations, Armenians, Cretans, and Macedonians, and Mediterranean populations, Sardinians, Spaniards, Algerians, and Italians.
All European populations.
Yeah, all those European populations are related to each other. They have J markers, have nothing to do with the original Shemites.
All right. They got 10 seconds. Y'all want your 10 seconds?
Just like Nathaniel Jensen said, Haplogroup J is Iranian and part of those non-Semitic peoples.
All right, Kevin, you heard?
Yes, sir.
I'm not gonna even waste no time. Kevin, come on up. Tell me what you. I'm gonna put that.
Let's get it in. Let's get it in. No problem. So here's the problem we have here. Right, so these brothers went and talked about J, which I already acknowledged. Obviously, I know about Jensen. I know about the claims about J, which I already acknowledged. It's interesting what he says about J. Now, it's not I that use J for Jewish groups. It's what the Limba was relying on when it came to the Jewish ancestry. It was J and T. And guess what? If J is not it, that means Limba aren't Jews anymore. Uh-oh. But guess what? I didn't come up here talking about J. I came up here talking about E1B1B. Now, Marine, if you could bring back up the video where it says what happened to the ancient Egyptians, part 19, he's gonna explain this. This is what they failed to do. They never explain how E1B1B got admixed. And guess what? It's gonna go right back to the paper that you said that y'all quoted the other day about when those admixtures took place. Now, Bareen, from that video, could you go to let's go. How much time do I have left, by the way?
I'm ready. Right, you already started talking. You
Cool.
already started talking. Woman, God, you want to play the video for how many seconds? Tell me the.
Now let's go to
I'm at 30.
41. Let's go to 41. Yep. Let's go to 41. And what he's going to do now. Hold. Actually, let's go back a little bit. Let's go back and let's start off at. Okay, so this is the scenario that they're talking about the Turks, right? This is that same scenario, and we acknowledge that. We know that Jensen is talking about this. Now, what he's gonna highlight though is what they did as far as bringing that E into the Middle East. So since they already played that part, he's pretty much repeating himself at this point, Bareen. So you go over to let's go over to 41.
41.
Yep. And when we go to 40, it looks like it's an ad. You can let the ad play. Let the ad play, buddy. And no, people saying I'm denying the PhD. No, I'm not. I'm not denying the thing. This PhD. The PhDs teach me a whole lot about this thing, and there's some new things that I'm learning here. But guess what? It ain't back to what they're saying. All right, there we go. Now this is where he's gonna begin to talk about E1B1B and E1B1A and how they ended up in the Middle East. Let's go.
What's going on here? There's another implication of this connection, and I want to show it by trying to trace the history outwards. This is the explanation I'm leaning towards now. Instead of this being E1B1B being dark-skinned sub-Saharan Africans who are being forced out of sub-Saharan Africa into the Islamic Empire to be slaves, I think there's something else. For one, you might recall from episode 4 that this Islamic slave trade has a different gender makeup than the transatlantic slave trade. Transatlantic slave trade, the people are trying to force people onto plantations to work the fields. It's about 2-to-1 men to women. This slave trade, the Islamic slave trade, is looking for household workers by and large. So it's 2-to-1 females to men. And we're looking at the Y chromosome lineage. So that's one reason why I'm not convinced this is necessarily a slave trade. It may be something else. So 500 BC, these two lineages are one people, one population. They have a common ancestor. And then in 500 BC, or so, around there, a split happens. And I'm going to say they go these directions. For one, because E1B1A becomes the dominant lineage in sub-Saharan Africa.
Whoa!
You find some dark-skinned person in sub-Saharan Africa, or if you're in the Americas, you have dark skin, you have a high probability of being in this lineage. But these guys end up dominating North and East Africa, Ethiopia, Somalia, Libya, Algeria, Egypt. I'm suggesting they may have also gone to the Arabian Peninsula. So that's over 1,000 years later, 600 to 800s, when Muhammad and his band of Arab Muslims begin expansion, it may be this E1B1B lineage that does the expanding. I find this intriguing, eerie correlation between the geographic extent of the Muhammad Empire and his descendants. And the
Okay, pause it right there. Pause it right there. I want to make sure.
Another reason why is when I
want to make sure everybody understood what he just said. If you can go back a minute, he clearly said that these two groups were one people in Africa, and then they split in 500 BCE. Look what he says about E1B1B's expansion into the Middle East. Look what he says. Go back a little bit.
Intriguing, eerie correlation between the geographic extent of the Muhammad Empire and his descendants. And
so notice what he says there. He says that this correlation of E1B1B going in there was what? Correlated to the expansion of the Mohammedan Empire. Let's keep playing that. Because then we're going to get into the Turkish
another reason why
explanation here.
as when I was initially getting into linguistics, when I saw the distribution of Afroasiatic languages, North Africa and the Arabian Peninsula, I thought, that's the Muslim conquest. That has to be it. How else can you explain the distribution of these languages? And here you see a genetic lineage that is very strongly correlated with it. The only exception is it isn't dominant now in the Middle East, but I think there's a reason for that. Fast forward a few centuries to the thousands, we talk about the arrival of the Turks from Central Asia. They go marching through the Middle East. I think this is how you begin to lose the dominance of E1B1B in the Middle East. Turks, of course, then get nearly extinguished by the Mongols. They survive. And so by the 1600s, they begin pushing north and south, north into Europe, south into the Arabian Peninsula. I think start kicking out some of the original Arab Muslims. Turkish Muslims take over. Let's zoom out a little bit further so we can see the rest of the world and how this history plays out. At some point, while this history is going on, E1B1A begins its expansion in sub-Saharan Africa. So much so that by the time the transatlantic slave trade begins, these are the peoples they're enslaving and bringing to the New World. And that sequence of events, I think, explains the distribution of these lineages that we see today. It raises new questions. I think it explains, basically what I'm saying is I think this is originally an African lineage that gets into Arabia, expands.
Okay, let's pause right there. Let's pause right there. Now notice, listen, bro, I'm handing out L's and y'all get it. This source, the person they just played that explained how Jay got there, guess what he said about those people in the E1B1B? They arrived there by what? The Mohammedan expansion. They started off in Africa and they expanded into the land which we call the Levant until the Turkish people came and pushed them out. And the time that they expanded there, what date did he give it? The Mohammedan period. If you can, go back for me a couple of minutes, Marine, and we're going to play that again and hear what he just said. Brother talking about some, come on, bro. And I know the Dada dude. That's why I said, I watched him. I was like, man, I'm pleased with this information. I ain't running from this.
E1B1A begins its expansion in sub-Saharan Africa. So much so that by the time the transatlantic slave trade begins, these are the peoples they're enslaving and bringing to the New World. And that sequence of events, I think, explains the distribution of these lineages that we see today. It raises new questions. I think it explains, basically what I'm saying is I think this is originally an African lineage that gets into Arabia, expands this direction, that direction, and then gets replaced by Turkish peoples who don't quite get as dominant in these directions. New questions. Yes, these people share a common ancestor. Who were they? What did they look like? So let me back up for a sec. I'm saying these might actually be Arab Muslims who have African origins, originally, 500 BC. So at some point there's dark-skinned peoples, but you look at Arabs today, they don't look like sub-Saharan Africans. At some point, I think there was a dark-skinned ancestor because, again, one of these lineages becomes all these dark-skinned peoples. This is where we bring in ancient Egypt. These people have a common ancestor. Then they split in 500 BC. This, I'm saying, looks like it probably became the Arab Muslims who then went conquering and remained
the Moors
in North Africa.
There you go.
Replaced by Turkish people in the Middle East.
As you can see, he's acknowledging the Moorish Empire and acknowledging the Moorish influence here. Notice what he says. These people were Arab Muslims. Let's keep playing it. Look what he's saying about these E1B1B people.
Well, the geographic connection between this group and this group flows right through here. So what was going on in ancient Egypt in the 500s BC? Could Egypt be the origin of these two peoples? And since E1B1B eventually spills into Europe, could there be Europeans who have ancient Egyptian lineages? Within a century or two of this date, 500s BC, the rulers of Egypt are Nubians, dark-skinned peoples from Sudan and Ethiopia. They are at some point, one of the ruling dynasties in Egypt. Is this the ancient Nubians? Could this be the kingdom of Axum of Ethiopia or Meroe?
Do you struggle to drink enough water each and every day? Well, I'm about to introduce you to
That's 10 minutes, Beran.
That's
Yes,
8 minutes
sir.
and 52 seconds. How many got 15? That's 8 minutes and
So join us
52
next
seconds.
time.
Oh, okay.
Episodes of the new history of the human race.
All right. Kevin, you wanted to let me see where he
Yes,
at. Let me switch back
yes,
to
yes,
screen.
sir. So as you could just see, which this PhD breaks down beautifully.
Sum it up for me. Yes, please help me.
All right, no problem. And this is very easy to understand. The argument we dealt with the other day was the admixture of Africans in these populations at certain times. My argument, which was what the paper explained, is that these people were in Africa and it was those Jewish groups who came down and was admixed with them at various times. What the PhD beautifully brought up, he did not say these people had an ancient Near East origin. Period. He said these people were one specific group that was in Africa and they split into two. E1B1A went south and conquered or expanded to what we call the Bantu expansion. And then we have the Northerners who actually expanded in Northern Africa. At the time that they had split up, in the time of the Mohammedans, then these groups of E1B1B started to go into the Levant. That's when they started going in there. He said that himself. Now, after they went into the Levant and settled there after the time of the Mohammedans, guess what brought them back out? The Turks that came across the land. So I don't care, and I'm not making any claim about that J group of Turks that came through. We could research that further and find out what's that all about, and we can learn something new. But here's what we're saying.
Let me
They're
see.
not saying that E1B1B was the progenitors of those people, and he did not say and prove no evidence at all that these people originated in ancient Near East. Didn't even say.
I want to see. All right, brothers. I want to hear what y'all got to say on that right there.
Oh,
You heard what he
I got something real simple and easy.
This is the screen right. Let me see. Let me pull it up for y'all before I
All
get
right,
this.
so I ain't gonna reveal my hand yet. I'm going back out, but all right. Here's the quick. Here's the quick thing.
I still had time, didn't I? I still had time, didn't I?
No, your time is too.
No,
It's,
that was the
it's,
time.
it's
That-
over
that's
with,
it.
bro.
You went over
It's
30
Hold on,
10 minutes.
you gave them up to the last second and everything, so my time is just up.
It's two
I
2
think
hours
it's-
32
it's
minutes. You
10.
started in 2:20, bro. I've been
You
watching.
got
this whole
10.
time.
You were over 30 seconds actually.
All right, no problem. Go ahead, bro.
All right, so here's the part that I think he didn't really pay attention to in the video.
Kevin's screen
He
need to be
said
up.
that
Your screen need to be up. Whose screen
you
need to
can
be up?
bring, yes, my screen.
Okay.
All right. So Nathaniel Jensen clearly said that Haplogroup J Turks pushed these Arab Muslims, I thought Arabs are Semites, Arab Muslims into Africa, and that these E1B1B Arab Muslims went into North Africa during the Islamic time period. So I know you say that J isn't Semitic, then I wonder who do you think is Semitic if J and E isn't? But he said that clearly J pushed the Arabs out of the Middle East into Africa. Now, here's what's interesting about that. There are various, and I mean various, geneticists and linguists that say something similar to this effect. You do have linguists that say that Semites, early Semites, are Africans, like Christopher Ehret, one of the greatest linguists of our time. He says, after all, the early Semites were just a few Africans arriving to find a lot of other people already in the area. So you do have linguists that say that Semites are Africans. Furthermore, this supports the idea that J adopted Semitic from E. Let's get into that real quick. As I've gone over before many times, it can be postulated that select M35 carriers, speakers from Africa of a stage of ancestral Semitic, pre-Proto-Semitic, entered the Near East, where indigenous people adopted it. And via ongoing language shift, the population growth eventually became innumerably greater than the original speakers of the ancestor. That kind of fits what Nathaniel Jensen said. Oh, Haplogroup E came out of Africa and then was pushed by these J people. And linguists say, oh, Haplogroup E, Proto-Semitic, went from Africa into the Middle East, then was pushed out by J. More people say this as well. The presence of Semitic in the Near East might be explained as follows. Early pre-Proto-Semitic speakers would have migrated into Syrio-Palestine before the Neolithic, being taken there by M35 bearers, specifically M35/78, and adopted by populations bearing M89 lineages, which is M89. Now, M89 basically is 90% of lineages outside of Africa, which includes the J marker. Furthermore, there's more people that say this. I can go on, I can read this whole section that talks, I'll just read this part. The other subclades of J1 cannot be considered to be the paternal descendants of first speakers of Arabic. These other J1 lineages were Arabicized alongside other haplogroups like J2 and Q1b. Like J1-P58, E-M34, it is also shared with their Semitic cousins, the Jews. Haplogroup E1b1b is considered to be the primary candidate for the origin and dispersal of Afroasiatic languages across North and Eastern Africa and Southwest Asia. The Semitic languages appear to have originated within a subclade of the M34 branch of E1b1. And this is why understanding where Semites originated from is important, because various linguists place the origins of Semitic people either in Africa or in the Levant with the Natufians. So I'm going to quickly read that source and then give it over to Yeshua if he has anything else to say. And so it says right here, the Semitic family is a member of the larger Afroasiatic. Actually, I'll show a better map.
Yeah, when I go, I'm just going to falsify that 500 BC thing.
Yeah, 500 BC is kind of
we read. I read his books and I watch his videos. I mean, I agree with everything he says. That's just ridiculous. Go ahead, bro.
Well, I find this. You can just do a quick, a quick thing.
Well, I mean, they found E1B1A in the BMAC culture in Turkmenistan.
All right. So the Semitic family. My bad. So this is why understanding the origins of Semites is important, because you do have people who say Semitic people originated in Africa. The Semitic family is a member of the larger Afroasiatic family, all of whose other 5 or more branches have their origin in North Africa or the Maghreb. Largely for this reason, the ancestors of Proto-Semite speakers were originally believed by some to have arrived in the Middle East from North Africa, possibly as part of the operation of the Saharan pump around the late Neolithic. So what's underlined in red says Semites could have came from North Africa. Now let's look at what's in green. Dinkoff sees Semitic originating between the Nile Delta and Canaan as the northmost branch of Afroasiatic. So in green, Dinkoff says Semites could originate in the Nile Valley. Bench even wonders whether the highly divergent Goreg languages indicate an origin in Ethiopia, with the rest of Ethiopic Semitic a later back migration. So in blue, Bench says that Semites could have came from Ethiopia. And over here in yellow, which is what I subscribe to, the Natufian origin of Semites, according to Christy G. Turner II, there is archaeological and physical anthropological reason for a relationship between modern Semitic-speaking populations of the Levant and the Natufians, who we know had haplogroup E. So this is why understanding where Semites come from is important. I don't care if E is in Africa, because it can still be Semitic. Various linguists say that Semites came from Africa. I have no problem with continent of Africa. Now you can go, Yeshua.
Yeah, let me share my screen. I think we got like 2 minutes. Just real quick. I'm just gonna go to my PowerPoint to get this over with. About the 500 BCE thing. This is the BMAC to the right. Well, is my stream being shared?
Yes, sir.
Can the people see it?
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
I can see it. I can see it.
Okay. All right. So this is the BMAC, the little orange area here. This is around Turkmenistan, South Asia. And the DNA that they found here is E1B1A and E1B1B. So for him to try to trap the DNA in Africa, what was it, 500 BCE? This is the Bronze Age. Yeah, this is the Bronze Age. So this is around 2400 to 1900 BCE. We do see E1B1A and E1B1B outside of Africa, where he said what Kevin was trying to use that to say that we were just there and that's where we get our Genesis, but we have evidence that goes beyond that timestamp that he gave us. I think that was a very ridiculous claim made by Nathaniel Jeeson. I don't even follow that 6,000 year timeline. That's just me personally. So that's what I want to say. You can find E1B1A outside of Africa, which contradicts Mr. Jeeson's point. And I'm using empirical data to show that. The thing about the J marker that was brought out about the Turks, we can actually use empirical data to back him up. We can use the Hurrian burials, the Canaanite burials that had Hurrian names in it, the J markers. So we know where they came from. All right.
And
so,
Caucasians.
Now, do I get a chance to respond to that?
Yeah, if they want to give up their 2 minutes, that's 7 minutes and 50 seconds.
Oh, we got 2 minutes left?
Yeah,
we got 2 minutes. I thought that was time.
All right,
go ahead. Or y'all want to give it up?
No, excuse me. No. Let me go back to this.
Hey, use all the time you can get, bro.
Not that. Hold on. Let me get my PowerPoint back up.
That's
the wrong one, right? I don't see that.
Yeah, that was the wrong one. You want your shoes PowerPoint.
I don't see it.
Hold on. Let me get it back up.
While your shoe pulls it up, I'm just going to say this. This is why I subscribe to Semites being haplogroup E, because most linguists and geneticists pretty much say that. I don't know why our opposition doesn't want to go with the science.
There it is.
Right. So again, if we study this BMAC culture, what we also see here coming from this culture, we can see it making its way, matriculating into sub-Saharan Africa, showing a point of origin, because we see South Asian culture, which in our next round, I'm going to break it down. In this area of the world, we see horses. We also see horses in the Note culture in West Africa. We also see coconuts coming from Asia and making its way with the Bantus into sub-Saharan Africa. So we can have the argument of culture, material culture matriculating from these areas of South Asia, showing a point of origin of these people being outside of Africa and bringing in material culture from Asia as well. How else do you explain the Note culture having horses 3,000 years ago? How else do you explain coconuts and bananas? Coconuts and bananas, anybody can look up right now, comes from South Asia. That's where it comes from. So we have a lot in chickens. The first people to eat and consume chickens, we can bring that article out too, are the Palestinians. Zebu cattle come from Asia as well, which the Bantus brought to sub-Saharan Africa, introduced it to sub-Saharan Africa. So we can also use the material culture argument to map up a migratory pattern that these people were familiar with Asia. They always been familiar with Asia, traveling through the Levantine corridor and bringing those cultures into Africa.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Right. So here's the thing.
No, now Kevin, you want to play more of your video, or just you want to go back and forth?
Oh no. What I want to do is show what they're doing here. So if you notice all the dates that he brought up, right, in regards to those things, you know that's not even using biblical chronology. That's using their chronology based on what? The out of Africa theory. So they're saying that we find Africans up in these areas in 3500 BCE or whatever year he gives you. But guess what? That's according to the chronology and when they base that migrations occurred, not according to biblical chronology. Now, what they're not admitting about Jensen is that he's using biblical chronology. He's not using out of Africa theory chronology. So now when you look at his chronology, what he tells you is that these people were in Africa at that time. They split into two groups. Now, keep in mind, E1B1A has nothing to do with any of the Semitic languages even spoken. It was only E1B1B. And if you notice, what they're not putting in there is that E1B1B actually started where? Around Egypt. That's what he was explaining. Because what script do you find in the region between Egypt and the Middle East? You find a region called Sinai. And what is that place called? The Wadi El Hor script. The Wadi El Hor script is the first script to be made that actually is the first type of Shemitic-like writing that was in the form of what we could actually call Hebrew. This turned into Hebrew 1 when it came up in the land. Then the Canaanites got a hold of it, and that was a widespread language. Now, E1B1B could have brought this up out of there. In fact, Jensen didn't deny that. And no one's denying that they actually had Semitic languages or spoke them because they originated in and around that area, especially around Egypt. Egyptians had a Semitic language. That's not even the argument here. The argument here is that was RE1B1E the Israelites, and the evidence that Jensen showed that they're not. They're not the Israelites, because guess what? The Israelites did not create the Shemitic language. It came from the people that was of Shem and around that area, and whoever was talking it and speaking it, and had derivatives in that area. So the thing about it is this: when you look at the sources that the brother brought up, that's PhD Jensen, he clearly shows you that E1B1E got into the land by what? Mohammedans, Islam. And they were taken out of the land by what means? The Turks coming through. He showed that in their source when they played the video, and it showed it in my source when he played the video. So what y'all need to prove is this. Y'all need to prove that E1B1A, as in West Africans, Sub-Saharan Africans, that's part of the Bantu expansion, are Israelites. And that information did not prove that, bro. It went against that, actually.
I'm glad you asked that question, because I literally said when I started the video, this debate, my debate, is not about who are the Israelites or if African Americans are the Israelites. I'm talking about E is being Semitic and not J being Semitic. You can play back to the video to the very beginning. Berean's a witness of that. Yes, Berean's witness to that. I'm not talking about the Israelites. I'm talking about the ancient ancestors of the Israelites before Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the proto-Semitic people.
Hold on, bro. That's the first question that I asked y'all yesterday.
Hey,
I said,
I thought it was his time.
It was 3 minutes. It was 3 minutes. I don't know, Kevin. He just stopped talking, and
yeah, he asked the question, so I answered it.
Okay. Right, bro. Y'all asked plenty of questions in the midst of y'all stuff, and that's not it. And here's the question that I asked. The other day, I asked this specific question. I don't know why y'all keep dancing around this. I said, sure, y'all find traces of E there, and that's fine. I even told y'all that. In fact, I don't remember, but I think I shared with James saying, yeah, there's some E here and there and all everywhere in the Middle East and stuff, but this is not a claim that they're Israelites. There's explanations out there as to why they got out there. And I know that there are explanations out there on that. Now, with the argument that you guys presented was that E1B1A, which I said yesterday, which is Sub-Saharan African, Bantu expansion speaking people. Okay, don't even speak a lick of Semitic languages, and the only traces they have of Semitic languages came from, guess what? Arabic speakers who came from what? The Mohammedan expansion. Once again, this is what I've been telling y'all for the longest time. Now, in Jensen's explanation in this video, that's exactly what he showed. He said that these people were one group in Africa around 500 BCE. There was a split. You had E1B1A that was formed and went down to the south. You had E1B1B that stayed up in the north and expanded in that area. When the Mohammedans came through, then you see E1B1B expand and go into the Levant, and do you see them get drawn back out during the 1000 AD at the time of the Turks coming through. But guess what? And this is my point. That's why I'm sitting here just like, I don't know what y'all talking about. None of this proves, and I want y'all to hear me clearly here. None of this shows anything in regards to an E1B1A having anything to do with it. In fact, let me ask you a question. When we look at, you mentioned the haplogroup earlier. You mentioned how M35 was the progenitor of the Shemitic languages, and I'm not denying that, because we see E in that area around where Egypt's at. No doubt. We know that the Medo-Neter was actually a Shemitic language as well. We know that it's closely to the Canaanite Ugaritic text that you can look at the K2U tablets and see that it's Cuneian form. We see that. That's
well, then we have an agreement.
They speak this language. We know that. But that's not the claim being made here. What we're talking about is Israelites. And guess what? Our people in Sub-Saharan Africa had nothing to do with that. You know why?
That's 5 minutes right there.
They don't speak any of those languages. They just don't. If you look at the derivatives and all of the languages used from the Ge'ez of the Ethiopians, from the Medo-Neter of the Egyptians, from the Wadi el-Hor going into Canaanite, going into some Phoenician, and all the other languages that they speak over there. No, the PhD was right. He clearly told you. In fact, Berean, could you go pull back up the video and then we're going to play it? because you're going to hear exactly what he says. Listen to exactly what he says. If you go back at that time at 41 minutes in that video, he tells you that. He said this was one group in this area. They split. When he talks about the Arabs, when he talks about the Muslims, when he talks about the Semitic languages, guess who's not included? E1B1A is not included, bro. Go ahead and pull it up. I'm not at my computer right now, so Breen, if you can, just go ahead and pull it up and play. And for the rest of my time, go ahead and play that last part there at 41 minutes. And he's going to tell you that exactly. He's going to say,
trying to trace the history outwards.
Hold on.
This is the explanation I'm leaning towards now.
Hold on.
E1B1B.
There we go. Can you go to? We at 41.
Are being
41:17.
Sub-Saharan Africa.
Yep. Listen to what he says. Watch this. Watch how he dismisses E1B1A.
You might recall from episode 4 that this Islamic slave trade has a different gender makeup than the transatlantic slave trade. Transatlantic slave trade, the people are trying to force people onto plantations to work the fields. It's about 2-to-1 men to women. This slave trade, the Islamic slave trade, is looking for household workers by and large. So it's 2-to-1 females to men. And we're looking at the Y chromosome lineage. So that's one reason why I'm not convinced this is necessarily a slave trade. It may be something else. So 500 BC, these two lineages are one people, one population. They have a common ancestor. And then in 500 BC, or so, around there, a split happened.
Okay, see that?
For one, because E1B1A becomes the dominant lineage in sub-Saharan Africa. Just statistically, you find some dark-skinned person in sub-Saharan Africa, or if you're in the Americas, you have dark skin, you have a high probability of being in this lineage.
Which we are. Keep going.
But these guys end up dominating North and East Africa. Ethiopia, Somalia, Libya, Algeria, Egypt. I'm suggesting they may have also gone to the Arabian Peninsula.
Okay.
So that's over 1,000 years later, 600 to 800s, when Muhammad and his band of Arab Muslims begin expansion. It may be this E1B1B lineage.
There you go.
Expanded.
You see that? That's his information, not mine.
Correlation between the geographic extent of the Muhammad Empire and his descendants and the distribution of E1B1B. Another reason why is when I was initially getting into linguistics, when I saw the distribution of Afroasiatic languages, North Africa and the Arabian Peninsula, I thought, that's the Muslim conquest. That has to be it.
There it is.
Explain the distribution of these languages. And here you see a genetic lineage that is very strongly.
You got 2 minutes left, Kevin. You want to stop it?
The only exception is
keep going.
It isn't dominant now in the Middle East, but I think there's a reason for that. Fast forward a few centuries to the thousands, we talk about the arrival of the Turks from Central Asia. They go marching through the Middle East. I think this is how you begin to lose the dominance of E1B1B in the Middle East. Turks, of course, then get nearly extinguished by the Mongols. They survive.
Okay, let's pause right there.
Pushing,
and I'm gonna explain exactly what he just said. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you just seen it. Now notice the date that he's at. The time that he shows that they went up in there was around the time of the Mohammedans, which will have been around 500 to 600 AD, or probably a little later in that time, right? Now notice, this is hundreds of years after the time of Christ. The Israelites should have been out of there already, way long ago, around 700, 800 BCE during the conquest of the Assyrians, and then you have another fallout in 70 AD. How are they coming in there after the fact? That doesn't even match what we're supposed to be talking about as far as them getting kicked out of the land or not being there anymore. How they coming in hundreds of years after the time they supposed to be kicked out? Now, here's another thing. Somebody said something stupid saying, oh, that's the northern and the southern tribes splitting. Then why they splitting in Africa, bro? And why is E1B1A way out of there before 70 AD? Because when you go to Ezekiel, guess what it tells you? That Judah was going to get their punishment after the time they reject the Messiah, and they were going to get 40 years after that to the time of 70 AD, which is the Jewish-Roman War, and then they were going to be kicked out from the temple over there. And those people whom we know in history, those Jews were mixed up with both the Jews that were there, which was of the tribes of Benjamin, of Levi, and also we see also mixed with them with some Idumeans, who also was with them, along with the Sakari who fought the war.
All
So
right.
guess what? Those people were not E1B1A. When E1B1A wasn't even there in that region at that time. Not no serious number and no cap, probably a visitor here and there. People traveling, of course, people trade and travel. There might be somebody there from there. But
That's your time, bro.
At.
That's your time, man. We'll let you go over. That's your time.
Yeah, I got a quick statement to shoot. All right. Again, straw man. I have never brought up E1B1A being the Israelites, not in the previous
bro,
debate we had yesterday, nor on the one tonight. Let me finish. Bro, I never brought up E1B1A being Israelites. I never brought up African Americans being Israelites. You don't even know my position on this issue. Why are you bringing this stuff up?
Well, because
that's not the answer of the debate. Let me finish. And then I'll let you say like a couple of words. But so I never brought up E1B1A being Israelites. I never brought up African Americans being Israelites. You don't really know my position on that. Furthermore, my debate, like I said in the start of the video, I wonder if I should play it as evidence. My start of the debate is that E is Semitic, Proto-Semitic, the first Semitic speakers. That's my point that I'm making and discounting Haplogroup J. Now, furthermore, before I let you speak and then give it to you, Shu, why are we keep using Nathaniel Jensen's model? Can we use other linguists, geneticists models? Can you share my screen, Brother Breen? Why can't we use the model that Semites come from North Africa? Why can't we use the models that Semites come from the Nile Delta? Why can't we use the model of Semites coming from Ethiopia or from the Natufians? All the people who say this are PhD, just like Nathaniel Jensen. So you keep on sticking us to this plaque of Nathaniel Jensen. I can stick us to any of these other plaques too.
Bro, you still talking about Northeast,
one guy.
You're still talking about Northeast Africa though. It's the same region. It don't
yes, Semites coming out of that region.
Right,
yes,
exactly. But that's my point though. Okay, bro. So let me ask you this question then.
No. This is our time,
hold on, you
bro.
I really
well, actually, I'll let you shoot go. I'll let you shoot go. Then you can answer my question.
This is our time, bro. Like we're not doing it, bro. It's 1 o'clock. Let you go. It's our turn.
Oh, yeah, it is kind of late where you at. My bad.
Anyway, so to address the E1B1A thing, again, in your model that you're subscribing to would automatically make these people closely related to E1B1B. And the model that you're going to would say that E1B1B is a result of a Mohammedan expansion. This will make these people Ishmaelites.
Oh, yeah,
that's not true, bro.
Which would go to our.
That's not what I said, bro.
Bro, stop. Well,
you misrepresented.
It's not your point. It's not your turn, bro. I've been at work all goddamn day. Excuse me, and I stayed up all night last night. Let me talk, bro. Let me talk. I didn't interrupt you. Avery interrupted you. I texted him, told him to chill on that. Yeah. All right. Now, to address what he said, if these people are Mohammedans, okay, who are the Mohammedans? Would they not descend from the Ishmaelites? Would they not be Shemites? If E1B1B is Shem, E1B1A would also be descendants of Shem. It's that simple. So let's start talking about E1B1A. I'm just going to address it because it's not that hard. It's not that deep. Let me share my screen. And I'm going to start with the oral traditions argument, and then we're going to go into material culture argument. All right. Share my screen. Brother Brian, can you share my screen, brother? Are you there, Brian?
Yeah.
Can you see my screen? All right. So oral testimonies are valid sources, pure Oxford. Oral traditions were performances before they became written accounts. They contain evidences about the construction of the past and the past itself. The influences of writing on the contents of performed oral traditions do not extinguish their value as evidence as past events and past political realities. All right. The Semitic people have an oral tradition. And we know who the Semitic people are, West African people. The Semitic people's ideas about their history are expressed in the legend of Ouagadougou. This in the oral tradition told by many generations of Geseri, Suniki professional storytellers and musicians, detail vary from one version to the next, but the legend generally describes the origins and early deeds of different Suniki clans. The legend often begins by describing how the ancestors of Dinga came from somewhere in the Middle East. So these people are not saying that they were always in sub-Saharan Africa. I'm not saying it at all. So this is where Ouagadougou is. This is where you would see these Suniki people at, okay, the western coast of Africa. And again, according to their own oral testimony, they come from the Middle East. Like we brought out the Haplogroup J, the people, the Chechen people and the English people, they say they come from Japhet. Well, these people have their own oral traditions as well. These E1B1A markers have a tradition of coming back to the Middle East. You mentioned the Limba. Majority of the Limba haplogroups are E1B1A or E3A. They have an oral history of going back to Israel. Okay. The members of the community, Jewish states of the Sahara, claim that their ancestors came from Palestine via the edge of the Sahara at the time of Nebuchadnezzar. The reason why we know that they had a Eurasian gene flow or were in these areas is because they have Eurasian haplogroups with them. We don't use the Eurasian haplogroups to say they're Jews. We use it to show a Eurasian gene flow, showing that people came from Eurasia and came down into Africa with these markers. And that's from the Black Jews of Africa by Ida Bruder, page number 103. Here's another source, but according to their Limba oral legend, they are Israelites departed by King Nebuchadnezzar from Judea to southern Arabia, a land they call Sina. The Limba site passages in Ezra 2:35 and Nehemiah 7:38, where it says almost 3,930 sons of Sina returned from exile in 538 BCE at the behest of the Persian king Cyrus to rebuild the temple the Babylonians had destroyed. Source: Abraham's Children by John and Team, page number 116 and 117. So we see these groups with E3A having an oral testimony of coming back to the Middle East. We've seen the Suniki people saying they went back to the Middle East. We see the Limba people going back to a Jewish population in the Middle East, which we already established in that paper. These Jews would have descended from a population that had these Africans with these Yoruba components. That's E1B1A.
Should we go into Haplogroup DE and how it migrated into Africa?
Yeah, here in a minute. I want to bring more information out on this.
Okay.
The legend of Bafour. In Mauritania, according to Arab sources and certain oral traditions of Western Africa, the first inhabitants of Western Africa were the Bafour, whose Jewish origin is enigmatic and controversial. Following a process of organization, functioning, and decline of all Sudanese empires described by Charles Montel, one might assume that a Bafour existed several centuries before Islam. These Bafour seem to have introduced, so before that period of time that you're bringing up with Jensen, right? These Bafour seem to have introduced the cultivation of palm trees, horse breeding. Where do horses come from? The steppes, Eurasian steppes. New irrigation methods and metallurgy. All these things come from Asia. They're bringing these Asian cultures into sub-Saharan Africa that was not there prior to. According to a tradition reported by Andre J. Lucas, the Bafour were the first ones to plant palm trees, to dig deep in large wells. The Mu'allim, craftsmen, make and have always made work of art. They are called Yahud because, according to the legend, only Jews in Mauritania were craftsmen. And you know that the Mu'allim have neither homeland nor tribes. So these black people are E1B1A tribes do have a history of going outside of Africa. That's why I want to show you guys the BMAC culture that has E1B1A and E1B1B amongst them, a South Asian culture that has our people in it as well. And we already showed that the ancient Jews had our people in it as well. And we can see the culture coming from Asia into Africa. That's how we're building our argument. Let's keep going. Source population for metallurgy. The people of BMAC culture were very proficient at working in a variety of metals, including bronze, copper, silver, and gold. This is attested through the many metal artifacts found throughout the sites. So when we see these Bantu, what they call the Bantu expansion, the E1B1A expansion that happened around 3,000 years ago, they brought metallurgy into sub-Saharan Africa. Sub-Saharan Africa was in the Stone Age. We brought it into the Metal Age. So we already had those skills prior to getting there. Where did we get it from? Well, we already established E1B1A was in the BMAC culture. All right. So this gives you a time stamp when this migration happened, about 2,500 years ago. So I don't know what Nathaniel Jeanson's talking about with 500 years. The Earth is not 6,000 years, but that's a whole different argument. So the Encyclopedia of the Ancient World by Shona Grimley, page number 46, says about 2,500 years ago, peoples from northern Africa started moving into southern Africa. They also knew how to use iron, and each group made pottery, which is its own distinctive style. Iron was the first metal used by Africans living south of the Sahara Desert, and it was spread through Africa by farmers. That's huge. Who are these farmers? The Bantus. They brought forth agriculture. So they're bringing in metallurgy. They're bringing in all of these material cultures that tie them back to Asia. And we argue that that population that they would have came from would have been the Israelite population, hence the paper that we brought up from Prior Marjani written in 2011. The Note culture as well, having the early horses. So we have the Iron Age Note culture in West Africa. The Note culture, which hasted from about the 6th century BC to the 1st century AD, was the earliest known ironworking community in West Africa. So this is from 6th century BC. We have a timestamp, right? Let's keep going.
That's 10 minutes. You over.
Oh, okay. All right. Go ahead.
10:22 right there. Y'all want to? You want to get? Can we get some questions in from both sides?
Yeah. I mean,
without cool. Any. Do you think? All right. You who's that? Who want to go first?
To ask the question, or
yes, to the
the audience, or
no, to Kevin. And,
to each other. I guess to each other. Yeah, we can talk.
My bad. I'm kind of sleepy. Yeah.
I've been up since 5 a.m., but I'm still kicking, yo. Let's do it.
All right, I was going to actually pull up slides and do some more, but I guess we can do questions.
Yeah. I wanted to ask you something though. At first, now you said. Now I'm curious about this question here.
Oh, I know what you're going to ask.
You said that. What was about
hear this?
You're going to ask me what if I think African Americans are Israelites? That's what you're going to ask.
Well, let me ask you something more detailed, bro, because I don't think you're that simple. What do you think about the claims? Because you said I don't go for that. You're not. So it seems like you're not of the mainstream that I'm attacking. So clarify for me what's your stance as far as that whole argument.
All right, my argument is not every single African American is going to be a descendant of an Israelite. That
I agree.
Makes no sense. Yeah, it makes no sense genetically.
Yep,
and
I agree.
Because we're all not.
I want to hear this now.
Because we're all not genetically related. We all have different haplogroups and different origin points when it comes to the various peoples in Western Africa. For instance, Chris Rock has haplogroup B, which is interesting when I found that out. I didn't really think African Americans would have haplogroup A and B and stuff like that. But it turns out that you can find some with it. And obviously you got your Eurasian genes. So it's impossible for every African American to sort of be an Israelite if we're going off like Y-DNA markers. I don't really like the biblical claims like Deuteronomy 28. That's personal interpretation, if you ask me. And I think it already happened during the Assyro-Babylonian time period. And I don't really like verses that talk about, Judith mourning to the ground and they're black because I don't like that. I don't like those verses either, or Lamentations, stuff like that. I don't use any of those sources. They don't make sense to me. Let me see what else. Wait. All right. So, yeah. So I don't use scripture. I know every African American isn't an Israelite. I do believe some are. I obviously believe that there are people among us that are Israel. And I use genetics for that. And part of the genetics I use is having DNA from that part of the world, the Levant, being genetically related closely to, being somewhat genetically related to Jewish populations and stuff like that. I also look into culture of different African tribes, but I mostly look at the DNA. For one, I know what I got in my DNA, but I ain't gonna say.
Nah, that's cool. That's cool. What you got in your DNA is your DNA. Did you understand the argument that Jensen was putting forth when he was talking about the split? And how would you explain that split between E1B1A, E1B1B in relation to Sub-Saharan Africa and Northern Africa?
Yeah, I understand what he's saying, but I do have to admit, I do like some of his work, but I don't know if I can agree with everything. Having the split being 500 BC doesn't really make sense because we have Natufians with haplogroup E, and that goes back to the Neolithic. So there already was people with E in the Middle East. So kind of that part, when he said that, that part kind of weirded me out. And I was actually in the live stream. I watched all those videos live. There's actually a person who's actually asking a ton of videos. Asking a ton of questions. And he had, and in the comment section, the person has all Hebrew letters, and that's me. If you go back and watch those live streams, and I asked him about the Natufians and Ramses III, and I think he even said that he doesn't really think Natufians and all those Neolithic populations existed or something like that. And I'm like, oh, okay, I'm like, come on, Dr. Jensen. Like, there's so much evidence for Neolithic cultures around the world, not just in the Middle East. So, like I said, some of his work is good, some of it's shoddy at best. But you definitely have E outside of Africa prior to 500 BC. I mean, I don't know why he. I like the 6,000 year model, but the way he's doing it, I kind of disagree with. I have my own version of a 6,000.
So here's the thing: knowing Yeshua and James for a couple years now, and I'm just now meeting you, so you're along with them where you don't accept young Earth chronology. You don't.
No, I
accept.
rock with both ideas. I can rock with an old Earth and a young Earth. I have models for both. I have multiple models actually. I don't just have one. I got like 5 different models as to how this all could work.
Right. Yeah, I see people in the chat talking about haplogroup. They don't know what branch I'm from and none of that.
You
So
are
I'm gonna leave that. I'm gonna leave that
you
alone.
haplogroup I2. I know what you are. But
yeah,
we got some questions for you.
But you know, Yeshua, I told everybody that I'm not worried about that. I mean,
Yeah, I know,
y'all.
but earlier you said when he was talking about E1B1A, and I was like, what is this brother talking about? We, that ain't you, man. You got to talk about Scandinavia. You got to talk about Scandinavia, brother.
No, hold on. No, I'm not talking about Scandinavia.
No, I'm saying you have to talk about Scandinavia when you're invoking your history and your people.
No, I don't have to talk about Scandinavia. I
mean, but that's where your ancestry goes back to. There is no
it don't go.
When we're talking ancestry.
No, it doesn't, bro. It doesn't go back to that. Y'all talk to.
Where does it go back to then? That's a question for you. There you go.
Mine's it goes back to Sardinia. Okay.
Okay. Well, you got to talk about Sardinia then, not
right. And I talk about Sardinia. Sardinia is Sardinia is a unique island off the coast of Italy that shows early architecture of Semitic architecture, such as the step pyramid that's been established there in 3400. We see there's a place of the giants that's there, and you also see that the first tablets written in Sardinia are actually. You can pull it up. Somebody can pull it up while I'm talking about this. I'm not. I can bring this up all day. So if you look in the island Sardinia, they have a couple of things there that's very unique. The first one there is being the tablets. The first tablets actually written there is actually in Paleo Hebrew. They're in Paleo Hebrew. And the first architecture that you find on the island of Sardinia is actually that of what we find in Mesopotamia, which would be the step pyramids that you find in Babylon, as well as some of the architecture that you see in around Iraq and Iran. So when you look at these people in Sardinia, they're actually a very mixed group of people. So that's where my haplogroup.
Yeah, we understand that, but haplogroup I has a point of origin. What is the point of origin for your haplogroup I? Because we talk about ours.
According to the phylogenetic phonology of I seems to have come from Central Asia, which comes from the subclad of IJ. Okay, IJ subclad comes out of Central. On my mother's side, her haplogroup actually comes out of Central Asia as well.
Got you. So I and J, IJ forms their brother clay. The parahaplogroup IJ does start around India. We understand that. Then they split off, and I develops where? Where does I mature and develop?
I matures and develop, I would say, around where the corded ware and Yamna cultures are. That
There
would
you
be
go.
right. That's not Scandinavian though. That's
Hold
not
on.
Scandinavian though.
Where did they end up at?
Well, that's where they end. That depends on that branch. If that branch there, see now, look at it. You got I1 up there. See that? You got I1. That's I1 branch.
Mm-hmm.
That's not my branch, bro.
You I2.
Yep.
I know that, but I2 comes from where?
Right. I told you it comes from the IJ subclass out of Central Asia. I told you that.
Okay. So you're saying you're not I1. We understand that you're I2. I1
Yep.
and I2 comes from what? Basal I. Right?
Where you talking at basal I? Which one are you talking about?
You do basal I produce I1 and I2.
No, that's not it, bro. You got the wrong map up there. That's still I1 right there.
No. Listen
No,
to what
this
I'm
is I.
saying. If you look up the phylogenetic tree of I.
Yeah, I'm not from 170.
No, this is the parent of all I. I1M I-M170 is the parent of I1 and
Right.
I2.
So
That's basal. That's what I'm telling you.
current.
That's basal
Right,
I.
hold on, bro. That's current populations of that part there. Now, if you look to the right, you see the highlighted area right beyond Saudi Arabia. This is where you get the starting of the Yamna culture, right? So the migrations of those parental ones are there, but you got to trace the branches where they ended up. Now, for mine specifically, what you want to look at is IM438. That's known as I2. This is what I am. So if you could pull that up, because I
But
have no problem with my haplogroup. I mean, I already know as far as my salvation, I already know why I'm in positionally in the Bible.
no,
So,
this not
I
an
mean,
argument about
yeah,
salvation.
I know, bro. So like, if you pull it up, if you do, nah, that's not it. That's I1. It's IM438, which is I2.
Yeah, all you got to go to genetic homeland.
Yeah, so so really what it is gonna be hold on, let me pull up the exact one here,
So
I
because I know
got
they
you.
changed it.
I got you. I'm gonna go to genetic homeland and just type in your clade.
Yeah, so mine is I2A1A.
Huh? And it's
Yeah,
gonna say you come
I2A1A.
from basal I. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
No. It's talking about, but you gotta understand the map that you pulled up is in regards to the current populations where those parental ones are. The origins of that is going out to the east, which is going to be the areas what we call the Yamna culture. That's why I see the very fewest there, right? Current populations of that migration went there. Now, the branches of where I came from is not necessarily what those people are there. They're a different branch.
All right,
So that's what I'm asking. Whoa, what
give
the hell
me
was
your
that?
clade. I'm gonna share my screen, and we
Yeah,
gonna
go
go to
ahead. Yeah, it's I2A1A.
right.
I2A1A.
There's my screen there. So what's your clade again? I what?
I2A1A.
I2A1A. Search,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
and it'll give you the whole phylogenetic tree breakdown on this. Anybody can use this genetichomeland.com and click up here to well, it should say pedigree when you go to the main page and just click pedigree. All right,
Jay
CTC.
family
Jack
tree,
says,
family tree DNA is also pretty good.
So right here, IJ.
mm-hmm.
Do you see this right here? Defines
Yes,
I
sir.
group. You
Mm-hmm.
come from M170 as well.
Right. I
That's what
understand that,
that's
bro.
what I
But
was
with the
telling you. Basal I. That's what I was trying
Yeah,
to
it
say.
showed that map.
We
Yeah, it
already
showed
know
that
what
map.
that is, but the map that you're showing is showing current populations of who holds that. Just like when you pulled up the argument about phonetically on how people can look, phenotypically, sorry, how people can look. This is what they mix into and what they look like. But when you look the whole spectrum of those who are I, they don't all really look the same. That's why when I looked up, I actually was going to get a ticket to Sardinia 2 summers ago, and I wanted to check those people out because they have a very unique look to them.
Yeah,
But
because
yeah,
they're
man,
paleo. Yeah, because they're paleo Europeans. They're more broad structured.
Right, they
Because
are.
they're
They are
paleo
more broad. Yep.
European.
Yeah, they are. Surprisingly, They didn't have a lot to do with slave trade at all. In fact, I don't think any of them even came over, which I was surprised where that came from. And but when I looked up the history of that place, I did see that they have deep Semitic roots as well. Excuse me. If you pull up, there's a plate out there. If you look up Sardinia tablet, and if
Yeah, I
you
know what
look
you're
at
talking about. I know what you're talking
yeah,
about.
it has Paleo Hebrew on it. So my question was, these people there are actually claiming that this is their history. What is this? Like, what is this that they wrote down and what they have? And when you see the old temple there, I think it's called the Dakoti temple, something like that. It looks just like the ziggurats that you see in the Middle East. And I
Yeah, I
was
can
I was
explain
I was
that.
surprised by that. I was very surprised by that. So I
You're
mean,
not doing the Aboriginal argument, are you? 'Cause that sounds like
nah. I'm not doing the I'm not doing the Aboriginal thing.
that sound
Like I
like that. We got step pyramids over here. They got step pyramids.
Nah, but that's what I told. That's what I told the brother years ago. I don't know if I told y'all the story, but this is when I told the brother. Pinesi. I don't know if you remember Pinesi. I know James did.
Yes, I know. I remember him. I
Yeah,
remember.
Pinesi. Yeah, I remember when I did my DNA test. I said, "Bro, we got to stop doing this whole." He says, "Nah, you still Israel." I said, "No, I'm not." I said, not according to the doctrine y'all pushing." I said, we can't. We got to stop doing that because y'all making people focus on their genetics and what they're doing, and not necessarily what this book is saying. So that's one of the strings that I had to cut to be like, no, I can't be following this because, it will drive people crazy. People were literally going crazy if they didn't know if they were Israel or not.
It's okay. You
So
can
I'm
be a
like,
Japhite. There's no wrong with
hey,
that.
hey, like I said, I'm cool. I feel like
But
I'm beautifully and wonderfully made, man. But I mean,
but I can explain that question about the Sardinian tablet. Can you share my screen, Debrian? So when it comes to the Sardinian tablet, that was brought over by Phoenicians because the original people of Sardinia, which are Paleo-Europeans, didn't speak a Semitic language or even an Indo-European language. It sort of spoke like an isolate language, like the Basque people. The people that likely brought that script to Sardinia would have been the Phoenicians, who likely could have had
right,
E markers. By the way, like right here in yellow, it says E-M34 is the main Middle Eastern variety of E1B1B and is thought to have arrived with the Proto-Semitic people in the late Copper to early Bronze Age. So the Phoenicians would have spread E-M34 to Cyprus, Mitali, Sicily, Sardinia, as whatever, and
yep,
southern Iberia. So what's interesting about this is that if you correlate the spread of E with the script of the Semitic language, you kind of do see an overlap of how E is going into the Mediterranean and how the script is going into the Mediterranean. So it was Phoenicians that brought the Semitic script throughout the Mediterranean world.
right, because this is where
Greeks
you get
also have E as well.
right. This is where you get the first alphabet that came from Hebrew version 2, which
Exactly.
is because the phonetic script was just purely that was it. It's phonetic. It was sound based. It wasn't like symbol based. The Hebrews, as you look on that chart there in the lower right hand corner, the bull's head, the ox, and the aleph symbols, they carried their numeric as well as their meaning. So when they saw L or that bull's head, they knew it meant power or God.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas
Right.
the Phoenicians, when you saw Aleph, it just simply means that's it. So that's why they
Right.
say Phoenicians had the first alphabet.
Yeah. And Herodotus even says, it's over here in the left hand side, that the Phoenicians came to Greece and they even like settled there and mixed with the Greek women and stuff, which is why I think EV13 is among the Greeks today. And that they got the script from the Phoenicians, but the Greeks being Greeks changed things up a little bit because you know how they like to be a little bit different. But yeah. As a matter of fact, it's interesting when you look at languages because when it comes to ancient Egyptian, Proto-Sinaitic, Phoenician, Greek, Etruscan, Latin, it all comes from like, Afroasiatic, Semitic. And yeah. Comes to Proto-Semitic, you go all the way down the line from Phoenician to Greek. And it's interesting how Greeks have quite a bit of E as well. But yeah. As a matter of fact, I have a chart that shows how much they have.
Hey, James is mad wrong. First off, that professor never said anything about Muslims in 500
Bring James in
BCE,
here.
bro.
Bring my brother
Yeah,
James
bring him
in,
in here,
Hurrian.
man, because he been off the hook in that chat all day. That
Bring
dude
my
did
brother
not
James
say.
up.
Yeah, he did not. That brother did not say that Muslims were around in 600 BCE, bro. That is a fatal error. Why would he say something like that? Come on, think about it.
He said when he said the Mohammedans, the Arab descendants that Big Muhammad came from, I think they were a little kind of mixed that up.
Well, if he was
Where's
talking
he
in
at?
that
I put the
sense, then
link
yeah,
in
that
there.
makes sense. But he won't say people that was following Islam.
I thought we were asking questions.
Go ahead.
Well, I'll let James say what he has to say, and then I might ask. I don't really have any questions.
All right, good. I'm going to bed. Where's he at? I thought I put the link.
Nah, you got me in here right now, Barin.
Okay. He was in here 5-6 times. I don't know what happened.
I was on my phone, and for some reason my phone kept bouncing out, so I jumped in on my laptop so I could make sure I didn't sound muffled like the audience said I did.
Okay, go ahead. You got flow.
Okay, no problem. I was reading on the thing he had put up. It said Muslims 500 BCE. On there, it said, or did I misread that, Kevin?
No, when he had that on the screen, he was talking about it. You took what he was saying and looking at what was on the screen that he had at the moment, and it was putting the two together. I don't know why you were doing that.
It's 500 BCE.
It's still erroneous because it's saying that all of that happened within this 6,000 year time span, and now you're saying, oh well, they popped into existence 500 BCE. Who believes that? Like, what scientific article can back that up? What evidence do you have to back it up? We have E1B1A markers older than that.
Y'all don't follow biblical chronology. Okay, let me ask y'all a question.
Nor does the skeletons in the ground. Like, come on, bro. The skeletons in the ground don't follow that.
That's a problem, because then we're messing up with chronology.
Wait, Kevin, before you do that, I came on here because I really did have a question for you.
Go ahead.
Okay, if you recognize, and tell me if I'm wrong, because that's what it sounds like to me, that E1B1B is Semitic. Did you say that earlier? That you do acknowledge?
No.
Okay, so what's the issue with E1B1B being Shemitic, or E markers being Shemitic? Seeing how they dominated. Let me just finish. Seeing how they dominated the Near East before the Epipaleolithic.
Right. So this whole thing is based on your chronology. Y'all not using a traditional chronology the same as the PhD did. So you guys are saying that they've been there longer, obviously.
Well, no, I use relative dating.
Back in the 4th millennium, right?
No, I use relative dating, Kevin.
Well, okay, but that's still going to be different from the chronology being used. Relative to what?
Well, when relative dating, what you do is you line up events that took place. You don't really go off numbers. So let me explain. So the last glacial maximum, which was a global climatic event involving water, I look at that and I acknowledge that as the flood that took place. Then when you look at the migration patterns of peoples and the lands they go to after this event took place, it matches perfectly with Genesis chapter 10. So from a relative dating perspective, I would look at that event as the biblical event.
All right. So what year would you put that the flood took place?
On which chronology? I'm a relative dater, so the numbers as a year doesn't necessarily matter except to put things in an order. You see what I'm saying? The numbers don't matter. So if I say, well, on a secular timeline, the last glacial maximum took place, between I think it's anywhere between 30 to 20,000 BCE.
Okay.
And some even say before that. But that's irrelevant to me because I'm a relative dater. I'm just looking at the event that took place, which is the global climatic event involving water that wiped out most of the animal life and everything on Earth.
Right. So see, you placing then in that case, according to secular timeline, you're placing the flood about almost 40,000 years ago. Right.
I would say between closer to 25 or so, but yeah,
right.
fine enough.
So now this is the thing I'm saying. So when the claim is made where you say they've been there much longer than that, then it's based on that timeline. I don't think we can use that in relation to the. I don't think we can use that in relation to the Bible, though.
You're not listening. We can do that. I know, but you keep saying this, but you're clearly not listening to what I'm saying. I use this as a sequence of order of events taking place, Kevin. So what I'm saying is looking just let's just say we throw numbers out the way. I'm just looking at the geological column, right, of things taking place. Things that are closer to the top took place more recently than things further at the bottom. The evidence, let me just finish. The evidence shows very clearly that certain events took place after others. So I can go off that, hey, this event took place after this event. And that's what I'm acknowledging, not necessarily numbers. So these people were clearly here longer because their archaeological record is more ancient than the one on top of it. That's just common sense, Kevin.
Well, hold on. Listen, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about stratigraphy, right?
Hmm.
Right. So you're talking about methods of stratigraphy. You're talking about methods of looking at different evidences. We know this because we looked at the paper for Avaris, right? The paper for Avaris shows a stratigraphy that this is when they talked about when they said they built treasure cities like Pithom and Ramses and all that, right? But what I'm saying is that the time gaps.
You're making it about time, not me.
The time gaps makes a big difference between those. Because let's say, for instance, you said the flood. Okay, let's take numbers out the way. You still need numbers, I believe, to tightly fit the chronology.
Only for you to keep trying to make this sound convoluted, you need numbers. If you take the numbers out, this makes perfect sense.
Then
you are trying to make it difficult. I don't have to date. I'm a relative dater. I would say these events took place before these. I would line up the events. So again, like I keep saying, the archaeological record lines up with Genesis chapter 10 as the peopling of the world after the last glacial maximum. They line up. So I look at that and I say, hey, this is the flood. I don't care about numbers or nothing like that. I say, this is the flood. And the only thing I will use number for is to say this happened after this. That's it. Not to say, oh, well, this is the exact dating I'm using. That's ridiculous. There's no way for us to go back in time and give exact dating for nothing. It's impossible. Everything's circular reasoning with that.
Hey, James, you know what's funny about this dating argument? Hey, yo, Kevin, did the flood happen 2400 BCE?
No, it didn't, because that's the dating method according to the Masoretic text. I followed the dates according to the Septuagint.
So the flood happened 2400 BCE.
No, it
when
didn't.
Did it happen then?
Let me pull up my notes.
Well, Jesus said it happened 2400 BCE in the
middle
of
you ride with that PhD, right?
No, the Alexandrian Septuagint places the time of Adam at 5404 BCE.
Okay, what's the flood?
The flood will be placed at 3142 BCE.
So do you believe that the flood happened at 31?
Based upon the data that we have, because we have the birth of Abraham in 2142, we have the Exodus at 1453, we have the temple that was built, the first one in 973.
Wait. Hey, brother Kevin, so the flood happened in the middle of the early dynastic Egypt, and after
you're gonna have to fit other civilizations too. That's why.
I would say
how was Egypt being flooded, and they were building and had a dynasty and culture, and they were functioning society during that time.
I think weren't the Native Americans in Siberia at that time?
Hold on. You're mixing it up now. See, now what you're doing is you're conflating.
No, you gave me the date.
No, bro. Wait a minute, because look what you did. You took my date and you mixed it with Manetho, right? That's what you
mixed
just
it with
did.
What? I'm sorry.
Manetho's
date. So here's what I'm saying. You can't grab.
No, I didn't use Manetho's date.
Well, hold on, bro. Here's what I'm saying. You got to listen. When you use a chronology, you can't mix them up, right? It's like oil and water. You can't mix them up. I can't take biblical chronology and then make that relevant to
one's fake, one's real.
So you tell me when dynastic Egypt started.
Yeah, when did
I
Egypt
think
start?
Manetho do got the third dynasty at 3100, like the date you just said.
Yeah, it's a little bit. That's a bit confusing to me too, and I believe in a young Earth as well.
Well, I will place the flood. Like I said, I will place the flood around 4th millennium. That's what I will place it. I'll place it in 4th millennium. Right.
I got another question. Oh.
I'll place Adam in 6th millennium. I'll place the flood in the 4th millennium. And the reason why I do this is because when you look at the Jewish calendar, their calendar actually goes by this dating method as well. I believe, what is the current Jewish year, if anybody knows off the top of their head?
You're like 400 years off for Abraham's life.
How is it 400 years off?
Because we have clear evidence that the Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed around 1750 BCE. So if you're saying Abraham lived 400 years before Sodom and Gomorrah was even destroyed, we have a major issue.
See, once again, you're mixing up by what? So let me tell you. So let me ask you. Are you dating Sodom and Gomorrah based on some type of radiometric dating?
I'm going based off of the study that they did on the meteor burst that happened above the Red Sea area, and that plane that wiped out Sodom and Gomorrah, dating back to 1750.
Right. None of that is going to be relevant because first of all, because first of all, you're employing Charles Lyell, right? You're employing a lot of geological mistakes here because to use standard measurements and to say, oh, this must have been here this long. We can't look at geological science and say, well, according to this is the date we have. But then that's what I'm saying. You're mixing dates.
So we can't date anything in the past then.
No. What I'm saying is that you can if you.
So tell me one accurate dating we have close to that time period. Then let's just go with that one thing that's unquestionable that we can agree upon.
Right. So the way you date, the way you can date using radiometric dating properly, is if you match up what you know about the event based on the data that you're gathering. For example, when you look at skull K1452, which is found in the lava flows on Mount St. Helens. Mount St. Helens exploded and erupted in 1980, 86?
Anything around 1700 BCE that we can agree upon.
No. Here's what I'm telling you about dating.
When y'all are done, I got 2 questions when y'all are done.
Well, hold on. This is what I'm talking about in relation to this. When you look at dating methods, especially when it comes to radiometric dating, we found is inconsistent if we do not know what's going on. This is why I said we can't employ Charles Lyell, right?
But we have records from that time period, Kevin. Come on, you right records, now this is becoming ridiculous.
Are these records? Right.
We have the Eblite tablets.
You're not okay. Think about it. Okay, think about all these tablets and things that are they dated? Do they have a date on them?
Okay, so at this goes back to a point of we cannot do anything, but yes, some of these tablets have what we call astrological datings on it, right? Because a lot of times, hold up, let me finish. A lot of times when a king is in power and an astrological event happened, they mark those astrological events.
Right. Hold on, but
in the record, so we can hold up. Let me finish. We can rewind the stars in time and go back to certain time periods and establish firm dates. This to me is a more firm way of dating things than using radiocarbon dating, because the stars are the stars, they move how they move. And even when we do that, we have astrological events that took place just in the sky around 10,000. Let me just finish. I'm almost done.
James, no, James.
I've just got two more sentences.
Yeah, but you brought up a radiological
in 10,000 BCE, like Göbekli Tepe and the I forget the name of the lion that's in Egypt. The bases of these places were built around 10,000 BCE to align with Sirius B and the astrological event that was taking place during that time.
Right. You're talking about the measurements of the dog star, and that's not what I'm talking about here. The claim that you brought up initially was a radiological claim, right? And we were talking about a radiological claim and how the claim cannot be taken serious if we do not have proper history on how that claim was gathered. So like I was making a point earlier, radiometric dating can't be accurate, but you have to know how the substance was gathered and how that substance came about. For example, We argued this before when we did evolution years ago, and you know I know about this. Now, when you look at K to AR, which is potassium to argon gas, and the rate that it decays, when we looked at Mount St. Helens, guess what we did? When we did mesometric dating from those lava flows from K to AR, guess what they came out to say? They said that lava flow was millions of years old. That thing laid down in 1986, 84, or something like that.
Okay, Kev, I know all this.
So,
I don't even see how this is relevant, but I'm
right,
gonna hand
so
it over
here's
to
what
Ivry when you're done.
All right, yeah.
Here's what I'm saying.
Because you're not answering anything I asked you.
No, what you said? What now?
I just wanted to hand it over to Ivry because I'm not seeing how anything you're saying is responding to what I'm kind of critiquing you about. So Ivry, you got the floor, bro.
Oh, what I'm saying, bro, is this that getting back to chronology, which is the parent of all of this discussion we having now. What I'm saying is that when we talk about the floods and talk about dating, I think that dates are important because they allow us to line these things up. I think if we use relative times, if we use relativeness such as you are, I think that's good to a degree. But if you can't pin it down, you're going to leave too much space between each event for a plethora of theories to gather and to come up with. And I think that's dangerous.
Okay, so Kevin, what paper am I talking about, and who's the author of the paper? Because you seem to be questioning something I know for sure you ain't read because you didn't even know what I was talking about.
Hold on, bro.
And if you can't answer that, let Ivry go, bro.
We weren't even talking about a paper, bro. We were talking about dating.
No, when I brought up the fact of the meteor burst happening and wiping out the Valley of Sodom and Gomorrah, I was talking about a paper.
Dating, right?
Let me hold up. I was talking about a paper you haven't read, but you have the nerve to tell me what it's about. You haven't read it, Kevin.
Bro, no one told you. No,
I don't want to keep arguing with you, Kevin.
All right,
you can't force me to argue
you
with
set
you,
up
bro.
a straw man. No one was telling you about that paper. I wasn't telling you about that paper. I was just telling you that when we date things, we have to be careful how we date things. That's all I told you, bro.
All right. So my question is, I have two questions, but so one of them is, do you believe in the Neolithic period and the Copper Age and the early Bronze Age? Do you believe in those? And if so, what time period?
Yeah, I believe in those. So like the Bronze Age, I would say that would be around the time of like I like to say 600. Let me see here.
Wait, 600 BC?
Kevin, no, this can't be real life.
No.
You're saying the Bronze Age is 600 BC.
Well, yeah, it was.
Well, I want to keep.
No, hold on. He just
I just want to hear the rest of his.
No. Let him
points because I'm not done.
I'm gonna let Hebrew of Israel. Hebrew of Israel. Could you please give us the time period of the Bronze Age?
Me right now. All right.
Yes,
so,
please.
All right. Hold on. Let me type it in.
Watch this.
You can share my screen, Brian, so everyone can see.
No problem. Now, Scholastic Bully, you just laughed, right?
No, not
that was me.
I didn't laugh. I'm just like I'm in shock that you think that the Bronze Age.
That's the wrong.
A metal that was being derived 1,000 years before that, 2,000 years before that 600 BC period that you gave me.
Hey, check this out, Jashub. Weren't the Israelites called Iron Age peasants? Hold up, they were called Iron Age peasants, right?
Yeah, the Israelites were Iron Age group.
It was established around 1200 BCE at the end of the Bronze Age.
That's what I'm saying, man.
No. Look at the date. Look at the date that he has right there on the screen, brother. Now, where do you have that range from?
No, we're not fighting. The crowd think we fighting Kevin. We fighting Kevin. It's like the old Google Hangout.
Bro, what date did I say out my mouth? I said 600. That's all I said.
When does the
Now, when you look at the screen there, it's from 3100 BC to 300 BC.
No. The reason why there's a range, Kevin, is because there's different cultures.
Exactly.
At different times.
Bro, I know this. This is one of the reasons why I said 600 because guess who?
Where in the world are you talking about?
Okay, I'm telling you, these are one of the latecomers. The Egyptians actually were one of the latecomers to the Iron Age. They were very late. And right, brother, I know that. That's why I said that. There was still a lot of cultures that had to get out of this. You can't make this relevant on one culture.
No, we're not. But when you said that, Kevin,
brother.
Well, I'm still not done with my questions though. I wasn't.
Oh, my bad,
wasn't,
Avery. Go ahead.
Yeah,
bro.
I still wasn't.
He said that was like that was. I thought he was saying that's when the Bronze Age started. Okay, go ahead.
No.
Yeah. So my other questions were. Yeah, some other questions. Yeah, some other questions were when was the Mesolithic, Neolithic, and Copper Age, or Chalcolithic as it's called, and the Bronze Age? So you said the Bronze Age is 600 BC. I'm gonna. When was the other? What about the Mesolithic, Neolithic, and Copper Age?
Those dates escape me. I think it varies based on the culture we're talking about. But I would say around about by 1235 or so going down, we probably get to a different age.
Well, can you give me like an order? Like Mesolithic is first, then Neolithic, then Copper, then Bronze. So can you give me like an order?
A order of what?
An order of the time periods.
Well, I mean, you have the Copper Age, and you have the Bronze Age, and then you have the Iron Age, and then you have go down to I don't know off the top of my head, bro. I mean,
well, after the Iron Age, would kind of be close to antiquity, but I was really looking for more like the dates. Like, what date do you have for the Mesolithic, basically?
You have to tell
Can
me.
It be clear? Are you trying to say the beginning of the Mesolithic?
Yeah, that's
what region of the world.
Oh, okay, yeah. What's the
you know what I mean?
What's the beginning of the Mesolithic? Should I say? Yeah.
I don't know off the top of my head, bro.
Okay. What about the Neolithic?
I don't know off the top of my head.
What about the Copper Age?
The Chalcolithic.
Yeah.
When did the Chalcolithic start?
The Copper Age.
I don't really know. Like, I haven't been reading this stuff in a while, man. I mean, I've been. It's 2 a.m. My brain is not 100%.
Your brain. Hey,
yeah,
listen,
bro,
we all suffer from the same
like
thing.
I said, I've been up since 5 a.m. this morning.
Me too.
I mean, all of us get up early.
All right.
Brother, we work.
Well, all right. So Bronze Age, 600 BC. Okay. Now moving to the next question. All right. So you believe in a young Earth, correct?
Not necessarily. I believe that the Earth has been. I'm kind of cross between that, and the reason why I am is because when we look at the creation, this huge debate about what are the 6 yoms that God created the heavens and the earth.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have to take into account of what are the time periods in which where it says in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth, and then it goes and says, and the earth was out form and void and darkness on the face of the deep, and God said, let there be light. So was that a period? I have a partner that I'm talking to right now in relation to this, and he believes that in evolutionary theory. I don't. I'm for intelligent design, which James know I'm strong on intelligent design. And my thing is this, that I believe God intelligently designed everything, but I don't believe in the evolutionary element of it. I think you do, James, believe in the evolutionary
I'm not necessarily against it. I believe that God, because even when you deal with some early Christian philosophers, they spoke about how God spoke things into existence and it unfolded over a period of time. So that could be a form of evolution necessarily, but it would stop at Adam. And then from that point, we would have degradation due to the fall.
Right, or theistic evolution, right? That
yes,
says
I'm more of a
God says, let's make man in our image and likeness, and then when he said that, then we get the man, my brain is just not on right now. Then we get all of the
more anatomically modern,
right? Talking about Neanderthal and Australopithecus and going up to and then we get Homo sapiens sapiens, and then now we have Homo sapiens.
I would argue Homo sapiens.
You garbled that. You said Neanderthal and Australopithecus. Like, what are you talking about?
Australopithecus, like, way before that. But we get the point.
We get right, exactly. Like what? Like I told you.
I still got more questions, by the way. I'm not quite.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So, do you believe in like everyone descends from Adam and Eve, and then going down to Adam and Eve, we get Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and then we get the Tower of Babel? Do you believe in all that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So everyone, all right. So wouldn't that technically mean then that the ancestors of Eum and A were in the Middle East?
No, it wouldn't.
What?
Why? Because if we descend from
because if you look at the PhD's
so black people the only ones that wasn't at the Tower of Babel.
No, let me finish. Let me finish answering.
This dude,
If you look at the explanation that the guy gave, he said there were one group that came into that land. They split there and became two different haplogroups. So that was the argument there. So when we look at the account of Noah's flood, and when the flood settled, where did Noah's ark settle at? Mount Ararat in Turkey.
Some people have different opinions on that, by the way.
Right, but it's Mount Ararat in Turkey, right?
No, I mean when it comes to the Hebrew word Ararat, some people think it just means the mountains.
Well, sure, it can mean the mountains, but whatever set of mountains we're talking about. So if we're talking about a set of mountains in that region or in and around that region, I mean, we got many choices, right? But they settled on this mountain.
I mean, that mountain
and
goes
all
all
of the
to
people,
the ocean, damn near.
all the 8 souls that came off of the boat, and then the 3 lines where we have is Ham, Shem, and Japheth. They then go and they spread around, and so they each have their part of the world that they take part of, and then there's an expansion from there. The fact that this PhD is going into these people being in Africa, then we have to explain who were the Hamitic people that were in and around that area, along with these people that were that was in Africa as well, because they seem to have been both in Africa for some reason.
Well, no, the A and B groups. Hold up, the A and B groups are indigenous to Africa.
Yeah, they're indigenous.
They're indigenous.
But they're very small
too. You will not find. Look, there's article on top of article about this.
Brian,
I get that, but there's also some confusing things about that as well.
We let you flow when you talk. Anytime we get 2 words out, you cutting us off, bro.
Can you share my screen, Brian, real quick?
So what I'm pretty much saying to you is the evidence is there, bro. And we've been showing it to you again and again and again. And all you do is kind of deflect it, don't want to talk about what the brothers bring up to you and pick and choose what you want to go with.
What evidence are you talking about? What evidence are you talking about?
Well,
the evidence of the A and B groups being engaged. You about to get into it right now.
Listen,
he's gonna bring up the sources because we like the source.
Hold on, bro. No, because listen, I may be tired, but that talk you doing is not getting by me. No one said anything about A and B not being there. No one talked about.
I didn't say you did. In fact, say that.
A and B was established when we showed the videos earlier.
Okay,
we know about A and B.
Okay, which groups are indigenous to Africa? I'm just going to ask you.
Right, you're saying indigenous to Africa. Now, that's based on a secular point of view. The meaning that they were there, they were
based
originally
on what's
there.
In the ground.
Bro, listen to me. When you're talking about the flood, okay, do you believe in a global flood or a local flood?
Global, I just said the last glacial maximum that was all over the earth.
Okay, so bro, during the global flood, who's on the earth during the global flood?
What do you mean who's on the earth?
Okay.
Noah and his sons and their wives.
Inside the ark, correct?
Correct.
Okay, when the ark landed on dry land, those people had to come out of there and migrate somewhere, correct?
Yes. Who were the first ones to migrate into Africa? That's my question.
You said what?
Yeah, that's what I believe too. They would have been the first
to migrate into Africa.
Yeah, A and B were in the first.
That's fine. Nobody's denying that. That's what I'm saying.
Then that would make them Hamitic.
Okay, no, it would not.
Okay,
so A and B isn't Hamitic.
Nile Valley?
No, bro. Listen to me, because we have other people that's also
who else is in
that area as well.
Tell me,
we have the Libyans, we have we have Canaan.
Show me. No, I'm talking Nile Valley. Show me the archaic bones of any E peoples there. You can give me any CF lineages, any D lineages there before A and B lineages.
Is T also Hamitic? Is T also Hamitic? Because it's in Africa.
No, T.
What about R?
T and R said that come from the Levant.
Yeah, but E does too. It says E came from the Levant as well.
Well, who says E came from the Levant?
All right.
Bring it out.
Bring it out, man.
Bring it out. This was the beginning of the video.
Of whose videos was this? Was this the video
tonight? This 4 hours ago.
Yeah. He wasn't here because he was about 45 minutes late, but we went over this. which are a bunch of sources go into it. I'm trying to find one that's quick and simple because let you shoot read it.
I can't believe the flood happened 5,000 years ago. That's crazy. Or 4,000 years, whatever you said. The flood happened then when societies were functioning, building. And how a flood gonna happen in the middle of pre-dynastic Egypt?
That was the point. The flood happened during that time. The flood came down and actually came upon men as they were living and doing what they were supposed to do.
In dynastic Egypt,
they didn't die. They just kept living.
No. This was.
Can you
this
show
was
us
before,
them
it was
being
before.
wiped out?
It was before that. We don't get. It was before that. It's obviously before that.
Avery, get the DE
but the
paper.
problem.
I'm getting
that up right now.
The problem that we have here is that the way we're dating when the Egyptian Empire or pre-dynastic Egypt came to come about. Like when we look at the Namur palette and that whole thing of how it came about, how he united Upper and Lower Egypt. We're not certain on the exact time period and when that occurred. So when we tried to build, there's
humans that don't come from Noah.
No, bro, stop. That's not. I did not say that, man. Stop putting stuff in my mouth that
I'm asking you.
No, I'm not answering that because it's a silly question. Why would there people be?
Here's one.
Because you're saying the flood happened. Hold on real quick. You're saying the flood happened while people were already there and working and living lives.
And people were obviously a flood happened when people was on the earth, bro. What are you talking about?
But I'm saying these people didn't die or nothing. They kept living and having children and stuff.
But that's the thing. That's if you place it's the chronologies, bro. For example, if you're talking about a history, you're saying, okay, they always been here and they've been living. That's your assumption that the time period was at a different time. But
that's not an assumption. That's pretty much grounded in fact.
It's your assumption. You're saying, how can a flood occur if these people were still around? And I'm saying, well, it's based upon how we synchronize the time periods. So if we synchronize the time periods, because we could see the gaps where there was an end of history, a restarting of the evolution of technology, the expansion of language, and all of these other things.
Where at?
And I'm saying that those time periods
are
necessary.
Singling out Egypt because the Near East still had things going on at the time when Egypt went into that dark age.
All right, let's let Avery bring up.
What time?
All right, so I'm going to show the source, but my thing is this. E1B1A men and the women that they married still would have originated from the Middle East if we all descend from Shem, Ham, and Japheth. We still would. Our ancestors still would have came from the Middle East.
Everybody would come from the Middle East.
Yes. Okay. So why do you have a problem with us saying that we originated?
That doesn't prove anything.
No, it proves that we did originate in the Middle East, though.
So
we can still say that. Yeah. So why is there a problem with us saying that we have that?
Right, because you're talking about an origination from the flood and where they settled. Yes. Now, the arguments of them being Semitic or not is not only based upon who they descended from, but also where they settled.
Well, no, it is also based on who they it's a combination of the two.
I just said that.
Oh, I got you. So when we see the ancient lineages in Europe and we see that they come from C and F lineages, we can conclude that there's Japheth. When we go into Africa and we see the indigenous people of Africa are A and B lineages, we can conclude that's Ham because they're the first people to settle in these regions, which they were given, unless the Bible's wrong.
Which we're about to show right here.
Wrong. And so that only leaves DE left to be Shem.
Yeah, which we're about to show right here. So you said, what about E being in the Levant? I'll let you read this, or James, whoever wants.
I'll read it. It's fine. Where you got it? You starting at the top there, or what you have underlined?
The underline, so you don't have to read so much.
Well, let me read from the top here. Let's see. Arabia has served a strategic crossroad for human disseminations, providing a natural connection between the distant populations of China and India, and in the east to the Western civilizations along the Mediterranean. To explore this region's critical role in the migratory episodes leaving Africa to Eurasia and back, high-resolution Y chromosome analysis of males from the United Arab Emirates 164, Qatar 72, and Yemen 62 were performed. Okay, so these groups here, I know what these countries are specifically. Okay, the role of the Levant and the Neolithic dispersal of the E3B1 M35 sublineages were supported by the data. Okay, so the role of the Levant of the Neolithic dispersal of the E3B1 M35 sublineages is supported by the data, and the distribution of the STR base analysis of J1 M267 representatives points to their spread from the north, most likely during the Neolithic. Okay, so what is this saying?
It says exactly what it says.
Yeah.
The Levantine dispersal happened from E3B.
No,
it's very simple.
It says the role
of the Levant. That's a Levantine dispersal during
Here's
the
that
Neolithic.
dispersal.
Hold on,
here it
let's
is
go
right here.
back to the paper, bro.
I'm trying to show you first. This is that. That's the Levant and E-M35 dispersing. That's what I'm trying to show you. I can go back though.
Yeah, it's plain English, Kevin. Come on now. It says the role of the Levant in the Neolithic dispersal. What does dispersal mean? Let's stop. What does dispersal mean?
Hold on, bro. Let me.
Okay, where did it start? The Levant.
Hold on a second. It says the role of the Levant in the Neolithic dispersal of the E3B1
M35.
Okay, it's talking about their role. The role in Levant of the dispersal of what? These groups, right? Something supported by the data. And the distribution of the short tandem repeats based upon the analysis of J1 M267. Okay, so here's what I'm asking you. What short tandem repeat are they talking about?
The STRs of the E3B1s. I mean, of the J1 M267.
What STRs are they talking about?
It says
J1 M267.
Yeah, it says
no. That's the STR's base analysis of the J1. So what are these? You know what STRs, right?
That's what it says.
Okay, bro.
Do you want more sources with E in the Levant? Do you want?
Oh my gosh, bro. Okay, so look. So it's talking about the role of these people in the dispersal of these groups here.
Bro, you're trying to complicate it. We know what that means.
I'm not.
Yeah, bro, Kevin. It means they've dispersed from the Levant.
Y chromosome.
You trying to read something else into it? That's not working.
I'm not, because when you look at Oman, I know where the country is. It's right there by Yemen. It's on the south of Saudi Arabia.
Bro, it says
right
from the
on
Levant.
Right side in the United.
This dude
United
cannot
Arab
read,
Emirates.
bro.
It's right above that. You're talking about that whole horseshoe area on the edge of Saudi Arabia. That's right across from Africa. Okay, we're not talking about the Levant. That's not even nowhere near that.
It says it right there in the paper, Kevin.
No,
You
it's
just
talking
being
about the road. It's
disingenuous.
talking about the road, bro. Would you listen to?
It says the Levant right there.
Would you? No, it's
no. There is no listen. You're not even going off of the paper. You're making stuff up.
Bro, hold on. Stop, bro.
You're making stuff up.
Right now, you're making a fool of yourself.
No, you're making stuff up. The paper did not say what you just said.
What does this paper say?
Go back to the paper, man. Please.
This paper says this finding contrast. Hold on. This finding contrasts with both early and Neolithic and Epipaleolithic Levantine populations, which were dominated by Haplogroup E.
Okay. Think about what's being said here, please, because what you're doing right now is
plain.
No, bro, let me finish, and I bet you I'll explain to you
because he can explain better than the scholars can.
He's gonna explain. He's trying to explain the paper away.
Oh my God, man! I'm not. Look, you're gonna do that laughing and giggling. Could you please go back?
I am laughing because you believe in the flood during populations with societies and functioning. Building monuments.
Are you done your shoe? Are you done your shoe? Okay.
No, I'm not, because you just tried to garble that paper instead of reading what it says.
I am. And can
what does this say?
Go back. Can you please go back to what we were to where you were before?
Let me read this one.
Hold on, man.
What's the point? You're not even addressing what it's actually saying. How you gonna do eisegesis on scientific papers?
Your shoe. Would you
let me doing eisegesis on scientific papers?
No,
I'm done.
No, bro. Hold on, bro. Okay, Hebrew, could you go back to the paper, please? Could you go back to the original paper you want, bro? No, hold on. Let's go back to the original paper. It's not that hard. All right.
It ain't.
Now
bro.
think about
exactly.
Please, can I finish, man?
Exactly.
If you think about what we went.
That's what we try to tell you. It's not just read it in regular English, bro.
Hold on. Could you go back to the other paper?
You trying to read it in Sardinian,
bro? No, I'm not. Listen, bro. Let me read this here and see what it says instead of you clowning and joking and just please let's get this because.
Well, okay. If you read it correctly, I won't clown and joke you. Okay,
bro. Come on. Can we please get this out so people understand this? Okay.
At 2:00 in the morning, bro.
This paper here.
Read it right.
If you look at this paper here, it's saying that Arabia has served as a strategic crossroads for human disseminations, okay? Providing a natural bro, can we please, man?
I'm sorry.
Provided a
Somebody in the
natural
comments
connection.
said Kevin is trying to mop the grass, and that is what you're doing.
No, it's not, bro. Y'all just, I dealt with y'all for years, man. I know how y'all are. Come on, man.
No,
All right,
bro,
so
but you bringing this on yourself. You being silly, bro.
So let's look what this says. Okay, it's very simple. Look what it says. It says dissemination is providing a natural connection between the distant populations of China and India, and in the east to the Western civilizations along the Mediterranean. So they're talking about this region here and the people within it are a major mechanism how these populations are connected. Now, from China to India and also from the area there to the Mediterranean. Look what it says. To explore this region's critical role in what? The migratory episodes leaving Africa to Eurasia and back. Now, I want people to really understand this in relation to the videos that we played earlier. Now, as I read this, I'm also going to correlate the information that the PhD provided, and you're going to see why he arrived at this same conclusion. Now, what you're going to notice, and this I'm giving my brief explanation before I conclude, is that they're both saying the same thing. Now, let's listen to this carefully. They're looking at Arabia as being one of the prime mechanisms of the connection of people from China to India and the East and the Western civilizations along the Mediterranean. They're the connector. To explore these regions, meaning the Arabian region, critical role in the migratory episodes of leaving Africa to Eurasia and back.
Right. Because that's going into the out of Africa theory. We understand that.
No, it's not. No. Stop. Hold on a second.
Yes, it says and back. Hold on. What does that back mean? Back migration.
Can I please finish? Then you can play. Please, brother. Please.
When it says leaving Africa to Eurasia, hold on. When it says leaving Africa to Eurasia, that's going to what? The African dispersal.
No.
Listen to what bro, that's standard. That's standard genetics, bro.
Can I finish, please? And then, can I just finish? Okay, so notice it says leaving Africa to Eurasia and back. High resolution Y chromosome analysis of males from the United Arab Emirates. That's one area. That's up north. That's connected to Iraq. It's out between Iraq and Saudi Arabia. Qatar, which is a little south, is a small piece of land that's hanging on the east side of Saudi Arabia. I know the map. I have photographic memory of it. You have Yemen going down, which is connected to Oman, which is another piece of land there, and was performed. The role of the Levant, okay, talking about the entire region, in the Neolithic dispersal of what? E3B1 and M35. Now, we know who this is. E3B1, M35 is who?
You said you know. Tell us.
We know who they are.
It's going to be the E1B1B people.
Okay. Yeah, including the Natufians, which were in Neolithic Levant, dispersing from the Levant, just like the paper said.
Wait a minute. Now watch.
Why are we going around the world? Just say that.
No, we're not, brother. No, listen to what I'm saying. The role of the Levant in the Neolithic dispersal of the E3B1 M35, which is the E1B1B sublineages, is supported by the data.
Hey, shout out to Berean, man.
Can I finish, brother? And the distribution of the STR base analysis of J1M267 representatives points to their spread from the north, most likely during the Neolithic, with the exception of Yemen, Southern Arabia, South Iran, South Pakistan, display high diversity in their Y haplogroup structure, possibly as a result of gene flow along the coastal crescent-shaped corridor of the Gulf of Oman, facilitating human dispersal. Now, if you look at the explanation that the PhD gave, notice what he explained. He explained that his estimation was that there was one group of people in Africa. These group of people split into two. The north went to E1B1B, and the south you have the E1B1A. E1B1A expanded to what we have as sub-Saharan Africa. E1B1B expanded to the north. Now, peep what he's saying here in relation to this paper here. According to what was said, he said that they expanded into the Levant. And when they expanded into the Levant, What group of people from the east swept down and tore down the majority, which is the E1B1B, from where they went out of Africa to the Levant and back down again?
So you're using Dr. Nathaniel Jensen model for this?
It was
and that's not even compatible. It's not.
Hold on.
I'll let him finish, and then I'll have something to say.
It's the Turkish people, and those Turkish people. What haplogroup were they?
J.
J1267.
So now here's the thing we have. If you look at this paper, it's talking about a different time period in relation to that same mechanism. But when you look at the PhD, he describes the same mechanism. E3B1 M35 expanded it to Levant. Then J came along, and the mechanism of that region pushed them that went from Africa into those areas back into Africa. It's the same mechanism.
Kevin. Hold on. Go back to that. Go back to that real quick. He brought up these Turks. I'm sorry, bro. I just got to do this. This is just hilarious. He brought up the Turks, right? Oh, this is the same mechanism. And I guess he's trying to say this is comparable or compatible with what Jason said.
That's it.
Oh, hold on. Wait. Bro, there was no damn Turks. Hold on. Oh, excuse me. There was no Turks during the Neolithic time. What are you talking about?
Once again, nobody.
You brought up the Turks. You said Nathaniel Jensen with the Turks.
All
right, never mind. Go ahead, Ebri. It's gonna go in the circle. It's gonna go in the circle.
I said it's the same type of mechanism that we see that in the PhD's explanation. We see one group of people expanding into an area. We see another haplogroup within that area pushing them and migrating them out. This is the same thing he described before. And if we look at what this is saying, this is exactly what they're saying here. There was a group of people in one area. They came out of Africa. They went into one area. Another haplogroup came through and did what? Pushed them out.
Okay, so, and you're using Dr. Nathaniel Jensen's model, correct, for this assessment, this breakdown?
I used Dr. Nathaniel to show that there's a similarity there as far as how that region played a prominent role in those people migrating in and out of that area.
All right, cool. All right, so that being said, I can do the same thing. Christopher Ehret says, after all, the early Semites were just a few migrating Africans arriving to find a lot of other people already in the area. So using Nathaniel Jensen's model, I could just say that E was in Africa and that E is the early Semites who came out of Africa with a lot of other people already in the area. I could say the same thing.
Well, right. But here's the problem that we have here. We're talking about a specific branch of E now. Because remember,
either way, all right, fine. Let's say E1B1B is Semitic. Still, E is Semitic.
Right. But understand, we're talking about a specific branch of these people. Now, keep in mind, when we're talking about a specific branch, like I said, I don't disacknowledge that. We already showed that E1B1B is related to a lot of Jews. We see that. Like I said, they're 20% of the Ashkenazi Jews. So there's no denying that there. But that's what I'm saying. This group of E that existed in and around this area is a portion of them that push themselves into these areas. And this is where we might have the advent of the first Shemitic people. What I am saying is that E1B1A, where that split off came from, they are a different branch. They are a different branch. They're a different branch.
Well, they're technically brothers. They're actually brothers.
Well, sure. I mean, but we're all brothers if you look at the
no, not as closely related as E1B1A and E1B1B.
Well, sure. Okay.
Let me be clear. Related, right? You are so far. Wait a minute. Let me hold on.
It don't make a difference.
Your I is so far from my E. It is hard to say that we are related. We're brothers. You may be able to yell we're distant cousins.
Yeah, distant cousins.
Right. So
wait a minute. Hold up. I'm almost done, Kevin. Come on. You gotta let people finish, bro. You gotta calm down. E1B1B is so close to E1B1A, I can only say it's my brother. It's the direct clade next to my main branch.
Okay, that's fine. But that's fine. But when we look at the biblical narrative, right? Is Ishmael part of Israel?
I believe Ishmaelites are
But
even.
wait a minute. They share a father. Hold up. They share a father in Abraham, so they should all have the same Y chromosome. They should all stem from the same Y
I have
chromosome
no
group.
problem with that.
So
That's fine.
So EP2, as we postulate Abraham was, is enough to produce E1B1A and E1B1B.
Well, here's my problem with that. Here's the problem. When we look at the biblical narrative, is not the Israelite claim is not one that's made genetically. The Israelite claim is one that is made of a specific line.
Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob is not a genetic line.
No, bro, I did not say that. Once again, here you go.
So what do you mean the claim is not genetic? It's a bloodline claim.
I said it is a specific. It's a specific line of people. We're talking about Jacob's 12 sons. Wait, let's stop. We're talking about Jacob's 12 sons. Now, here's the point that I brought up to y'all yesterday, and I still at this moment can't fathom what it is y'all struggling over. You're trying to prove to me that you're related by some ancestral branch. And to me, I'm like, okay, if you want to say that you're Semitic and you're related to some ancestral branch, I mean, think about it. Even people who we thought were Arabs at one point, or if we still believe that they're Arabs, we did not even pay any attention to say that they're Israelites in no way, shape, or form. Yet we believed in some sense that they were related to Israelites closer than anybody else. But none of us made the claim. So now how then are you making the claim, oh, I'm a distant cousin, that I'm an Israelite? It don't make sense.
That's the thing. You straw man everything we say.
Goodness.
He said beforehand.
Brother, come on,
Kevin, you just finished saying something. Let me respond. All right, because you have an issue with that. You feel like you can ramble on forever. All right, that never was our claim that if you have E1B1A, bam, you're an Israelite. That was no one's claim. You keep pushing that out there. Okay, but that's what you keep hinting towards. Everything you say keeps hinting towards that. The second thing is you ignored the paper that they showed you from Harvard Medical School talking about you dealt with it years ago. When the article that the people who made the paper talk about, in the article that they made about the paper and they interviewing them, they say Africa tells the tales and it's what ties the Jews genetically. It says it in the paper. And for you to sit here and to come out and make it like that ain't what the paper's saying when they're quoted by reporters saying that Africa tells the tales, that's completely erroneous. And I'm going to pull it up right now. Hold on one second.
Go ahead, bro, because there's nothing I ever said at any point. I never said anything about whatever you're talking about.
You were saying that that article was not saying that Africa, that the African DNA was part of the ancestral Israelites. You was going all through these things to try to change the fact that the paper clearly says that they come from a common ancestral population that's already admixed with Africans. That's what the paper says.
Right. Okay. Right. Hold on.
No one can say that.
I acknowledge that. But here, I acknowledge that. I've been acknowledged that.
So what are those? I want to know who those Africans are.
Right. So those Africans that admixed with them, they said they came from two. They was from two samples, right?
What did they classify?
It was the Yoruba. What was it? The Yoruba. What was
there
it?
You go.
The other one was Luya. Fancy.
Right. Now check this out. Now here's what I'm telling you.
Okay.
Now in that paper they explain, right, simply, right, where these mixes could have occurred, and they explain it. They explain it from the most recent to the ones in the past.
No. We want to deal with Kevin. We only want to deal with the one that's dealing with Israel is between 8th to 6th century BCE. That's it. We don't want to talk about the Arab slave trade, which happened thousands of years later. All right,
bro. I'm not talking about the Arab slave trade.
I'm just going through that. We wanted to confine this to the point that we're talking about between 8th and 6th century BCE. Go ahead.
You said what now, bro? Repeat that.
We want to confine it to the point the article talks about. It says the Israelites come from a population that's already admixed with Africans between the 8th and 6th century BCE. Where in that article does it explain where the admixture came from between the 8th and 6th century BCE? You have the floor.
All right, no problem. So if we go down to page 6, 7, and 8.
Okay, I'm pulling it up right now.
I think the brother has it right there up on the screen.
Oh, yeah.
Or is that a screenshot, Hebrew?
This is the sample table that deals with the populations with the oldest Africans, West African ancestry admixture. The Iraqi and the Iranian.
Right. That's no problem. I have no
that's not the
problem with
actual
that
article.
data.
I want to pull up the article.
That's not even an issue. The paper's not an issue. The paper's fine. I mean, there's
Well,
nothing wrong with the
it's
paper.
important because you keep saying that the paper is not
you,
saying that they're admixed with Africans.
No, I did not say that. I did not. Why would I say that when the paper says that? That don't
okay,
make
then
sense,
so you says the paper. My bad. You said the paper explains where the admixture came from. My bad.
No,
that's what I want you to show me from the paper.
No, bro. When you read the paper, it tells you their explanations on how these admixtures could have occurred.
Okay, tell me where that's at in the paper. That's all I'm asking you.
Let's go down to page 6 of the paper. If
page
you have
6.
it, yeah,
I'm
page
having it up
6.
right. Oh, let me pull it up as a PDF. Maybe that's how you see it.
Hold on. I believe the brother doesn't have. Well, I need to pull it up myself. It seems.
My screen not sharing.
I don't see your screen sharing. I think Bareen got it. Yeah, there we go. Word.
I got it up.
Cool. Let's go to page 6, and then the explanations in page 6, 7, and 8.
Okay, page 6.
Yeah.
All right. What in here gives us the explanation?
All right. So here's the earlier admixture.
No. We only want to deal with between the 8th. That's why I said the 8th.
Then let's go to page. Let's go to page 7 then.
Okay, thank you. You like to talk all around the point, and I really don't want to get off the point.
I'm trying to tell you exactly what it was that I read.
Here we are. We're on the next page.
That's that eisegesis I was talking about.
We're on the next page.
Eisegesis. What are you talking about, bro?
Hey, hold up.
All right, listen. All right,
focus, Kevin. Focus.
I am. No problem, bro. All right. So right there where it says the second paragraph where it says a striking finding. Okay. All right. It says a striking finding from our study is the consistent detection of 3 to 5% sub-Saharan African ancestry in the 8 diverse Jewish groups we studied: Ashkenazis from Europe, Sephardis from Italy, Turkey, and Greece, Mizrahis from Syria, Iran, and Iraq. This pattern has not been detected in previous analysis of mitochondrial DNA and Y chromosome data. And although it can be seen when re-examining published results of structure-like analysis of autosomal DNA, it was not highlighted in those studies or shown to be unambiguously reflect the sub-Saharan African admixture. We estimate that the average date of the mixture of 72 generations, 2,000 years, assuming 29 years per generation, is older than the Southern Europeans or other Levantines. The point estimates over all 8 populations are between 1,600 and 3,400 years ago, but with largely overlapping confidence intervals. This is intriguing that the Mizrahi, Irani, and Iraqi Jews, who are thought to descend at least in part from Jews who were exiled to Babylon about 2,600 years ago. Whoa.
Oh, my bad.
All right. Share the signal of African admixture. An important caveat is that there is significant heterogeneity in the dates of African admixture in various Jewish populations. A parsimonious explanation, simple, right? You show for these observations is that they reflect a history in which many of the Jewish groups descend from a common ancestral population. Notice it is not talking about the Africans, it's talking about the Jews, which was itself admixed with Africans.
So then the population was admixed with Africans. That's my only point.
So those groups of Jews, they talk about these specific groups of Jews. Look what it says. A parsimonious explanation for these observations is that they reflect a history in which many of the Jewish groups that descend from a common ancestral population, the ones we just named, was
admixed with Africans.
Yeah.
That's our only point, Kevin. Why are you trying to talk that away?
I'm still reading.
I asked you to go in there. Let's everyone be clear. I asked Kevin to go in here and show me where it explains.
I'm getting to
Hold up. No. Let me finish, Kev. Because I let you read the two damn paragraphs of this. Ain't got to the point yet.
I'm reading
Kevin, let me finish. Look, look, Kevin, calm down. I want the audience to be clear. Kevin should have went in here. Like if he would have asked me, where does the article say that there was admixed with African, I would have went right to the sentence. I wouldn't read 3-4 paragraphs.
No.
Looking and
the question.
I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet, Kev. I'm not done yet. Looking and
I think
searching.
you're scared of your own.
All right, no problem. Because I'm gonna let you get back to this article. I just want the audience to know, because I ain't gonna stop you, Kev. I'm gonna let you read the whole damn article if you want to, because I know it ain't in there. So I'm just pointing out to the audience. I asked you a specific question. You didn't go to the specific point in the page.
What was your specific question?
All right. You said, this is what you said. You said that they explain in the paper why this admixture is there. I said, Kevin,
yes.
All right, show me in the paper why this admixture is there. You read 2 paragraphs.
I'm not done. I'm not
okay,
done.
Kevin, can you go to the sentence, please? I just want the
sentence.
No,
I'm gonna read it all so we can get an understanding of this.
So at this point, anybody else want to take into the conversation? They can jump in. I yield. I don't even want to talk.
Hold on.
I have a quick question
because he don't know where it's at.
No, I'm reading
right, so,
right now.
Kevin, can I talk to someone else?
Wait. This don't make any sense, guys. I'm answering the question. I'm reading the paper.
No, you're not. Look, just give me the sentence. I want the sentence.
Listen. I can't listen. I'm not going to give you a sentence because there's a lot of mess with that. I'm going to go and read what Kevin, this is saying.
All right, cool. Go to the main paragraph.
Okay,
I'll give you one paragraph.
What paragraph? Brother, can I just please?
No, I'm changing the page right now. Because if you can't give me the paragraph,
let me finish reading.
Because you're reading the whole paper, Kevin. The audience don't want to read a paper.
No, I'm reading, brother. Come on, you can't determine what they want to listen.
Talk to whoever you want to.
All right, my question is this.
Hold on, brother. How y'all gonna do that, man? You asked me a specific question,
and you didn't give me a specific answer. You read me 2 paragraphs.
No, I'm not. I'm giving you the answer by reading.
Okay, I'm gonna go back to it. Go to the sentence, Kev.
Bro, I can't just read one sentence to explain.
I'm not asking. Look, Kevin, that's not what I'm asking you. What I'm asking.
I'm not going to answer the way you want me to.
Look, I even gave you. Look, I even said.
I'm not
Kevin,
answering.
Go to the. Okay, then we ain't going there. Then I'm done.
All right.
I asked you a question. You don't want to answer it. Fine.
Okay, we're done.
All right. So my question.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. Y'all not running this show. So what I want to do is I'm going to read it for myself. I got the link myself. I'll read the paper myself. Now, for anybody that want a copy to this,
I think we moved on from that point because the paper.
Nah, bro, you good. I thought you were done. So if you're done,
we moved on from that point to a new point because Kevin couldn't go to it. He needs to read the whole damn article to look for what I asked him for instead of knowing where it is.
No.
And he said earlier, I read this article many times, plenty of times. So if you read the article plenty of times, you should go straight to the paragraph.
James, if you're done,
if you're going to keep talking about
James,
it, I'm going to keep over talking about it.
If you're done, then you're done. But let me keep reading the paper.
This ain't your show, Kevin. Who are you?
I know it ain't yours either, bro.
That's my point. So you ain't got no way to tell me.
Well, hold on. Then when I'm telling, then on my own time, what I'm about to do, I'm gonna read it myself. I'm gonna read it myself, and I'm gonna let the people know what this is saying.
Okay, on your own time, on your own channel. Go.
No, bro. This is you can't tell me. So, hold on. Likewise, I can't tell you what to do. You can't tell me what to do.
Well, there's 3 of us in here. Other people want to talk. You want to carry out a long conversation.
They want to people said in the chat they want to hear this, so I'm gonna read it.
Okay,
I don't understand what the problem. If you don't want to talk to me no more, you don't have to talk to me no more, bro.
Okay, go ahead. Look, Kevin, but when you get to the part that actually says what I asked for, say James. Here's the part that actually says.
Bro, I was
read the whole article. Go ahead, Kevin. Read the whole article.
What is the problem, man? I don't get it. Like what? Like all I'm doing is reading the paper, man. That's all I'm doing.
Yeah, when you're done, I got a question.
All right, now,
hold
on. I'm
let him read the whole
paper,
article,
man, because
he demands that he read.
Saying, man, come on, bro, y'all gotta stop this, man. People keep saying that, oh, I'm not reading it, I'm dodging. No, I'm not. I'm gonna read.
Kevin, you're not reading. Read the article now. Stop talking about it. Read it.
Hold on, bro. I'm doing it right now. All right, so I'm pulling this article up. Let's do this. History, African G flow and the Southern Limousines. Okay, here we go. All right, so let's pull up. All right, here we go. Okay, so I'm gonna continue reading from where I was at. I believe I was on page 7. All right, I'm gonna read from here. Okay, so important caveat is that there is significant heterogeneity in the dates of African mixture in various Jewish populations. A parsimonious explanation for these observations is that they reflect a history in which many of the Jewish groups descend from a common ancestral population, which was itself admixed with Africans prior to the beginning of the Jewish diaspora that occurred in the 8th and 6th century BC. The dates that emerged from our roll-off analysis of non-Mizrahi Jews could also reflect events in the Greek and Roman periods when there were large communities of Jews in North Africa, particularly Alexandria. We detect a similar African mixture proportion in the non-Jewish Druids, right? And this is at the same percentages. I wish I could show my paper right now.
Is it
Or the
8th
paper
to
being
6th
showed
century
there.
BCE, like I asked?
No, bro. What I'm telling you is that what they're saying here is that among not only those Jewish groups, but also other non-Jews also see this
Well, you're
admixture as
saying the
well.
Druids, okay, that's fine that non-Jews admix with people, but I'm trying to
Right.
figure out
So what
where the African admixture between the 8th and 6th century BCE came from.
Right, but this is what I'm saying to you, bro. I'm saying to you that they're seeing that this admixture happened with other groups other than the Jews.
That's
right?
fine.
By reason,
I just
right.
want to know where it came from between the 8th and 6th century BCE. So keep reading.
Right. So, like I said, the question that I'm answering is that this is what I said. I never said.
I asked you about the. I made it very clear, and I said this question 2 or 3 times, Kevin. Yes. I said you said this paper explains where the admixture between the 8th and 6th century BCE came from.
I said this paper explains the admixture among these groups.
Okay, I specifically said I said, Kevin, let's stay between the 8th and 6th century BCE. Everyone in the audience heard me say that. We're only talking about the 8th and 6th century BCE. You're talking about the goddamn Romans. I mean, excuse my language. You're talking about the Romans. The Romans ain't 8th to 6th century BCE. They didn't even, the Roman Empire didn't even exist.
The Greeks, the Greeks were around at that time. But here's my.
I thought you said 600 BC was the Bronze Age, though.
No, bro, I didn't. Listen, no, I did not.
He
man.
did say that. He did. This brother got an eisegesis for every field of science, for knowledge.
Listen, bro. Listen, man. Y'all are all.
Everybody's saying in the chat they heard me ask you that question that way, Kev. Why you trying to act like I didn't?
I'm not saying that you didn't ask me that question. I'm telling you the paper explains. They say in a simple way, right? This is how this could have happened. A simple explanation is this.
Can you explain how it could have happened between the 8th and 6th century BC, not during Roman times?
Right.
But 6th century BC to him is the Bronze Age. I don't see how.
Hold on. Check this out.
That's true. You said that, bro.
Nah, bro, y'all getting beat on this because with this paper.
No, I'm not, because you ain't even read in the article where it says where the admixture came from.
Let's read it again.
Okay, tell me admixture between 8th and 6th century BC.
A parsimonious explanation for these observations,
bro, you can't,
that they reflect a history in which many of the Jewish groups descend from a common ancestral population, which itself was admixed with Africans.
So we agree.
Now, African admixed group.
Hold on, look what it says here.
It said the Jews descend from an African admixed group. That's what it says.
Because it's actually
didn't they say if you had one drop of black blood, you black?
Hold on, no, because what it actually is saying here is that these different
one drop of black blood is black. So if they
wait, what do you mean? Actually, here comes the eisegesis. What it's actually saying? No, bro. It said verbatim that they descend from a group of admixed Africans. That's what it says. You trying to make some stuff up?
No,
instead of just going off of what the paper says, bro. This is not.
So, Kevin, are you saying that PhD could not write clear enough?
No,
so
hold on, bro.
Hold
on, bro. Y'all putting a lot of words in my mouth. I'm not.
No, I said, Kevin, are you saying?
No, Kevin. That's what you're doing. You're putting words in the mouth of the authors of that paper.
Just read the paper. Don't say
that. I'm doing that, bro. Y'all keep
no. Listen to me. Don't be saying, it's saying this. Just read it. We all can understand English.
Well, I still want to ask a question.
A simple explanation for these.
He ain't gonna get off this point until we let him read the whole article. Now he don't want to read the article no more.
A simple explanation of these observations is that they reflect a history in which many of the Jewish groups, the ones that we refer to, descend from a common ancestral population, which itself admixed with Africans.
Okay.
Prior to the beginning of the Jewish diaspora that occurred in the 8th and 6th centuries BC.
How did that happen?
The dates that emerged from our roll-off analysis of the non-Mizrahi Jews could also reflect events in the Greek and Roman periods, which there were large communities of Jews in North Africa, particularly Alexandria. We detect a similar African mixture proportioned to the non-Jewish Druze, although the date is more recent at 54 plus or minus 7 generations, 44 plus or minus 7 generations after the bias correction.
Now that you're
Algorithms
rereading
such as the
that, what does that
PCA,
prove, Kevin?
right? So what this is proving and what this is showing is that there's similar African admixture, not only with those groups back in antiquity, but also with other non-Jewish groups
How
as
does that
well.
explain how the admixture took place between
Right,
the
but
8th
here's
and
what
6th
is not.
century
This is what
BCE,
is not.
Kev?
This is what is not proving. It's not proving that these Africans are Jews.
We never
Okay,
said it was
we
doing
didn't
that.
argue
I
that.
understand, bro. That's my only point. That's
Okay,
what I
and
said.
our only point is from a common ancestral population that is mixed with Africans. So
But
the
they
African
weren't. But
DNA is
the
there.
Africans weren't them. They were mixed.
Okay,
with them,
okay.
but the
If you're
Africans
mixed,
weren't them.
okay. I got a question.
All
Okay,
right.
no problem. The people we're testing
Bro,
now,
that was
the
hard for
modern
y'all to
people.
swallow.
Look, Kevin, we just gave you your whole spiel. We let you read damn near a whole article that didn't answer shit I asked you. Now, we going through this, but brother, what we need you to do is clarify to us, why do you accept the modern people who claim to be Jews? What DNA, what evidence do you have that ties them back to the land? Because the people who wrote the very article we're talking about, let me go into this real quick.
Yeah, that was my question too.
They
Like,
have a whole different view on this, but go ahead, Avery.
Yeah, that was basically my question too, because according to Nathaniel Dr. Jansen, with Haplogroup J being Turks and entering the Middle East around the time of Islam, that disqualifies the Israelites being J markers. But you don't like E being Israelites either, from what I'm getting, even though the split between E1B1B and E1B1A would have been in 500 BC, which is close around the time period you say the early Bronze Age is in 600 BC.
Hey,
so to me that would be a closer fit for the Israelites. But anyways, if E and J aren't the Israelites, then who are?
Right. So my belief in who the Israelites are is based on a numerous amount of factors. One would be the 6 model haplotype or the 12 model haplotype gene markers that you find within the populations of those who claim that they're Jews. That's one state. That's one bullet point. What this 6 model haplotype is, for people who are in the audience, we're talking about the Cohen model haplotype. There's the original 6 STR that we were speaking about earlier, and is now the new 12 STR. Now, what these STRs are is that they look inside the Y haplogroups of each of these people that are claiming to be Jews, and they're seeing that if at any percentage within those populations, if they hold any of these Cohen model haplotypes, which is the Cohenine gene. So that's one of the bullet points.
Brian, can you change my screen, by the way? You can keep going.
Can you tell us how that is an accurate way? I got a question. How is that accurate? Can you just go over that? No, I just want you to go over that first point and how it's accurate. And I'm gonna let you keep going. I just want to know how it's accurate in assessing the ancient. How does it connect them back to the actual bloodline of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob? How do you do that? Are you just taking them at their word that they're Jews and running with that?
Not at all, bro.
Brian, can you change my screen?
I wasn't even done.
I think Brian is asleep, man.
Yeah, I wasn't even done explaining my point. It's like you just cut me right on my first bullet point in regards.
Yeah, that's why I wanted you to expound on that.
So the first bullet point is based upon 2 studies of the Cohen model haplotype. The first one being the 6 STR, and the second one being the 12 STR. Right. Now, for everybody in the audience who don't understand what it is that I'm talking about, so you accept
the Cohen marker?
For everybody in the audience who don't understand what it is that I'm referring to. When we're talking about STRs, we're talking about the short tandem repeats. So these are repeats within the Y chromosome that give evidence of a common ancestry, or what they call the Cohenine gene. Now, the 6 is now outdated, because what they have found recently is that the 6 model haplotype actually shared among many of those who come from Levantine haplogroups. So not all Levantine haplogroups are Jewish, apparently. Now, what they're now testing is the 12 model, showing that if they have 12 STR, 12 short or tandem repeats, and based on this data, they're using this as the new form to find out who are the true Jewish population. So that's only the first bullet point. The second
But you
bullet point
accept the J
is
marker as a Cohen marker. I find that kind of weird after
I thought it was Turkic.
You said I'm accepting.
We just finished. Now? You just finished identifying the J marker as Turkic, right? Now all of a sudden it's the Cohen marker. This is insane.
Yeah,
no.
Now he's doing eisegesis on genetics.
No, brother, no, not at all.
Okay, but the
because
Cohen marker is the J marker,
it's
right?
not only one, brother. Listen, there's not only one strand of J. It's a particular strand of J.
No. I have an issue with there being multiple strands of J. All I'm saying is, just a minute ago, we just finished going over how the J marker is ancient European.
Yeah.
How it goes back to ancient Europeans. It goes back to CF lineages which occupied ancient Europe.
Okay, right.
And now you're trying. Wait a minute. Let me finish.
Bro,
so now all of a sudden,
my point. You interrupted in the middle.
We're on your first bulletin point. We're gonna let you go back to it, Kevin. You gotta be able to handle being challenged, Kevin.
Also, there was an E.
Listen, bro. Dealing with you for over the years, man.
Then handle being challenged.
I mean,
okay.
This is you, man.
Also, there's an E Kohanim as well. There's an E one too. So
yeah. So
there might be, right. There could be.
So why are you?
But it's the STR that matters. It's not the haplogroup that it's in.
Oh, so it could be an E haplogroup or a J haplogroup,
right?
Because that was a crazy statement, Kevin.
So you can be an Israelite while coming from a Japhetic lineage,
right? I didn't. You're the one that mentioned J. I did not. All I mentioned was the 6.
Okay, and what is the Cohen marker?
Can you tell what is the
Cohen marker then?
So for example, when you look into the Syrian Jews, actually are tested among other haplogroups for the 6 and 12 STR. It's not necessarily J.
Well, haplotype 6 is the tap two. Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on, Kevin. Haplotype 6 is what haplogroup? We know what haplogroup does haplotype 6 come from, bro?
What do you mean? What haplotype is 6?
You don't know.
Oh my God, are you serious?
No, brother. I'm telling you that the Cohen, this Cohen model.
But he asked you what haplogroup 6 come from. You don't even know what he's talking about.
No, I'm talking about the original one is looked at J.
You don't know what he's talking about.
Now they're using a new one that's looking for the 12 STR. And from what I read, they're actually testing this among other Jewish Y haplogroups, not just J.
I don't think you understand my objection. This is my objection. You have, for instance, let's say E, like the brother.
What are you talking about, man?
I'm trying to tell you. You won't listen. You just ignore what I say and complain.
Bro, listen.
Wait a minute. You said what am I talking about? So let me say it, Kevin. Stop. Just stop. Let me say what I'm talking about. Well, you keep saying Cohen. You wouldn't tell us which marker you're talking about. The two we have on the table that I know that they're doing is the E marker and the J marker, right?
No, that's not the two that we have on the table. That's not the two we have.
Well, I said that I know about. Can you listen? You don't listen. So let me finish. Kevin, you don't have to interrupt me. Just let me finish.
You interrupt
me, James, he doing eisegesis on your words.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? He eisegesis in me.
Hurrian,
I can't even say my own words.
Hurrian, can you show my screen?
You cannot be from both the J marker, or the lineage of Shem or Abraham cannot be both Japhetic and an E marker. You're going to have to choose one. I asked you which one you're talking about. You won't give us an answer. Can you tell me what is the Cohen marker you're talking about?
Okay. So the Cohen marker, I know from what originally was based on a specific J. It's not the J that the Turkish are. It's a specific J.
What is
right? So that's what they're using as one of the bullet points. So the question that was originally asked to me, who is it that I identify as the Jews today? And that's my first bullet point. I haven't even gotten to my second, third, or fourth. I haven't even went down the list
because you can't answer the question.
And this is a distribution of that among those populations. It's not necessarily solely that they solely have to be this, and then if they don't have this, it's not, because it could be at a frequency within the population. It's not the entire population.
Kevin, so, you do know haplotype 6 is haplogroup J.
I know. That's what I was saying.
The whole group J. That's what haplotype 6 is.
I understand.
No, you don't, because when I asked you that, you didn't know what I was talking about.
No, you didn't.
I said you did not answer. It's a specific group of J, but it doesn't necessarily have to be the one that the Turkish are a part of. But when they test that, they're not saying that this person solely is a Jew. They're testing the population for the frequency of this. Do you not understand that? So now my second bullet point.
Then you brought up STRs. What do STRs come from? What determines an STR?
STR is a short tandem repeat. That's your alleles of your genes. That's the alleles of your genes, right? So when you say short tandem repeats,
where do you inherit those from?
Bro, you just give me a biology test at this point, bro. Clearly, you hear that I understand.
He can ask you questions, Kevin, and you shouldn't get upset.
Let me finish answer the original question, man.
Yeah, where's the original Israelite haplogroup?
My second bullet point would be the history of the people themselves.
That brother don't know where the STRs come from.
We talking about just answer the question.
No, you didn't. I asked you where they come from.
Poking fun, right? I understand this is a classroom full of little girls.
No, not really. We ask you actual questions that are pertinent to what we're saying.
Anyway, getting to my second bullet point. My second bullet point is it's the history of the people. So within their family, do they have a history of following Torah? Do they have a history going back to where they have lineages that describe their history, where they're from? Synagogues that they established, places that they immigrated from, places that they migrated to. So it's the rich, extensive history of the people. Number 3 is going to be language and culture, and those two has to go hand in hand. So not only do they have the culture that exhibits them being practicing Jews or being Israelites in any of the sort, but also the use of the language. So, for example, when you look at the Sephardic Jews, you see that not only do they have a use for the language, but based on their migrational patterns, they also use a form of Hebrew called Ladino. So they speak a dialect of Hebrew. They have an understanding of the Hebrew. They have a history of Torah, let alone you do see a distribution of the frequencies of the Cohen model haplotype. So a lot of these bullet points will solidify them. Likewise, when you look at the Ashkenazi.
What if they have all that, but they don't practice the culture or speak Hebrew? They have everything else, but they don't practice the culture or speak Hebrew. Yeah. Does that mean that they're not Hebrew all of a sudden?
If that
requirement doesn't seem like it's a real tangible requirement because culture and language changes.
I wouldn't say that because you're saying, does that mean they're not Hebrew? Again, the claim that I'm making is not talking about who's a Hebrew or not. The claim that I'm talking about is whether who's a Jew, who's an Israelite or not.
Same thing.
Yeah, my question was basically what's the original Israelite haplogroup? That's basically the question.
Right, and that's a very good question, and one that neither one of us really have. So, but here's the thing that we're doing. The reason why we're grouping all of these different pieces of evidences is because.
Well, we're going with the Cohen marker. I'm going with the E marker.
Did Berean just kick him out of the room? Did Berean just like, listen, I don't want to hear that eisegesis no more?
I don't know.
Oh, no, here.
I don't know where that came from. But anyway, if you look at,
can you share my screen, please, Berean?
Man, Berean is sleep.
Berean still up? Sleep.
No, he just popped off, so Berean has to be there.
Hey, you good?
Can you share my screen, please?
You can share your own screen, or you're not on the computer.
No, he has to. The host of the show has to.
He has to allow it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm gonna wrap it up, and I'm actually gonna head over. If y'all want to head over to Clubhouse, that's cool. But
no, we gotta stay here until Berean wake up. Y'all dragged me over here and made me stay up. You gonna stay up with me?
Now, we can't just leave Berean like with the stream.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm gonna be real with y'all. If any of y'all got Berean numbers, call him or text him because make sure that brother. All right, man. Y'all know any reason why.
Wait, you don't got his number?
I don't.
Nah, I mean, but I'm saying.
How did he contact you?
Email.
How did he contact you?
Email.
Oh, email. My bad.
Berean got a rotary phone.
Really? Oh, you joking?
He still uses dial-up internet.
Doesn't Sister E has his number or something, or one of the mods have his number?
I'm gonna let y'all have y'all racist party to yourselves, man.
Racist.
Now we're racist when you the one using color doctrine.
Bro, listen, I ain't use no color. That's your boy Don.
Wait a minute. You brought up these E1B1 people. Now, people who migrated into Europe, mixed with Europeans for thousands of years. He bring them up and say, "Hey, does this look like you?" That's racism. That's a racist.
That's
a
not
color
racist.
doctrine.
That's not
You're
racist.
saying, hey, he does not
making.
look.
We're talking about genetics and phenotypes,
Wait,
right?
genetics.
So,
wait a minute. No. Phenotypes does
that's
not
not racist,
equal.
bro. Come on, man. That's
Wait a minute.
not racist,
Genotype,
man.
phenotype, and genotypes don't
Racist.
always
Yeah, it
align.
is a little
Kevin,
racist. It is a little
No,
racist.
no,
You
it's
was
not.
like,
No, it's not.
Are
you
you
was saying
saying
like how to.
phenotype
You want
equals
to know what's
genotype?
racist? You want to know what's racist?
Look,
You
want to
said that we
argue
don't
all
look
with
nothing
me.
like Jews with E.
Thank you. That's what you
listen.
said.
That's racist.
That's racist. That's
They
based
can
off
still
of
they can still be our relatives. I mentioned the Creole
listen,
people.
man.
I mentioned that black people should be the last people who are surprised that we can all look different, because I brought up the
Right.
fact
So
that
that's
we have
no
mixed
different.
family members.
But
Obviously,
you
we're all
Kevin
gonna
look
look
like
different.
and
us.
say, look,
Kevin
they're
look like
white.
us, and he come from
Man, these people are
the
butthurt,
island of
man. Come on.
Sardinia.
Yeah, Sardinians don't look like you. People with eye markers don't look like you, Kev.
Right.
Well, hold on.
Kevin,
Does that
Kevin,
mean
you
you're
don't
not
got a
related to me,
unibrow.
Kev?
You don't got a unibrow.
Hold on. What we specifically talking about is E1B1B,
Oh,
right? And the majority.
Look, you I too. I1 don't look like you, Kev. Does that mean y'all not related through basal eye?
Hold on, bro. The
It's
whole
basically
thing
what
is
you're
not
doing.
talking about. Hold on.
See, he won't even
If you're
answer
talking about how
What type
I1
of hair
ended up,
texture you got?
hold on. If
you ain't
you
got that
talking about,
wavy cheddar man hair.
you ain't got that cheddar man hair, bro.
hey, listen, bro.
You ain't got blue eyes, Kev. Where your blue
you
eyes
got
at?
that soul glow. What you got going
You
on?
got
That's
that
what you should
soul.
have. What are you talking?
Hey.
Them Sardinian ass.
No, man.
Somebody said the Candyman coming.
Dang, Berea must have took his.
That's what I'm saying.
What happened?
If somebody got his number, man, they need to call him for. I'll make sure he all right, because usually he ends his shows. I know
Well,
for him to end
Sister E probably has his number. She needs to call him. I see her in the chat.
because I don't feel too good about him just leaving it like that. That's not.
No, he probably just
I
fell
gotta be
asleep.
somewhere at 8:00 in the morning. At 2:00, I'm going to sleep. You understand?
Let's talk about them J markers real quick again. The haplotype 6 real quick. So when did these people get to Levant, and what were they doing prior to getting to the Middle East?
The J markers?
Yeah.
They were the Turks, so they were running around conquering other Eurasians.
Okay. So these people were running around conquering other people and doing what after they conquered them, what did they do? What were they known for?
Raping and pillaging with
killing
and
raping and stuff.
It started with an A.
Oh, Attila the Hun?
No. Assimilate. No. Assimilating and
becoming culture vultures.
Yep.
Oh,
that's what they were known for. And I wanted to show this book, man. I need Berea to wake up. God, man, this is crazy. Can't even show you strain anymore. But yeah, if you study these J markers, it was going around taking everybody cultures, man.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they do.
They adopted it. I mean, I read sources on how J adopted Semitic from E. That alone.
In this valley, did it in Canaan.
Yo, man, this dude born enemy, yo. He said, man, he be saying all kinds of crazy stuff. Cherry Love got Marine ties.
Yeah.
What? Come on, bro. What in the world?
Marine over there.
You know what I wanted to ask you, just show.
What you want to ask me, bro?
I wanted to know about removing some HVAC duct from like if I wanted to change HVAC duct and put it between the joist, the floor joist, is that expensive?
Are we talking about air conditioning?
Hold on, wait. Floor? You gonna put it in between the floor joists? So you got a upflow system?
Yeah, it's on the ground floor.
Yeah, you can do that, but I mean, whatever the cost, I don't know what type of flooring you got.
What do you mean on the first floor? Where it's at?
Like, is it wood? What type of wood is it? Laminate? What is it? What are you gonna have to break? Is what I'm trying to tell you.
No, the HVAC system is on the first floor.
It's on the first floor.
It's on the first floor. It's in the furnace room on the first floor. The HVAC pipes goes up and it's connected to the ceiling, but it's this big. It's like a obstructing like rectangle.
I'm glad I was snoring.
So what I want to do. Oh,
there he is.
Man, go on.
What happened? What happened?
Can you share my screen, please?
Yeah. Green, like he trying to go back to sleep, man.
Where were you? You were asleep. Were
I
you
was
good?
dozing off a little bit. I'm here though. Go ahead. I'm here.
A little bit.
Just trying to make sure you still with
That was
us.
like an
My
hour.
phone ringing. Go ahead. Go ahead. Let me go back and look at these comments. All right. Where we at? This the right screen, right?
Yeah. James or Yeshua, if y'all want to read that.
Yeah, let us read it. Because Kevin, golly.
Yeah, I don't want to be all night reading sources. So yeah, I'll let y'all read it. Be
All right.
fast.
So, however, the biggest and most important Samaritan family, the Cohen family, was found to belong to Haplogroup E. This article predated the change of the classification of Haplogroup E3b1 M78 to E3b1a M78. And the further subdivision of E3b1a M78 into 6 subclades based on the research of Cushitic et al.
In this family, they have the tradition of the tribe of Levi, the priestly Kohanim lineage. So, you know, it's things like this that lead me to believe ancient Israelites are E markers, other than those J markers. And you said you want to go into the adoption of different cultures, Yeshua?
Yeah, I wanted to read this book that covered it. But if you got sources, go ahead and bring that out, and then I'll bring my book out.
Yeah,
and then you're gonna have to let brother Berin get some sleep.
Right, we ain't
gotta let him get it because he gonna get it anyway.
Yeah, he got an hour of it.
Right, he's gonna go to sleep. Y'all showing these sources.
We're playing with you. All right, you can read it now.
All right, it says it was likely that the Hurrian conquest of that region was a complex phenomenon, including peaceful migration, infiltration by mercenary bands in the pay of local city-states, followed by the rise of power of mercenary warlords, culminating in the eventual full-scale migration of Hurrian herding tribes out of the mountains into the more fertile river valleys. Further, the Hurrians often seem to have adopted the culture of the city-states they conquered, making them less visible than ever in the historical record. For example, we have no evidence of a distinctive Hurrian military system. It seems that if ever there were a people who were both everywhere and nowhere, it was the Hurrians.
Very important people.
So
Cambridge
what about
also mentions them as well. I'm going to quickly get the Cambridge University source.
You see how I did that, Kevin? I read it exactly what it said.
It didn't prove it.
It moved on. What you do is you start to do all the eisegesis and word kung fu. Nobody trying to hear all that.
Here's
too late.
Though. When
people
you read,
begin sleeping.
Here's you want to know why you was able to read that? Because I just been quiet.
Yeah, I know. You're right. Because if you would have said something, you would have been like, "Well, that word F that letter F don't mean F."
Hold on.
You got to look at this, like, bro. What did it say? No, bro. When you see Harriet, it means they was in a hurry. Like, I ain't trying to hear that, bro.
Hold on, brother. When you read that
F was really an E, brother.
Listen. When I read, y'all was all jumping in. So I was like, well, wait a minute, Kev. Let me ask you. Let me do this, Kev.
Kevin, you did the same thing when I was talking.
Yeah, let's be fair. Everybody did that. Let's be fair. Everybody did that. So here's the next source.
Hey, yo, Hebrew, give me a cash app, bro. Give me a cash app, bro. Keep telling the truth, man. That's what's up.
Y'all the ones wanted to do the back and forth.
I'm gonna ask you this as a friend, man. So what are you reading this about the Hurrians for? Like, what is this about here?
Wait till I get to my book.
Okay.
No, go ahead. You can tell them, but it's gonna be real clear when I read this book.
All right. So for one reason that the Hurrians is important is because one, if we're studying ancient Near Eastern history, we have to understand about all the ancient peoples, cultures, and civilizations that were in the Near East. One thing that I was shocked about when I studied ancient Near East is that Semites were not the only people that lived in the Middle East. The Middle East is really not just the land of Shem. You had other people living there. There were even Indo-European civilizations in the Middle East, not just Semitic. And I'm not going to get into all of them tonight.
Had a whole group of people that were living there.
Yeah, but some people assume that the Middle East has always been Semitic, which just isn't the fact. And so these Hurrians are very interesting people because they were widespread throughout many civilizations of the Near East, and they actually influenced history in the Near East, and people just don't know about them. And I break them down quite in depthly, and man, these guys were interesting when you learn about their history, their influences with various civilizations, and yeah. And thankfully, we also know what DNA they have and what language they spoke, and what people are closest to them today when it comes to their descendants. And did you want to read the source issue?
Yeah,
and then go to yours.
The Hurrians, it is true, showed a marked capacity for assimilating the cultural values of the more advanced peoples with whom they came into contact.
Yes. People that the people that the Hurrians often came into contact with, they assimilated and joined those peoples, whether it's Semites or Indo-Europeans, they joined them. And there's various civilizations that they did this to. I'm not going to really get into them all, but they did it to a lot of civilizations. They did it to, well, no, I'll have to get into all of them. Right now.
So what is this? So ultimately, what is the point being drawn out here? Like, what is he trying to prove or disprove?
Really, for me, it's really just about understanding what happened in the past and making sure we get our stuff right today.
Wait, why we gotta give Berean $50? So somebody said we all gotta give Berean $50. Dang, he taxing like that over here. I need to start doing it on my channel. Really get $50 a head.
Shoot, that's a good idea. Maybe I should do that too. No, I'm playing.
Hey, people already sending super chat.
Wait, they want us to send Berean $50 or for the audience to send Berean $50?
Somebody said he worse than Sinetta. He charging people $50 to be on it. Golly.
Yeah, that's like a whole that's like close to a new video game. Like Assassin's Creed or Call of Duty. Which is about
hey, man. But these people, we know what haplogroup these people had running through Middle East, stealing people coaches, bro.
What haplogroup did they have?
Haplogroup J.
I knew you was gonna say that.
I mean, that's the truth. That's not like there's no I'm not surmising that.
So let me ask you this: Who were the Khazarians?
The Khazarians were haplogroup Q and R.
Yeah, they're Turks.
R, right?
Khazarians are Turks.
But they're Q and R.
Yeah.
Q and R and a little bit of J.
We don't argue that
the
Khazarian theory is true, bro.
Do you think the Khazarian theory is true?
We don't
I'm
argue
not a proponent
that.
of it. It may be a few of them that may come from that, but I wouldn't argue that the whole
I don't support it either. So I'm not even
come from them.
That's what I was asking you. I don't support it. I'm just asking.
Yeah, this has nothing. This is way before the Khazarians, bro.
Yeah, this is the Bronze Age.
Brian, can you share my screen?
Yeah, the Khazars ain't really.
If you still on the spirit on the earthly plane, okay, thank you.
The earthly.
Shout out to Brian. So this is from the book Canaan in the Second Millennium BCE.
I have that book.
It says right here, the Hurrian infiltration into the land of Canaan. The earliest indication of the presence of northern, i.e. Hurrian and other elements of northern origin people in the land of Canaan came from several cuneiform tablets unearthed in Palestine. A few names appear on an envelope fragment from Gezer, one on a letter from Shechem, one on an account tablet from Hebron, and probably one on a legal document from Hazor. The overall number of names from the 17th century in Palestine is too small for any definite conclusion, but it's clear that the majority of names were West Semitic Amorite and that elements of northern origin are nevertheless detected in all four Palestinian cities in which cuneiform tablets were uncovered. When we read the other day,
that makes sense about the Yamnata civilization, actually.
Right. We read the other day, those Canaanite burials, they had Hurrian names. Yep. So these people with J markers would have been the Hurrians, They had Hurrian names, not Western Semitic names.
So wait
Abraham.
Let me ask you this.
I will answer your questions when I finish.
Now you said hold on more time.
You about the eisegesis. I know you, Kevin.
No. I was gonna ask a question. I was
gonna remix the book. I don't want you to remix the book. The book said what it said.
Man, who about DJ Clue? I'm not gonna remix this book. What I'm saying.
No, you DJ Kid.
I just want to say
DJ Kid.
Shalom to my two brothers and to Kevin G. Larfbrook. Tell Odin and Thor we after the asses.
Hey brother, I make sure. Listen, when that God Award drop, I make sure you ain't getting the copy. How about that? How about that, bro?
This brother remixing books, bro. Let me finish this, Kevin. I'm gonna answer whatever you want to ask me. I promise. All right, right
what
here.
Now?
I said, let me finish this, and then whatever question you got, I'm going to answer. It says, we may conclude that the infiltration by northern groups into Canaan had begun by the late Middle Bronze to be in that. Wait a minute. Ivry, when did he say the Bronze period was?
Oh my goodness, 600 BC.
No,
yeah, that ain't gonna work.
I'm sorry, I gotta get you on that because you did say that.
Bro. Keep on hanging on that. Nobody said anything about no starting those 600.
Wait, what?
Never mind. Canaan had begun by the late Middle Bronze to be, and that the newcomers mingled with the autochthonous Semitic populations. That's what we've been saying this whole time.
Correct.
These people with DJ markers came down and mixed with the autochthonous Semitic populations that are already there. In this context, one may further mention the group of metal objects from Shiloh which have clear northern associations. The archaeological conclusion that this should apparently be connected with the presence of northern groups in Canaan in that period agrees nicely with the documentary evidence. In the 16th century BCE, there is a gap in documentation, and when the mist lifts once more in the second half of the 15th century BCE, we find that a number of people of northern origin in the population of Palestine had increased significantly. About 1/3 of the personal names in the Tanakh tablets are of northern, mainly Hurrian origin. It says the presence of a distinctive Hurrian elements in the neighborhood of Tanakh is indicated by the name of the addresses of letter TT1 and by the appearance of Hurrian words and letters sent to the king of Tanakh. A document from Shechem attributed to the same period also indicates an appreciable presence of migrants of northern origin. So again, what were you saying, Ivry?
I said Caucasus.
Yeah, from the Caucasus, like we've been telling y'all, bro. Before they came, you had these Western Semitic people there. Like Abraham's name comes from this language group. His sons, Yaqub, it comes from this language group. They didn't have Hurrian names. So we know the Hurrian DNA, and we know who they are, and we know where they come from.
Mm-hmm.
It says right here, it is hardly accidental that from the time of Thutmose III onward, the Egyptians applied the term Huru to the inhabitants of Syria, Palestine, and that Huru as a geographical name is known since the time of Thutmose IV. The penetration of large numbers of Hurrians into Canaan was dominant enough to justify the designation Huru.
Hold on a second. You said up to the time of Thutmose IV.
Yeah.
That would have been 1446 around the Exodus.
Yeah, I mean they were all there in the land of Syria.
Correct. So the Israelites would have.
But I don't agree that the Exodus happened in 1446. So that's a different debate.
Okay, so that's us giving a definite time. Like y'all already gave your opinion on that. But is this what this is saying? Is this saying that these people left at the time the Hyksos left?
No.
All right.
This is saying what this is saying. That's what I'm saying. The eisegesis. You can't help yourself, bro.
No, bro.
No.
It would have mentioned Hyksos if it talked about Hyksos.
Yeah, it tells you where these people come from. They come from the north. They don't come from the south of Egypt or nothing like that. Coming back into Syria, all these people came from the north and started invading the Middle East. So that's
again, these people aren't Semitic either. So Hyksos had Semitic names.
Facts. these people have Hurrian names, which would be what language phylum was that?
Hyksos
It's
had
part Hurrian is part of the
technology,
Caucasian language phylum. It was a Nak-Dangestani language, Proto-Hurru-Aratrian.
Right.
Yeah, but you know what though? The Hyksos also had European technology as well. They had Indo-European technology.
Yeah, but I don't think the Israelites were still Indo-Europeans though. Or the Hyksos.
I'm not saying. I'm not saying that they. Well, the Hyksos, I think, the Hyksos is just an admixture of those people who had also Indo-European technology.
Yeah, we understand they were a mixture of Eurasians.
Technology does pass along. Like the Chinese also have wheeled chariots, but Chinese aren't Indo-European. The Chinese got wheeled chariots because it was passed on from intermediaries.
No, not just mere wheeled chariots. We're talking 6-spoke wheels, because the Egyptians had wheeled chariots prior to as well, but theirs wasn't necessarily built for war. Now the ones that the Hyksos introduced, because who was the pharaoh that got killed with the axe, the hand axe?
The pharaoh that got killed by what? What'd you say, Kevin?
A hand axe. He has a wound of a hand axe on his skull, and he was one of the first pharaohs to actually go to war with the Shepherd Kings.
Is that almost the first?
I think it is.
I believe that is right. So, but they're saying that the wound was caused by iron weapons. So the reason why Egypt had a hard time with them, because they were actually technologically undermined. I mean, they just could not compete. And then when Thutmose III rose up and he actually started the campaign against the Hyksos, this dude actually got into making iron, smelting iron weapons, and improving chariot technology. I mean, a bunch of stuff. So, yeah, man, it made him warlike.
Well, yeah. We know that the horse and everything came from Eurasia.
Yeah, that's why Europeans, the racist ones on 4chan and Stormfront, love talking about the wheel, because apparently they invented it. We know this stuff.
All right. I'm gonna finish this, y'all. It says the penetration of large numbers of Hurrians into Canaan was dominant enough to justify the designation Hurru. For the land and its inhabitants, the term Hurru is sometimes used quite vaguely, particularly after the time of the 18th dynasty. As a geographical name, Hurru usually designated the Asiatic territory under Egyptian control, i.e. the land of Canaan, and was parallel to the older geographical names of Dijahi and Retinue. The thousands of Hurru people mentioned in the booty list of thousands. And Amenophis the second. No, Amenophis the second apparently were captured in Canaan. Thutmose the fourth mentioned that Hurru people who were captured at Gezer and settled in Egypt. So this makes sense why we see these people in the Canaanite burials, because they were in the land of Canaan, and these will be the same people that y'all try to make Israel that we were commanded to eliminate and eradicate out of the land of Israel.
The literal enemies of Israel are the Israelites.
Right.
Ain't that poetic though?
Man, might have the tables turned. Thutmose the fourth mentioned Hurru people make people who were captured at Gezer and settled in Egypt. These and other examples make it clear that the people of Canaan were sometimes regarded by the Egyptians as Hurrians. The best known examples of individuals bearing northern names in the land of Canaan are the rulers mentioned in the Amarna letters.
Mm-hmm.
The northern origin of many of these names has been recognized since the beginning. Oh, hold on, man. Yeah, I went a little bit too far. Since the beginning on the research of the Amarna tablets, and the origin provided the foundation for the well-known hypothesis of the Hyksos invasion and the establishment of their Asiatic empire. It is now clear that the entry of these northern immigrants into Syria and Canaan had nothing to do with the Hyksos.
I didn't. Okay.
So this book answered your question, Kevin. You didn't have to remix it. Anyway,
the book that didn't answer any question I had.
No, you said would they be the Hyksos?
Oh, they're not. Question. Yeah, I'm just talking about just this topic in general. What is this proving? What is this talking about here?
I mean,
well,
it's
it's proving
a
what
lot.
these J markers was doing, bro. That's all we showing you. The J markers came in, conquered Canaan. It was absorbing cultures. That's what we're showing you.
Yeah, basically, it's proven that the ancient Canaanites, from a historical perspective, are the Hurrians. These were the people that the Israelites were fighting, and these were the peoples the Israelites were commanded to wipe out, but didn't. And, you know, the rest is history.
It says many of the names that appear in the Armana tablets have been regarded for many years as derived from an Indo-Aryan language.
Yeah, there were Aryans in the Middle East.
By linguistic and cultural analysis, however, it has been demonstrated that there are relatively few Indo-Aryan names in ancient Near Eastern documents, and that various names regarded in the past as Indo-Aryan are either Hurrian or unknown northern origin. There are a few distinct Indo-Aryan linguistic elements among the names of rulers of Canaan in the Armana age, but Indo-Aryan groups played no part in the history of Syria and Canaan. Let me read that again. Indo-Aryan groups played no part in the history of Syria and Canaan. Splinter groups speaking an Indo-Aryan language may have played a certain role in prehistory of the kingdom of the Mitanni.
Bro,
Mitanni.
you sound like you need to eisegete that yourself, bro.
You said what?
So you sound like you need to eisegete that the way you read that.
I gotta. You mean exegetic? I don't eisegete nothing.
Bro, that's read that again, man.
I'm not reading that again, bro. You're not gonna remix this.
I didn't remix.
You want to,
bro? I didn't hear.
Bro, you got a problem. You got a problem. You know how people got drinking problems. You got a remixing problem.
What?
You remixed it in your mind, then you tried to get me to do it. No, I'm not doing it.
Bro,
I'm going to read it.
Listen. All right, never mind.
Hold on, watch this. But these were quickly absorbed into the Hurrian-speaking society of northern Mesopotamia. In the following discussions, I will not use the term Indo-Aryan and to refer instead to northern names in general, i.e. Hurrian, Indo-Aryan, etc., as against the term West Semitic, reserved for the group of names derived from the local Canaanite language. All right. What do you mean, what? That was verbatim.
No, bro, wait.
Yeah, what is the what for?
Yeah, he just kind of stumbled through that, man, in my opinion.
I read it, Derek.
Yeah, he just read it from what I heard.
What are you talking about? All right,
what are you confused? Wait, what are you confused about?
Read that again, bro.
The whole section, bro?
the whole thing, bro. We gotta start over.
No, I'm not reading this from the beginning, bro. You got me bit.
I'm trolling.
Okay, I was about to say. I thought if it was serious, I was like, man, 2 pages. But okay. I'm all right. Good.
I'll read a little bit more on it. I just wanted to show the impact of these people in Canaan and where they came from, coming from the north, and this matches the latest genetic papers that they've written on the Canaanite burials, having Hurrian names, and they're having J markers. And we know what they did. They came in, they started displacing the people that had these Western Semitic names, and then they started to, over time, absorb their cultures.
So let's get to something, right? So let's talk about y'all familiar with the dude that did Patterns of Evidence, right?
Yep.
So there's this motif that he claims is Joseph, or they're saying is Joseph. And there's the stratigraphy that they done on a virus, right? We know where a virus is in the Nile Delta, right?
Yeah.
All right. So now when we look at what these people had, they had weapons, they had pottery, they buried horses, they had a lot of things that we see that are similar to what the Yamna culture has. They even buried the horses. The Yamna. I mean, exactly the same, bro. If you pull up the Yamna.
I don't know. Okay.
What about the Yamna?
Oh, you saying the Yamnaya? Of the Ukraine?
Yeah, bro. I'm nasally right now. That's exactly what I meant, bro. My bad. Yamnaya. So
Okay.
these people
I was so
here,
confused. I'm like, what culture are you talking about?
Right. Well, this culture here existed between. Yeah, it's late, bro. It's mad late. But check this out. So with the culture that we're talking about here, these people existed between the Black and Caspian Seas.
Yeah,
and when you look at the stratigraphy of what they had, their burials, tools, pottery, jewelry, a lot of things is similar to what we see in the Levant. So why is that?
Wait a minute. Oh my goodness. Don't tell me you're trying to make Proto-Indo-Europeans the Israelites.
No, bro. No. Hold on. Let's do this. Who screened it?
I thought that's where he was going with it too.
Check this out.
Hey, what's that movie from Kevin when they said, "Do you know where we're going with this thing? Do you know what movie? What movie? That's what you just did."
What movie is that?
I think Car Wash or something like that, if I remember.
Bro, you gonna come on with Car Wash?
No,
wait, but pull up. Whose browser is that that's open right now?
That's
mine.
Hey, yo, go if you could. Do you have the Avaris? Because this is something interesting I found. If you look up the Avaris study, and you look up all the artifacts, because I think they illustrated all the artifacts and they took pictures of some using color palettes and black and white film to make sure that they get everything accurate. But then if you pull up the Yamnaya culture and everything that they have in their burial sites, it's very similar. Very similar. And
yeah, I know about the Yamnaya.
Wait. So
Yamnaya are such a specific ethnic group?
You're saying the people that are responsible for the corded war culture, the people that are responsible for what's the other culture? The funnel beaker culture.
The Yamnaya are they're a mixture of Caucasus hunter-gatherers and Eastern European hunter-gatherers. So they're not even like a pure race. They're mixed.
Yeah, they're like a mix. Right.
And they have R markers. They're predominantly R.
Yeah. But what's interesting is that I think they borrowed a lot.
We didn't beat up the J marker so much. He didn't migrate to the R marker. So I'm gonna argue the R marker.
Yeah, the R marker has no chance of being
They'll keep bringing up stuff that I'm not even bringing up. I think my point has already been made, bro. Like the point that y'all made in regards to who's Shemites and stuff never even collided with my point that I originally.
Well, most folks agree with us on that, so I don't know what you're saying.
No. Hold on. Most folks agree with y'all on what?
I do know what Kevin is saying. He's saying this Bronze Age happened in 600 BCE and the flood happened in 3100 BCE.
You're saying E is Semitic, right?
Yep. Proto-Semitic.
Okay, so who okay, no problem. Who are the Israelites?
Who are the Israelites? The Israelites are the Israelites. What are you talking about?
No. What haplogroups are the Israelites?
Oh, they would have been an E marker.
They definitely would have been Yamnaya.
No, not no Yamnaya.
Nobody said Yamnaya was Israelites at all. What I'm talking about is that they could have been an offshoot of some of the technology borrowers at that time. Mm-hmm. That's my opinion, because I see a lot of the things that were similar. But what I'm asking you is, what haplogroups are the Israelites?
E.
All right, what specifically what?
No, I don't get into that.
You don't want to get into it?
No, I don't get into that because tonight's discussion wasn't who are the Israelites. It's who is Semitic. If we do who are the Israelites,
I didn't come up here arguing who are the Semitics.
Kevin, why did you bring up the patterns of Exodus? What was the point of that with the Joseph statue?
Yeah,
so when you notice those people there, and that's the reason why I dove off and took a turn at the burial sites and stuff. Who do you think these people were that guy was referencing in that video, in that documentary?
Well, he's saying it's Joseph and they have his 12 sons. I'm going to be honest with you on that. But a lot of people are quick to jump on that. I need more evidence. If it is, I'm happy because I'm a Bible believer.
Yeah.
Like you are, Kevin. So I'm like, yes, we got proof of Joseph. I'm out to lunch.
Yeah. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with them doing that. But I think a long time ago we were saying that Joseph may have been Imhotep. And
I couldn't prove that for nothing, so I dropped it.
Yeah, we dropped that. Yeah, because I remember we kept saying, but man, there's a lot of similarities between Imhotep and Joseph, like crazy. But a lot of people were also saying that Imhotep could have been Enoch, which is weird too.
No.
Yeah.
I got my feeling on who Joseph is, but I don't think it's the guy who what's his name? Patterns of Evidence, the director said. I don't think it's him. I have my own theory on who is Joseph. And
you
we
don't
can do
think it's
that.
uncle? You don't think it's the Vizier uncle?
No, I actually think he is someone whose name was marked out around the time of the 12th dynasty, and this person was famous for creating a place for food that was stored up and moving the he did a lot. This particular vizier.
So you got a Middle Kingdom Exodus.
No, so the Israelites would have entered. Well, the 70 members of Joseph's family would have entered the land of Egypt around the time of the 12th dynasty, Middle Kingdom, and the Exodus itself would have took place, according to my model, in 1446 BC, around the time of the New Kingdom.
Yeah,
I would
I
agree.
lean towards the Middle Kingdom Exodus because Jericho was burnt down. Because it makes sense. How did the Hyksos? How were they able to invade Egypt like that with little to no resistance?
Well,
I think it was through peaceful migration at first, and then when enough of them were in the land, they took it through force.
Well, then again, they trying to say the Hyksos didn't even invade. Now they got updated papers. They saying the Hyksos didn't even invade. It was like a peaceful integration, and then they just outpopulated.
Hold on a second. Because we have to take into account is, do y'all believe in the Gudian invasions and how and what took place with the Gudian invasion from Indo-Europeans down into Mesopotamia?
Yes, and some people actually say the Gutians could have been Hurrians as well. I actually did a study on that.
Yeah, these people, because according to the Hammurabi code, during that time, these people actually ruined the irrigation and the farming down in that area.
Yeah, they were barbarians.
They were barbarians, exactly. And then when Hammurabi chased them out and he established rule, in one of his decrees, I think one of the things he wanted to reestablish was to fix the irrigation from the Tigris or from the rivers back into, so that the farming and the agricultural age could continue. Now, those remaining forces actually migrated to the west. And my theory is that you see a subsequent number of famines that occurred because of the irrigation that they destroyed. So as they started to come west, they were bringing with them a lot of destabilization when it came to economic, like trade, agriculture, all of that stuff. Because farming was falling where they were, people were going to say, okay, we need food. So when they followed the path all the way to Egypt, that's just where I feel like we come to the event where Joseph have his dream. He says we need to gather for plenty, and all these other nations were coming to Egypt for grain because of what those guys started in the Far East.
That's interesting. I kind of do have my timeline is a little bit different than yours, but I do have a similar idea that Gutians, who are, according to different historians, could be a branch of Hurrians, did come from the north to the south, destroying a lot of Semitic civilization. Because as we know, the Gutians were the ones that destroyed the kingdom of Akkad, so much so that we still don't know where Akkad is today.
So Haplogroup J was killing Shemites.
Yes.
So when we turned around and returned the favor during the conquest of Canaan, really wasn't nothing wrong with that. We were just spinning the block on them.
Yeah, that's the way I kind of see it. I see that when it comes to the Israelites taking the land of Canaan, they're taking away the land that the Hurrians weren't supposed to have.
Exactly.
That land was supposed to be Semitic, and that land has always been a land of Afroasiatic people. And really, this is a reconquering of territory.
Reconquista. Yep.
So then, when these people got beaten back by the Egyptians, via Thutmose III,
yeah,
and these people kind of fell back, then they settled in the lands which we would call Canaan and everywhere else. In which, when Joseph received, or not with Joseph, but when Joshua received his charge, then these are the lands they went into and killed these people and took these people over.
Yeah.
So these
And
people
remember,
were
the
also
Israelites.
necromancers.
Wait, what? What about necromancers?
Well, they had
Did I hear that right?
because they had to be, because if you look at the Hebrew scripture, the people who dwelt in those lands, they were of the Raphaim and of the remnant of the people of Bashan. And what they worship in Hebrew is a spirit or spirits called Yedeoni, which means knowing ones. So
I think the Rephaim were
soothsayers.
already dead by then, though, weren't they? Because the Rephaim were around the time of Abraham.
Not necessarily. So there were still undead. According to Michael Heisner, there were still a lot of undead cults that existed in and around that area that practiced these things.
Okay, interesting.
And so that was the reason why a lot of them had to be killed and gotten rid of at that time. Because wasn't it Joshua that took charge and was told that he went to go kill the people of Gath?
Let's see, Gath. I don't think Joshua's campaign. Hold on. Breen, can you share my screen? I want to find the campaign.
What was the question?
Breen is not up, man.
What's the question?
Gath.
Gath with a TH.
Can you pull up the campaign of Joshua map, Yeshua?
Yeah, so Gath, campaign of Joshua would have been Joshua 13:3. So if you go to Joshua 13:3.
Brian, you ain't there?
Yeah,
hello, Brian. Hello.
Brian, funny.
Did he doze off again? Can you share my screen, Brian? Share the Hebrew of Israel screen. Because then I can pull it up. Thank you.
Oh, he did it.
Yeah, he's still there.
So these are the people of the Anakim, right?
But Brian is here subconsciously.
He just did without. You're a good brother, Brian.
Yeah.
You're a good brother.
Yeah, so these are the people of the Anakim, right? So it was a race.
There's one map showing their migration.
Somebody said how you sleep on your own live. I ain't gonna hold you. I done fell asleep on my own live too, so I can't even I can't even say nothing, man.
Here's the summary of Joshua's conquest. And yes, Goth was one of the places. Well, actually, hold on. It says right here, and says right here in 22. None of the Anakim were left in the land of the children of Israel. They remained only in Gaza and Gath and Ashdod. So they migrated to Gaza, Gath, and Ashdod, which is interesting because the Anakim are giants, and the Philistines also settled that same territory where we get Goliath.
Correct. That is correct. And so these race of giants. Now here's the thing behind that. These people actually were dealing with in occultic dead worship, right? They were dealing with what was called Yedeoni worship. This is why Jesus came under Caesarea Philippi, because what you have in that region there is a place called Mount Hermon, where it was the descendant of the original fallen. So
in the book of Enoch,
this place. You said what now?
In the book of Enoch, correct?
Correct. Yeah, absolutely.
There we go.
Right. So here's the thing that I wanted to ask then. So if these people that came in and they settled in this area, what in antiquity can we link them to say that they were dealing with these cults? Who were these people that were dealing with these cults, and how did these giants arise then?
Well, one thing that's interesting about ancient Caucasian groups is that they do have stories of descending from giants. Some of the English and Chechen and Armenians have a tradition that they come from giants. So there's that, and also the Hurrians influenced the various religions in the ancient Near East, like the Amorites and the Hittites and ethnic groups like that. A lot of the gods became sort of mixed in the mythologies of the Hurrians and these other cultures.
I don't know about that.
Yeah. There's a lot to learn about the Hurrians. There's a lot.
Man, people still watching this live? I don't even know who's watching this live.
Here, I can quickly show you what I mean about the Hurrian influence of the Amorites. I guess.
Is this still online or offline?
No, we're live. That red dot on the left upper hand side of the corner.
Let me go in the chat and see what's going on.
Yeah, folks just talking.
Yeah, that's what we doing. We just talk, but yeah, people still in the chat talking and everything. So Kev, you already did, man, bro. My point wasn't even an address, and you said you wouldn't even talk about the Hebrew. But what I want to do, I want to talk about.
I actually did talk about that. What you asked, Kevin. Then we changed to the Q&A. I was talking about sub-Saharan African groups and everything. I did. That was addressed.
So you believe the Israelites are E1B1A?
It's all over my channel. E1B1A and E1B1B. I don't make a separation.
Bro, you making all of Africa Israel.
No, I'm not. Even if I was, that doesn't change my position. It's like, oh, you make all Africa.
All of Africa is
all
Israel,
Africa is not E1B1A or E1B1B.
It mostly
you got A and Haplogroup A, B, and T.
And Kevin, hold on, Kevin. And I'm not saying every E1B1B clade is Israel either.
Yo, Marcus Garvey should have just said back to Israel.
Now Marcus Garvey said all Africans were Israelites. He said all Africans were Hebrews. Yeah, he said all Africans were Hebrews. He did. We don't teach that.
Yo, man, come on, man. This guy comes over there so dumb, bro. Y'all making all of Africa Israel, bro. That's crazy.
And you making all of J1 and J2 Israel?
No, I'm
bro.
not. No, I'm not. I'm
Hey,
not, bro. I'm telling you, I'm not.
Hey, hold on, real quick. Hold on.
You know who I believe the real Jews are, for real, in my opinion?
Let me guess. Haplogroup, the Sardinians.
No, he's gonna say basically those who are in Christ.
You about to do that population replacement stuff, bro? Stop it.
No, Hebrew's right, man. It's those who are in Christ. That's why it says in Hebrew,
Romans
11, therefore all of Israel shall be saved.
Hold on, wait a minute. Wait.
You got it, bro.
Wait a minute. Kevin.
You got it, bro.
You just eisegesis a whole people. How you gonna do that?
Hey, listen, bro. That's who I believe.
Okay, so I'm gonna say.
I was just trolling one, but to be honest,
there's such thing as a seed of Abraham, but I don't think there's no such thing as like a spiritual Israel. But there is a seed of Abraham that's a spiritual thing, but not.
That is correct. That's according to Galatians 3, right? He's
right.
Correct about that.
Yeah.
Now,
so I agree to that, but I don't agree to the whole spiritual Israel. I agree to the seed of Abraham spiritual thing. Yeah.
Correct. Right. This is the ones that come from the wild olive tree that's grafted in. That do not need to boast against the branches. But I believe there are sects of people in the Middle East, all over the world, in fact, that
is anti-Semitic. Those people that teach population replacement, that's anti-Semitic.
It is anti-Semitic. You're right. But
like the Hurrians are anti-Semitic, still are.
Yeah. Well, people tend to forget is that the Israelites did not wipe out the Canaanites. We for some reason we think that, but really Israel planted their nation.
Kevin, who do you think Israel?
Really, Israel planted their nation right on top of the Canaanite.
Well, it's more nuanced. Our model is more nuanced. So if you have like Northern Africans, and we know if they started radiating 2,000 years ago, or if you had the Ibero-Maurusians, we don't think those people are Israelites. We think those are other clades of Shem.
Yeah.
Which goes with what Josephus said, that the word Africa actually comes from a Shemitic son. And they lived in North Africa, which would be consistent with EM81 and the other E clades. So it's more nuanced than that. the E1B1A, E1B1B clades that we're talking about being downstream of would come from, well, according to our argument, the Natufian population that consisted of E1B1, which would have mutated through rapid adaptive radiation and spit out those other clades. And that's why we use that to harmonize the people with that E1B1B clades and E1B1A clades that have this claim through oral testimony that they go back to the Middle East. That's why I brought up the Ghanaian oral testimony. I brought up the Suniki oral testimony. The thing about the Suniki people, they also have physical testimony to them coming from outside of sub-Saharan Africa. So I was breaking all that down. So I don't know what you was talking about. It wasn't addressed. It was addressed. We just moved on to something else.
Bruh, all those people cannot be Israelites, bro.
That's your opinion?
And they got to fit the curses, right?
What?
Bro, who make the bro? If that's the type of argument you think we give it,
but you know what? No, you're sure. I'm gonna be honest though. People, I think what a lot of people don't realize, especially in this chat, that you, James, and Hebrew of Israel, y'all have a very unique view that I don't think they're really privy to.
No. My crowd that came from Genesis 49ers, I recognize a lot of people that watch my channel. They know.
Who up in the chat now?
Yeah.
Well, there must be a few of them.
We have ran into some people.
I've been noticing a lot of the people that's been on my channel here.
Yeah, we do have a lot of folks from Yeshub's show, but there are some people who you know, when we do say this type of stuff, it's very new to them. Want to go into some of the things folks that called us Yeshub or just skim over it?
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a lot of different ideas out there.
People call us white. You guys are white.
Yeah, they literally called us white.
Hold on. Who called y'all white?
I ain't gonna say her name.
Yeah,
I ain't gonna say her name, but there have been Black Hebrew Israelites who called us white, called us coons, and all other type of stuff.
Hebrew Israelites called y'all coons?
Yes.
Oh, bruh. I gotta bring peace to the Middle East.
I already know what I'm gonna
do. That's crazy.
I mean, like I said, we get heat on all sides. Urban apologetics, Black Hebrew Israelites, sometimes even, you know, Jewish people themselves. But again, there are a lot of Jewish people who do agree.
Urban apologists don't hate you, bro.
They don't?
No.
They're just racist. That's all.
Oh, that's messed up, man. Nah, but yeah.
Man, I remember I was in this one room when the Somalis came. Man, Yeshua remembers that. Well, I think those two guys weren't Somalis. They may have been white. I think they were white. Trying to act like
they're perpetrating a fraud.
Right.
Man, I'm gonna tell you something. Yeshua and James ain't no good, bro.
Well, you saying that to me or to...
No, I'm playing with them. I remember like back in 2017, I had when I was what was my Hebrew name? Yahweh ben Yasharallah. And I was up there with Yeshua and James, and I was like, hey man, y'all want to go in a room full of Christians and see if we could talk it out with them? And they came along with me. And we went in there, man. And that's why I was like, man, James is terrible, man. Because James was just getting at them, and then they all got offended. And what it made me realize though, when I took a step back and I'm not following being an Israelite anymore, I realized that there's some very offensive talk that can happen. You know what I'm saying? Like talking about calling out people's race and this, that, and the other. It gets real ugly, man. You know, so.
Wait,
are you talking to me or to?
Wait, what's offensive? I don't get it. Are you talking about back then?
I don't know if you remember when we went in that room, we were talking about who are the real Israelites, and like that was something that they felt was very offensive to deal with. Like they thought it was anti-Semitic. They thought it was very offensive, and at that time, I didn't notice that. And then now looking back, I'm like, man, that was really, you know, that was really jerkish to do all those things. Because
man, Ashkenazi Jews do it all the time, so I don't know why people.
I mean, but that's the thing. That doesn't give us license to do that. You know?
No, I don't never do that. But I'm saying, but they do that all the time. We were in the clubhouse And the guy was like, "Oh, well, I'm actually from the Parthian Jews in Persia." And they wouldn't give him the light of day on that. They shut him down. No, you're lying, blah, blah, blah. And all these people have is the history going back to the Rhine. They don't even talk about going to the Levant.
They do the same thing to a Yemenite Jew that I know, a good friend. And they're always like, oh, he's not really a Yemenite Jew. These are Ashkenazi Jews talking to him. Oh, he's not really a Yemenite Jew. He's a black Hebrew Israelite. And he is, by the way, a Yemenite Jew. He has he looks like the Yemenite people. His mother is actually Sephardic and Ashkenazi. And I think his dad is both Yemeni Jew and Ethiopian Jew. So there is some, I guess, pushback when it comes to the darker skinned Jews. Yeah, but he's not even dark skinned. He's really just tanned.
Yeah, but notice what Elder Ricard was doing. Like what Elder Ricard did GOCC radio, right? And he brought people up on the thing. They were ready to have a scholastic conversation. But Elder Ricard agenda on each and every show was to say, yeah, but you know who the real Jews are, right? And then they're like confused, like, what do you mean? And then they get into a scholastic debate, and then like they just bam, kick him out, and he starts talking about race. And I thought that was pretty bad, man. The way that was, I don't know.
Wait, Ricard? You talking about GOCC?
Yeah, GOCC, yep.
That don't even sound like something he would do.
No, no, bro. I'm telling you, look at his shows. Look at all his old shows. He'll bring on someone. They'll talk about the scripture, and then he will go into, do you know who the real Jews are? And then they will be confused. For example, he had a rabbi on one time, and he asked the rabbi, who do you think the real Jews are? And the rabbi's like, well, I'm a Jew. And then Elder Ricard would challenge him right there on the spot. He says, is that correct? Let's look at the scriptures. Let's look at this. So I feel like, man, like,
Well, I'm not a part of the camps or any of that. So
yeah.
You know what's funny about that? Because also on Clubhouse, they said, oh, well, when we started bringing up DNA and beating up folks' DNA, oh, well, a Jew is a person that keeps the law and the practices.
Yep, they always try to convert us, tell us to go to a local rabbi.
Wait a minute. Okay, if that's the only record, if that's the only thing you gotta do to be a Jew, then I can't say that over here. Just be quiet then when people claim to be Jews, because it's not a genetic thing, it's more of a cultural thing, it's a religious thing to
religion.
Yeah.
They be always telling me all right, cool, you have Jewish DNA, because I'll tell them spoiler alert, I'll tell them the Jewish DNA that I do have, and then they'll be like, cool, you need to convert then. I'm like, nope, I'm not trying to convert. I'm Messianic. But they always want black folks to convert to Orthodox Judaism, specifically Ashkenazic Orthodox Judaism. And it's like, no, I ain't doing that.
If you do that, you can't do right to return.
Yeah, but I don't want to go to that land. That land is cursed. Too much war. Did you see those rockets being flown by both Israel and Hamas? I ain't going to Israel. Get blown up by a missile.
Yeah, they got the Iron Dome system for a reason.
Yeah, but still, like, what if it fails with the EMP?
I'm going to take the Caucasus. I'm going to take the Caucasus. They took our land. I'm taking their land. We're going to go straight to the Caucasus and take Georgia.
So you feel like those
Georgia is a nice
that are over there in Demona, do you feel like they've been deceived?
Actually, I heard that the Demona people are being deported, and I kind of think that's a blessing, because I think war is coming to that land soon. So there's a lot of political stuff going on in Demona, and plus the Demona people were close to a nuclear reactor site. I didn't even know that. So one of the first places that an enemy is going to hit is that area. So, them leaving is probably for the best for what's to come, especially with this whole situation with the Taliban, and, who knows what's going to happen in the next few months. All I see is the possible war can happen, especially since they have a really far right wing leading president, or how do they call it? Ambassador.
I thought Benny Netanyahu was their conservative president. Was he part of the Blue Party?
No, I think he's being stepping down, because he's been ambassador for too long, like Putin. But
wait a minute, didn't he lose an election recently?
Yeah, that's what it is. He lost an election, and a far more far right guy was elected. So And you know,
that's the cool party or whatever that new party is. But yeah, Israel been up to some crazy stuff, man. For that's one group of people that I could not for the life of me, even to this day, like it's very hard for me to make that claim and say, yeah, like those particular part, because when you look at the agenda of Zionism and what it was, it doesn't match up with the Bible at all, in my opinion. For example, when you look at 1948, right? Y'all do know that it was during World War I that it was the Jewish scientists who came up with the acetone process to produce weapons for Great Britain. He was the one where they actually drafted what was called the Balfour Declaration, right? So they drafted that declaration in exchange for the technology to create weapons for World War I. Now, once the Great Britain won that war, they had a conference in Spain called the San Reno Conference of 1921. And during that conference, the great British powers, they issued what was called the White Papers, which basically said, you know what? We don't want Palestine anymore. What's the point? It's not our business. We have nothing to do with it. Let's get rid of it. As soon as they did that, I think a lot of Jews boycotted their goods and caused some mess. And then they started to do and meddle in things in Germany. I think then the Workers' Party got started and that whole thing. I mean, that's conspiracy. I don't want to go too far down in that area, but bro, it's a messy thing. So that's why when people make a claim and they say, "Well, Kevin G, do you mean that you accept?" No, bro, I'm kind of cautious on all sides, really, because a lot of this that don't seem right to me. I'm not going to be disrespectful though to anybody. I'm just going to say that I don't know about that. I don't know about that, man.
Yeah, those are the Hurrians trying to take the land. No, I'm playing.
Oh, bro.
No, I'm playing. But I ain't gonna respond to that.
History repeats itself.
But no, I'm not gonna do an in-depth response to that. But yeah, because I got.
Yeah. So Barry, man, what's up, man? What you gonna do with this show?
Brian, you there? Hello.
Oh, bro.
I think
you gotta hit his cash out. You gotta hit his cash out to wake him up.
All right, Kevin, can you give him $50? Because I'm
man, broke. If I drop 100 right now, he'll unmute like, "Oh, listen, brothers." Nah, bro, Barine, invite me back, please. Nah, I don't know, man.
What happened to G-Con, by the way? Why didn't he come?
Oh, he on vacation, man. I think he on vacation. Yeah, he out with his family and stuff. Yeah, he on vacation or something.
Okay, well.
Yeah, man, but I think this is done, man. So I'm about to go ahead and go. Y'all be easy, be safe and everything,
Okay. Yeah, it was a good
job. We're in the live, so I can go sleep.
Like
there he is.